if we do?
Media share is gonna go there.
Oh, okay. So like right here.
I would say closer to where chat is.
Oh, wait, that covers the bed. I think this, but then just make it smaller.
Okay.
Or maybe
Over there?
that covers the bed too.
No, that's actually where it was.
Was it?
Yeah. No, not there. The other one.
Over here?
Yeah.
Alright, and then
Yeah.
is that good size?
Yeah.
I think they can see everything.
You have to click into the game.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I keep taking control.
A, big left. Maybe there's like a Nook Miles to get from getting your fucking mail. I'm sorry, I'm really aggressive because it's like 4 a.m. and I'm exhausted.
I don't know why they haven't gotten their mail yet.
Well, I think they're having a hard time figuring it out.
They've accessed it like many times at this point, and I just have never seen them grab it.
Guess what I can do? What can you do, Ryan?
I'm curious too. I'm curious, George. I don't trust the mailbox. Oh the government,
It's actually true.
I don't trust USPS, not even a single bit. Oh, that was weird. The game like froze for a sec. Are they still in the game?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, okay. It might have just been the character stopping. Ba, 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 ba.
I could do the splits like Michael. Prove it, Ryan.
Michael who?
Michael, it's your birthday today. Cake and ice cream. It's on its way.
Which Michael?
Rats. We are the rats. Hi, Soup. Hi, my baby love angel.
Hello, you little lioness.
Hello, my baby love angel, sweet pea. Goodbye. What? You don't talk to
You
your...
can do the splits like Michael Jackson. Out of all the things he's known for. The splits?
When
pretty
can
dope.
we get to visit the island? You can't.
It's an emulator.
It
is not an emulator, but
it is a legally owned copy of Animal Crossing New Horizons.
well, you can emulate games as long as you can prove that you have the game.
Right. Soup. And in that way, it is a legally owned copy of Animal Crossing New Horizons.
But because of the way that it is being
Emulated.
streamed,
Yes,
but
exactly.
because of that, you can't join in. We can't go online. Stinky. Why you gotta be so damn?
And we found that out yesterday, 30 minutes after we fell asleep, and chat tried to leave the island. But there's no escape from one.
Wait, is that what happened? They tried to leave the island and it broke the game?
Yes.
Oh my god, chat. You little silly boys, you silly billies. What if they do it again?
That would be stupid on their part.
Y'all are so up. We're about to go to bed. About to hit the big bed.
Snail catch. It's a non-moving target. You can't fuck it up. Get the snail.
Get the snail. Does he eventually go away?
If they swing and miss, it will. But he does, like, if
Even
they run
he's
past...
activated like that?
You mean hiding in a shell?
Yeah.
Yeah, they can still catch him.
Okay.
Yeah,
nice.
we're gonna also do Media Share Lab. Absolutely.
Right now?
I mean, he can play it. We'll have to move it.
True. We just finished watching Paranormal Activity.
Don't you dare.
Don't you fucking dare.
This is like fucking
Ribeye.
when Chad said, yeah, get cinnamon roll, and I turn around and a child is holding the last fucking cinnamon roll. That was crazy.
She was so happy,
She was so
though.
happy, but in my head, do you want to know what I was thinking?
I'm gonna fucking kill that kid.
I was thinking, like, for some reason, she has no idea what the fuck she's holding. She just picked something at random, and she picked my thing. And I was just spitting fucking venom in my brain. Pissed.
That kid doesn't fucking deserve cinnamon roll.
She doesn't know cinnamon roll. Like, I know cinnamon roll.
She was so happy, though. Like, she absolutely knew she deserved it.
I
And
talked
ended
to
up
her.
getting- I know you did.
I was happy because I ended up getting it.
I tried not to, like, film anybody other than you, essentially. It was impossible at some points, but, like, I tried, and I caught the interaction with you, like, very much, like, talking to her, but I was trying to keep her off stream.
Her parents didn't seem too keen that I was talking to her for some reason.
Well, I mean, I imagine that no parents are keen with anybody talking to their child.
But I'm a cute ghoul.
Yeah, I know, but I think that's becoming less and less of a excuse to talk to children.
You so got this. Surprised she didn't take a bite and say she didn't like it. You did
Good
it!
fucking job, guys.
It's so cute!
You did so good.
It's so cute! Oh, are your pockets full?
No, they're not. I just saw it.
It's sniffing at you.
Oh my god. Nope, there was only one.
Extra discharge.
Now it's time to leave the island.
Not much to brag about. Shut the fuck up, Animal
Yeah,
Crossing.
I know. Way to fucking belittle
We're
your
celebrating over
accomplishments.
here.
Fucking stupid. They have no idea that it is something to brag about.
Don't put away your net. B.
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 B. B. What the soup do? She needs to start climbing the walls and talking to ghosts.
Garrett from SpongeBob is an aquatic snail. Sea snail.
All right, chat. We just got to get you some Nook Miles. I genuinely think if you just pull weeds, you'll be golden.
Can't they see their goals?
Yes, but that requires a lot of coordination on their part. Which is unlikely.
It is 4 a.m., ma'am.
What a time to chase ball.
She's like, the ping pong ball never sleeps, and neither do I.
Hi, baby. Hello, sugar angel of my soul. How is the mall? We all had to get ready to go at the same time, but I went to work instead. Aw, the mall was great. You know what? I was just thinking about the black dress that I want to go back for.
Oh, that dress was
that
so
slip
cute.
dress. We'll go back when we're not streaming. I
Okay.
want that slip dress so bad.
They change out their shit so often.
I
though,
know.
so we
We'll
need
have to go
back
soon. Haha, moves. Just kidding. I have to go buy a dress for Victoria's Secret.
Sorry, landlord. I won't be able to go ahead and hire those movers today.
Yeah.
Something important came up.
Gets dressed. Just lays in it. It's Negligly.
Yeah.
I want it. I could just walk around all day in my Negligly. In my comfy, black, long Negligly. What? It sounds awesome. What did you just call me? Long?
Long Johnson.
Long Johnson.
Ooh, Long Johnson. I need to go to bed because I'm hitting my second wind. I don't want that. I
Were
wanna
those
go
your
bed.
words? Did you say that?
Yeah.
Oh. It's not thick. It's very thin. It's Negligly. I need to go to bed. I'm getting my second wind. Doesn't move a fucking muscle.
I'm really curious to see if they'll check their Nook Miles. If Maya hits her second one, she'll be up until 11 a.m. Valid. I'm not even getting my second win. In fact, I think I'm running out of my first win. Which is like the opposite, but it still works. It's gonna go under the couch. You're not gonna have it anymore. Oh, never mind, it rolled away.
They just don't listen to me. They just don't listen to me.
Well, shells are good. They could get shells, theoretically, but their pockets are full. They're gonna have to sell some stuff. Or,
They have approximately 8 hours to sort it out.
yeah, they do. Alright.
Sorry, chat. Snail, part 2!
Snail part 2!
Hi, Mr. P. Hi. You're here.
Hi, Snugglebutt.
Snail part 2, Electric Boogaloo.
He's like, is it bedpiece?
I love you.
Is it bedpiece?
I love you.
What happens in 19 hours? So,
The stream ends?
yes, so we've been live for 84 hours, and we have at least 19 hours left. That number can go up, but that requires, fuck, god damn it, that requires donos, bits, and subs, and, but 19 hours is still a really fucking long time.
I almost licked the length of her arm.
If you had, it would have been mildly perturbed.
Really?
Mildly perturbed. Yeah.
I'll stop putting you in my mouth then.
Ah.
Remember when I put Chad in my mouth?
Oh,
Is there,
fantastic.
is there a cap on this
Thank
party-a-thon?
you.
Yes. The cap is October 1st.
We explained the rules to Chris, and Chris hit me with a prime sub. Thank you, and a follow. Thank you for both. Like happiness in my veins. Thank you so much for supporting the stream and helping us go a little bit longer. That's really, really nice of you. Like, incredibly nice of you. Stupidly nice of you. It's been stupidly nice of everybody. Too nice.
I've been giving too much side-eye. My eyes hurt.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that means you should stop.
Can't.
Can't stop, won't stop. But right now we're about to go to bed because it is 4 a.m. for us, and you've been up forever. What time did you
Pride
get up this morning?
10.
10?
I think.
You know, you can wake me up when you get up if you
Wake
want.
me up.
If you want.
David, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits.
Yay. And everything is shared. So anything that if people sub to me, she gets half of that. If people sub to her, I get half of that, and goes the same for donos and everything.
Okay, guys,
Down the middle.
we go bed now. We'll be in chat though, so
Yep.
holler if anything happens.
Yep.
Night night.
Good night. What? What happened? What happened?
Fucking Frobert just scared the goddamn snail away. What did he do? Why? Did y'all see that?
Oh yes, Fropert.
Whatever. Fribbit. Is that his name?
Fribot. Or no, Ribot. Fuck, you got me fucked up. Jesus.
That was crazy.
It's bedtime. It's bedtime. You can wake me up when you get up. You don't have to let me sleep in, even if you want. Even if you're like, oh, I should let her sleep in. You don't need to. I feel bad if you.
Good night, sleep dreams, yeb soup.
Good
Hug Maya hug.
night.
I feel bad if you get up and I'm not here for you. But that being said, if you just want to like get up, do your taxes, I wouldn't mind sleeping in. I just
Me penis. Good night, chat. Again, holler if you need anything. Let the mods know, and they'll get our attention if we're not active in chat.
Love you, chat. You're the best. Alright, no one's ever gonna. You're the best. Alright. No one's ever gonna. What's the phone from the
It's charging.
Oh, wait,
That's by your ears.
oh, cool.
I wish that I could fly, that I could fly, and I could fly, just like a dragonfly. I fly above the trees, above the trees, above the trees, just like a dragonfly. Oh, I want to get away, just like a dragonfly.
I almost instinctively shut my computer down. Bedtime.
Just like a Milky Way. Yeah, Milky Way. Let's go and see the stars, or even stars. Well, it could just be stars. Let's eat the Milky Way. Yeah, I'm a dragonfly. Just a little fucking dragonfly.
Just about 30 years ago, we didn't have any scientific proof of a planet outside our solar system. Today, thanks to advances in technology and scientific research, we've discovered over 5,300 exoplanets, alien worlds that are out there waiting to be explored. At first, these discoveries mostly involved large gas giants, but as our capabilities have expanded, we've started to uncover smaller, Earth-like exoplanets. Scientists have already found more than 50 exoplanets with masses similar to Earth, and over 800 worlds with radius less than 1/2 times that of Earth. We don't know of many such planets orbiting in the habitable zone of their parent stars, where the conditions are just right to support life. But that's already starting to change. As our search for habitable planets continues, we're beginning to discover entire planetary systems with more than one potentially habitable world. And we already know about at least one such system in our cosmic neighborhood. Our Milky Way galaxy has numerous compact systems that are centered around stars similar to our Sun. However, planets orbiting closely to these stars are usually too hot and therefore unsuitable for supporting life. But when it comes to colder, fainter stars, the habitable zone around such stars is much closer. This is Gliese 667, a triple star system located in the constellation of Scorpius, just about 23 light-years from Earth. It contains the first known example of a system where a low-mass star has multiple potentially habitable rocky planets orbiting within its Goldilocks zone. Similarly to Alpha Centauri, the system has 3 stars. GJ667a is a K-type main sequence star and the largest one in the system. This orange red dwarf has a mass of 73%, a radius of 76%, and a visual luminosity only about 12% that of the Sun. At an average distance of 12.5 AU is its companion GJ667b. It's also a K-type orange-red dwarf, about 69% the mass of the Sun, and it radiates just about 5% of our star's visual luminosity. And just like with Alpha Centauri, the most interesting is the third star. Gliese 667c is an M-type red dwarf with a mass and radius only a third of the Sun. It's also incredibly faint, and a comparatively cold star with a surface temperature of 3,775 Kelvin. Yet, despite its small size, GJ667c has a surprisingly rich planetary system. Initially, scientists thought there were only 3 exoplanets orbiting Gliese 667c, but after revisiting existing data and making additional observations, they discovered there may actually be 6 planets in the planetary system, with 3 or even 4 of them being potentially habitable super-Earths. So what exactly is a super-Earth? The term is used to describe a planet that's larger than Earth, but not quite as large as the gas giants like Jupiter and Saturn. These planets can be made up of rock or a mixture of rock and ice, and they may have atmospheres that could support different life forms. The closest planet to the star, Gliese 667cb, is a scorching hot world at 200 degrees Celsius. Being the most massive one in the system, about 5.5 times that of Earth, this exoplanet probably has a very thick atmosphere and orbits its host star in just 7 days. The 3 potentially habitable planets in the Gliese 667 system are all located further away from their host star, and they all have masses between 1 and 5 times that of Earth, making them great candidates for habitability. Gliese 667cc, the next closest planet, orbits in the inner edge of the star's habitable zone. It has a mass about 3.8 and a radius 1.8 times that of Earth, and its year lasts just 28 Earth days. With the Earth Similarity Index of 0.85, it's known as the Holy Grail of extrasolar planets. Because of the low energy output, the habitable zone around the red dwarf GJ667c is located very near to the star, ranging from 0.11 AU to 0.23 AU, and is entirely contained within the orbit of Mercury. To compare, Earth is located at about 1 AU from the Sun. Our planet would be an ice world if it orbited star C at that distance. GJ667cc orbits its parent star 8 times closer. at approximately 0.12 AU, revolving around the red dwarf every 28 days. Because of such proximity, the exoplanet is likely to be tidally locked to the star, with eternal day on one side and eternal night on the other. Drastic temperature differences between the two sides probably have a major impact on the global climate on the exoplanet. Gliese 667cc gets about 10% less light than Earth does from the Sun. But since most of the light it receives is infrared, the planet gets about the same amount of energy as our planet does from the Sun, which would help retain water on its surface and result in a similar climate to Earth. Because scientists don't know for sure if the planet has an atmosphere and how thick it could be, it's impossible to predict the exact surface temperature on Gliese 667cc. If the planet does have an Earth-like atmosphere, it would transfer heat and equalize temperatures across the entire planet with a pleasant 30 degrees Celsius on the night side. Living on such a planet would be a much different experience. GJ667cc receives a faint reddish light from its star. The other two stars, Gliese 667a and b, are located at a distance of about 230 AU, much further than the distance between Pluto and the Sun, and outside the planetary system. However, the two other suns would still be seen as a pair of bright stars visible in daytime, and at night they would shine as bright as the full moon. And our sun would appear as a distant star. Unfortunately, the nearby red dwarf is known to emit flares or intense bursts of radiation and energetic particles up to 1,000 times stronger than the flares on our sun. This could be problematic for any potential life on the surface of Gliese 667cc, as the planet is located close to its flaring host star. And the strong magnetism of the red dwarf may cause star spots that can reduce the energy output of the star by up to 40% for months, which, combined with the lack of ultraviolet light emissions, would be another issue for the formation of life as we know it. Living on Gliese 667cc would be nothing like what we're used to, also because of how massive it is. The higher mass of the exoplanet means different gravitational acceleration on its surface. This world is rocky, and so the gravitational acceleration would be up to 60% higher than what we experience on Earth. A person weighing 75 kilograms on Earth would weigh as much as 120 kilograms on Gliese 667cc. In addition, a planet with higher mass can hold a more massive atmosphere, leading to higher atmospheric pressure at the planet's surface. In case it has an atmosphere similar to Earth's, the atmospheric pressure would only be a few times higher. But if the exoplanet has a Venus-like atmosphere, the pressure could be several hundred times greater, equivalent to the water pressure several kilometers deep in Earth's oceans. Despite its location in a habitable zone, Gliese 667cc may not have the same conditions as Earth. Life forms on Gliese 667cc may have to adapt to fluctuating and low light, a potentially high atmospheric pressure, and frequent flares. But this doesn't mean life cannot form on such a world. We've already seen examples of remarkable life adaptability on Earth. The two other potentially habitable planets are almost identical. Gliese 667ce and Gliese 667cf are both located farther out from their planet star, meaning they receive less energy. This could make them too cold to support life as we know it. But unlike with GJ667cc, having a thick atmosphere would be beneficial for potential life on these planets, as it would trap heat and maintain favorable temperature conditions. Spotting 3 such worlds in the habitable zone of the same planetary system is extremely rare, but 4 is almost unthinkable. According to one study, 5 planets in the Gliese 667c system are estimated to receive solar radiation ranging from 20 to 200% of the current exposure of Earth to the Sun, which makes them all candidates for potential habitability. But there are other factors in play. Scientists have determined that for a planet with a mass equal to Earth, the habitable zone around Gliese 667c has 2 boundaries. The inner boundary lies between 0.095 and 0.126 astronomical units from the star, while the outer boundary lies between 0.241 and 0.251 AU. Any planet orbiting within these distances from star C may be able to sustain life, as it would have the right conditions for liquid water to exist on its surface. If a planet is too close to its star, the heat will cause water to turn into vapor and escape, making the planet uninhabitable. This happens because water vapor is a greenhouse gas which can trap heat and cause temperatures to rise to intolerable levels. Only the planets at the inner edge of the habitable zone with a larger mass are more resistant to the moist greenhouse effect. On the other hand, if a planet is too far away from its star, like the outermost Gliese 667G, it risks being covered in ice. While gases like CO2 can warm the planet and prevent this, too much CO2 can actually cool the planet down by reflecting light away. So there's a limit to how much CO2 can help warm a planet. In 2013, astronomers made an announcement that Gliese 667c has a minimum of 6 planets, and there's a possibility of a 7th planet designated as GJ667ch. Although highly controversial, the exoplanet could be the smallest one found so far around Star C, with a mass of at least 1.1 times that of Earth, located just between the planets C and B. Because of its mass and proximity to the parent star, the planet H would be too hot for any life to form. But planets F and E are confirmed to orbit in the habitable zone, and although the estimated location of the planet D is outside the outer edge of the habitable zone, its orbit is still uncertain. This means Gliese 667, CC, CF, CE and possibly even CD are all potential habitable worlds. The discovery of densely packed planetary systems around M-dwarf stars, such as Gliese 667c, points to the existence of numerous populations of planetary systems out there, each with several potentially habitable planets. And since M-dwarfs account for more than 70% of all stars in our cosmic neighborhood, the number of such promising planetary systems in our galaxy is likely to be much greater than ever thought. Instead of searching for a single potential habitable planet among 10 stars, scientists can now focus on one star to find multiple Earth 2.0 candidates. As new and advanced telescopes are being developed, our ability to uncover the mysteries of the universe is growing at an exponential rate. What star system would you like to hear about next? Sound off in the comments. Stay tuned here to be the first to hear about the next big discovery in the cosmos, and make sure you click the super thank you button if you enjoyed the video. Thanks for watching.
This might just be the break I need. An excuse to escape these waters swirling with superstition. There are other places to catch this fish. Sereng attacks are known across Southeast Asia. In Malaysia and Thailand, they are believed to devour small children. So while the monsoon rages in India, I'll continue my quest in Thailand's far south. I've fished in Thailand before for enormous freshwater stingrays.
We've got it. I think we've got it.
And vicious giant snakeheads. And I've heard of a lake here that's legendary among anglers for being home to the strangest cocktail of monster fish in the world.
Oh, God.
It's a freshwater freak show where rare giants from across the globe have been released to swim with native species, including the sereng. There must be more river monsters here than in any other lake in the world. It's a long way from my normal fishing. But after my struggles in India, this could be the change I need.
I know they're in here. And here in Thailand, the fish doesn't have the supernatural power that it's supposed to have in India. So I'm back to what I'm used to, just me against the fish.
But even here, I'm not taking any chances. I'm fishing like I've never fished before, with 4 heavy rods, bomb-proof line, professional fishing guide Scott, and electronic bite alarms. It's like an angling midlife crisis.
They'd hardly hit the bottom.
But it's working.
Could be an Asian redtail.
I must be doing something right. I'd almost forgotten what it felt like to catch a fish.
It is a red-tailed catfish. Not what I came here to get, but an
interesting fish to see. This is a native of these waters, native of Southeast Asia. A large native catfish swimming in the same waters as the sereng. It's tantalizingly close to what I've come to catch. Oh! That looked like a catfish of some description. It's an Amazon redtail, I think. The fish are getting bigger, and this one is proof that I'm fishing a unique aquatic sanctuary. The Amazon redtail catfish are actually quite different. The Asian redtail has a smoother skin and a slightly different shaped, more deeply forked tail. I'm used to seeing this in the Amazon halfway around the world, and here it is thriving in Thailand. This lake really is a place of surprises. Ready to go? After all the frustrations in India, part of me feels like I've died and gone to angling heaven. But another part of me wonders whether hooking a sereng like this is cheating. Has my goal of catching this fish turned to an unhealthy obsession? But the promise of the sereng and all the other remarkable fish in this lake, it's a nice sized fish, whatever it is too much to resist. There it is. It's a red-tailed catfish. Amazon red-tailed catfish. There's a bit of a frenzy of red-tailed catfish going on. Another Amazon red-tailed catfish. The challenge in this lake, which is a challenge I don't normally have, is actually how to avoid catching fish. I need to avoid catching all the other fish that are in here, which really outnumber the sereng. Oh, and there it was right in underneath me, whatever it was. Oh, it was a red-tailed catfish. By daybreak, it's becoming a plague. This is an Amazon red-tailed catfish. Normally very rare in this part of the world, but as the day draws on, the fish get more interesting. What is that? Lovely. That is a very, very rare fish. Scott tells me there are more than 100 sereng in the lake, but only about half a dozen of these. It's a Chinese seerfish. This fish is so unusual, I know next to nothing about it. Don't know, I'm going to have to look this one up. Find out exactly what it's related to. It's very much...
Finnegan tipped $16.40.
I'm hoping it's just going to be a matter of time. Going. Some of my trips go for weeks without a catch. Oh, it just rolled. But here, I'm like a kid in a candy store. Right, we've got to be careful this doesn't slice the net, haven't we? It's an alligator gar, native of North America. They used to live in prehistoric times all around the world. So if it was here naturally, it would be a very strange relic. Day after day, the same pattern continues. I land well over 100 fish, belonging to 13 different species, some of them truly bizarre. A real odyssey, firewood catfish. You know, it's almost like this place is mocking me. Here's a rare fish, here's another rare fish. What I want is just eluding me, and there are more of those in here than there are things like that. Those Indian warnings are still playing on my mind. Could sereng bring bad luck even here, thousands of miles from the haunted Himalayas? This is even starting to feel like India. But as the rain clears, I'm into a fish. Good sized fish. And this one feels different. It's just going. Just gained a bit of line, the first bit of line I've gained. Gently. Oh,
Oh, oh! Silvery fish jumping out of the water. For a second, that looked like a serang, but it sliced straight through my super tough leader. So I was hoping that here I wouldn't get these sort of random things happening. Something's bitten that through. After 10 solid days fishing, something has to give. The big cloud, the bubbles down there. Big cloud of bubbles. I've hooked into my biggest fish yet. Yes, it's the fish. Could this be the one I'm waiting for? Fish is going to show, it's going to show. But a telltale flash of red and gold shows this isn't a serang. It's our climber, saw the whole thing come out of the water. It's an old adversary, a magnificent fish. But because of my fixation with the serang, I feel a tinge of disappointment. I know that fish are weightless in water, but even a fish like this, not even beating its tail, just the momentum of it, just the mass of it coming through the water, displacing water. Good line heading up through the water. But as this Amazonian giant is finally tamed here in Thailand, gosh, I'm again wondering if I'm looking for the wrong answers in the wrong places. 180-odd-pound arapaima. Whew, big smile on my face, but still no serang. But catching any fish that it takes 3 grown men to lift is surely cause for celebration. That's always really nice to see. Fish going off with plenty of energy, and just nice to see a fish in such good condition. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like the River Monsters page.
What we're learning here in the Galapagos Islands is animals have a far greater ability to adapt to a changing world than we thought. And you know, it's not just here. Stories of extreme evolution are popping up on islands everywhere. We got an inside tip about a discovery in the Caribbean that's changing the textbooks. Of all the stories in this series, this one's one of my personal favorites because my obsession is lizards. Back in 2017, it's hurricane season. Now, no one knows it yet, but weeks from now, 2 Category 5 storms will rip through the islands. It's the perfect setup to discover something wild. All you need is the right person in the right place at the right time.
Probably walk a little bit behind the pile where the palmetto trees are. That's a good area.
You're the expert, my man. Lead the way.
Yeah.
Like me, Anthony Harrell is into lizards in a big way.
I mean, I'm probably among the few people in the world that know quite a bit about lizards, so I would say I'm a lizard expert.
Getting to catch up with Anthony is pretty cool. He actually took me on my very first field trip back when I was an undergrad student. Now, you might think tracking down lizards in the undergrowth is kind of weird. And maybe it is, but it still gets me fired up. Anthony is looking for a very special population of the tiny lizards. with a surprisingly big story to tell. Silver key anoles only live on a few islands out here. They rely on grip and speed as they compete for food and a mate.
There's one over there. If you guys want to check it out, it's on the top of that front.
These lizards are highly territorial. Whichever of these two guys holds on to the top spot is more likely to get the girl. Now, I could watch this all day. But Anthony's not here to watch fights. He's here to catch lizards. And I can tell you, it's harder than it looks. Anthony's completing what we scientists call a baseline study.
Come on, my friend.
And pay attention in the back, because honest lizard data is going to be important.
Mm-hmm.
With expert handling, this doesn't hurt them at all.
Just by generally looking at it, so we can see that this is a male here, about 3 years of age. And then on each toe, you actually have these sticky toe pads that guide you. And as you can see, they're pretty fast, trying to get away. And so these measurements will basically allow us to look at populations and how they change through time and evolve as the environment is changing.
As luck would have it, Anthony heads home just as two massive storms are brewing out at sea. Hurricanes Irma and Maria.
The eye of Irma is right now moving through the Turks and Caicos Islands. Maximum sustained winds are potentially catastrophic, 175 miles per hour.
Both storms tear the islands apart. Anthony wonders, can his lizards possibly keep up with this kind of destructive change?
So I contacted one of the lean experts in the field, and he basically was like very skeptical. He said like, oh, I don't think you're gonna find anything. The lizards are probably all gonna be dead anyways. So why do you really want to go back?
Anthony is desperate to find out. So he returns. And he's shocked by what he finds. The average lizard now has bigger feet and longer front legs. More than that, when he carries on the study, he finds the lizards pass these traits on to their young. They're evolving into hurricane lizards. To find out what was going on, Anthony tells me he even recreates a hurricane with a leaf blower.
We had expected they would just jump off and get away from the wind, but they didn't. They actually went to the back side of the branch.
can see why those bigger feet and longer legs make a difference.
The big toe pads allow you to stick really well into that branch that you're holding onto. And the forelimbs allow you to really grip around the branch.
Surprisingly, the newly evolved hurricane lizards even have different aerodynamics. Amazing what we biologists will do in the name of science. All Anthony's work shows that evolution can take place at an incredible speed, even faster than with our finches in the Galapagos.
The fact that 2 hurricanes changed the morphology of the entire population, shifting their shape, is really quite amazing.
The hurricanes were what we biologists call selective events. We now know that the kind of evolutionary change that Darwin thought happened over millions of years can be triggered by a single catastrophic storm. And on a warming planet where extreme hurricanes are predicted to increase by 13% in the next 40 years, it's good to know some of the inhabitants here can handle themselves.
%50 accuracy? What do you mean 50%? Bro, I'm gonna be real accurate when I hurt your feelings. Welcome. Today we are hunting wabbits, and as you can see, we got some stuff, we got some things, but more importantly, we have you, chat, and you deserve to have a good Easter. I think it might be also blurry. TTS is on, and also sound is very. loud. And so if you do TTS and stuff, it'll come through. It is 500 bits today though because I have neighbors. Huh? Sick, dude. That's exactly what Daddy likes. Give me a second. What the fuck?
Help, I am trapped in their basement.
Mind your own fucking business, old man! Get out of here! Get out of here! Sorry about that. We've had an issue with one of the neighbors recently. He's a fucking prick, dude. It's crazy. He doesn't know. He doesn't know, but I'll fight him. He doesn't like this shit. He was yelling at me while I was setting this shit up earlier. So we have some stuff. We have some things, and we'll go over all of it. We have a couple different angles here. As you can see, there's some stuff on the table behind me. This is what we call target practice, boys and girls. So let me go ahead and show you guys that real fast. How about ya? Woo! Look at that. We have a little closer view of something going on over in these parts. For just 5 gifted subs, your girl will go ahead and do some little shooting. Do a little bit of rootin' tootin' shooting, because you know your girl needs practice. In case you guys also wanted to see another angle, perchance, we have, well, bam! Oh, okay, the GoPro's not on. The GoPro isn't working. How about ya? Hey, yo, it works! Whoa! Whoa! Guys, we're playing Minecraft today. That's actually what we're doing. Meh. 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 You like what you see? You're hunting for the Easter Bunny. He's out and about, and we want to find him and eat him, I think, because he is a delicacy, I believe, in many countries. We're going on a scavenger hunt, boys and girls. That's right. Yes, you. Yes, me. Yes, sir. Around the yard are various Easter bunnies. Our job is to find the Easter bunnies and okay, because any one of them, okay, could be the Easter bunny that we're looking for, okay? Yeah, I planned this out. Yeah, I did. If you take a look at, bam, if you take a look at this area, there's an Easter bunny. Oh my God, could it be the Easter bunny? I don't know, boys. I simply do not know. Okay, the only way I've ever known how to hunt in my entire life is, that's a weird looking dog. Thank you. My name is Maya. What? Oh, boys. Safety first. Yeah. All right. We're gonna go ahead and hunt the only way I know how, with a fucking Glock. Okay. All right. That's the way to do it. That's what we're gonna do. All right. You guys ready for this? First shot of the season. Are we ready? All right. Am I gonna hit the bunny? Is the question. I think I missed the bunny. I don't know where it went. I don't think I hit the bunny. They called this the Blastmaster 9000, I believe. I haven't actually practiced or shot with this one, so I'm probably gonna die.
You have to yell, get on the ground, and just start blasting.
Dude, my neighbor's dog is out. All right, target practice time. Woo! Let's go, baby! The safety's on. We're no longer safe here. Safe here? We're no longer safe here. Nothing's happening. How is this happening? Now, how do I cock it? How the fuck am I supposed to do that? I have no muscles in my body. All right, you stay here. You're gonna cock the gun for me every single time. It's just that easy. It's time for this Easter bunny to die. The safety's on. It's time for this Easter bunny to die. I don't know what I hit. I thought this was gonna be easy. I shot the pistol once earlier and hit my target. So I was like, oh, this is easy. I'm a crack shot, like I got this. As it turns out, might not be the case. Come on. Okay, let's all agree that I am hitting the bunny. I'm just not hitting it on its face. Am I stupid? All right, so to shoot the gun, okay? All right, listen, let's talk about this. I have to line up this thingy with this thingy, and they have to be flat, right? What am I missing here? What am I missing? Whoa, bro! Okay, we actually hit it that time, boys. Look at that. Look at that. I probably hit that one, and that's progress, okay? We like that. So now that we know what we're doing, we're gonna hit the bunny. We're gonna hit the bunny. 50% accuracy? What do you mean 50%? Bro, I'm gonna be real accurate when I hurt your feelings. Okay,
here's the thing. The bunny moved. The bunny moved. I hit the bunny. Look, 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 look.
Look, guys. Look, look. Hey, disconnected.
Hold on. Oh my God. I don't know if you guys can see it on this camera angle, but right here, look. Hold on. Oh, fuck it. I got. Look. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I planted that before? Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your gourd, bro? All right, hold on. Let's see it then. Let's go ahead and go to the GoPro. You're going down, down, and sugar going down swinging. I'll be a number one with a bullet. A loaded gun complex, cock it and pull it. Where did that even go? I'm going down, down, and sugar, I'm going down swinging. I'll be a number one. I'm going down, down, and sugar, we're going down swinging. I'll be a number. How? Logically. How? Oh. Wait. No. That can't be it, right, chat? We're going down, down, and sugar, we're going down, swinging. I'll be a number one. A little guy complex, cock it and pull it. Ooh! Let's go, boys! Okay, so as it turns out, I have to lift the gun. I knew this whole time there was something wrong, because ain't no way I wasn't hitting the goddamn bunny. God, I'm gonna break my fucking wrist doing this. Man. Oh, baby! I hit the same place twice because I'm God, bro. Because of a crack shot. Maya, are we just really shooting a bunny this whole time? Is that really what's going on today? Is this all you have planned? Is this it? Absolutely not, dude. What do I look like to you? Some sort of pussy, bro? Some sort of loser, dude? We're going on a scavenger hunt. Around this backyard, okay, DJ has hidden some eggs over here, okay, just over yonder. I'm just gonna go pick it up because you guys might be able to see it too. Over here is a little Easter egg, and inside each Easter egg is a challenge, okay? So we gotta go and find some Easter eggs. The storm call. By the end of the stream, show up Stormfall with an absolutely atrocious bird. That was a weak one. That was weak. What? What the hell is that? What the fuck? This is a real gun, actually. My neighbor just handed me a real gun. Oh, sheesh. Okay, give me a second. Let me take a look at it, boys. The gun fairy has giveth me a new weapon. Holy shit, that packs a punch. Oh my God, I'm actually killing it. Look at that. Oh, I think it jammed. Oh my God, I'm scared. It jammed. I'm scared. I'm scared. Neighbor, it jammed or something. It's not shooting and I'm scared because there's no safety. We're gonna find another bunny to shoot is the thing. Oh. It was literally right in front of me. The Holy Spirit is verified. The Holy Spirit is described as a bird that often relays messages from God. Let chat relay a message with a different bird, Twitter, that stays up for the rest of stream. It sounds fun. Let's do it. All right, chat, it's your job. You have to come up with something for me to tweet. It has to stay up for the rest of the stream. So do it quickly. Do it. Generate something. Think fast, chat. Oh, can we do a variation of, man, feet are so ugly, disgusting, bleh. Post a picture of your feet to prove me wrong. Can we have a version of that? Feet are so fucking gross. I've literally never seen a good pair of feet. Send me the hottest pic of your feet to try to prove me wrong. How do we feel about it, boys? You know, since I'm doing this, it would be awful if, you know, some of you actually responded to it. It would be so bad if some of you actually sent me your feet on this tweet. It is tweeted, note that I have done the challenge as per requested. We're gonna look for a bunny. We're gonna look for a bunny, boys and girls. We're gonna look around. We're gonna see what we can find. Okay. Well, I mean, the bunnies aren't really hidden. See, there's a bunny right there. Did we just shoot it? Oh my God, she's cracked, bro. Look at that. He's dead. Oh my God, somebody call an ambulance because like he's simply dead. Literally saw nothing. What do you mean? First of all, he put an Easter egg behind the bunny. Okay? Little uncouth, okay? Secondly, the camera was pointed down. Well, look at this guy. Look at this guy. That was me. That's all me, baby. All right, give me a second. We're just gonna leave him there. But that's my second bunny. Let's go ahead and do the bunny challenge real quick. We got 2 bunny challenges to do. The first bunny challenge. What the hell? Okay, this one's called Maya the Gardener. The grass is looking a little long. Please mow it with your invisible lawnmower. Cool. All right, we're gonna, what a grueling task. We're gonna, and then we're gonna lift it up on its wheels, and we're just, okay, and then we're gonna move it over here, and we're just gonna, fuck, it stalled. Hold on, give me a second. Okay, there we go. Now we're going. Ah, damn it. There's a bunny over there. I'm really annoying the neighbors right now. I don't like this. They're gonna call the police because there's a lot of grass here and it gets like all fucked up, you know. This is my confession. Maya confesses a sin to the chat that they don't know about. This isn't a challenge. This is truth or dare. Oh my, I know one. Okay, this isn't really, I feel like this is bad, but it doesn't count as a sin. Maybe it does. I don't know. Okay, so when I was like 5 or 6, my family got us our first like family dog. Her name was Mocha, little Pomeranian, okay? Sweetest little dog ever. She died many moons ago, but before she did, a couple weeks into having a dog, and my parents didn't like tell us the rules of having a dog, you know, like walk them, let them outside, all that stuff. I'm 5, you know? So I'm sitting there on the couch, and it was like around Christmas times, and It was around Christmas time, and I had these Christmas-colored M&Ms. And I was eating them on the couch, and Mocha comes up to me, and she's all fucking excited and like really, really happy and stuff. And me, being like a stupid little kid, I just like took a handful of M&Ms and just let her eat the M&Ms, not realizing that, you know, chocolate's not very good for dogs. Later, like it might have been like a month later, I don't remember the exact time frame, but my mom was talking to my dad about how she left a Hershey's bar on the couch and she was worried about Mocha eating it. And I was like, why is it a problem if Mocha eats the chocolate bar? And my mom was like, because chocolate is toxic to dogs. So I like was like, oh, and like just thought like, oh, well, thank God it didn't kill her because I didn't know, you know, like Maya the dog killer Danny. That's true. There's another Easter egg challenge. After this, we're gonna go on a little scavenger hunt. We're gonna like take like 60 seconds and look for Easter eggs. What? What? No! 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 He's shredded for our sins. Do a trick on your scooter. To win, you must land the trick. All right, so I'm gonna ride it. I'm gonna try to do like a little bunny hop. I feel like that's appropriate for Easter. Okay, we ready? Ready? I mean, I think that went well. I mean, realistically, that was like a 10 out of 10, right? You landed that trick like I landed my tech deck trick. It was acceptable? Yes! All right, chat. We're gonna kill another bunny. Let's go ahead and take this guy. Yeah. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him. Okay, I see that little guy right there. You see him? Oh my God, they called me a crack shot. I want you to look at him. Look at him. Dude, okay, we're actually kind of insane though with the bunnies. They call this the big boy. I don't know. Nope, Christ has come. DJ blesses your forehead with a mayonnaise cross. Well, DJ's not home. So this isn't like a fail. We just have to wait, right? We have to wait for DJ to get home, right? Guys, I have another gun. Guys, I have another gun I've been keeping secret from you this whole time. It's this one. Woo! Yeah, that's right. And this one. Bitch. Bitch. Yeah. Try something. Try something. Try something. See what happens. Try it. Now see what happens. Now see what happens. Oh no, chat. She's robbing you of your stuff. Oh no. Oh no. This is a holdup. Yeah, that's right. Give me your sub. Give me them right now. Give me them right now or I'll shoot. My finger's on the trigger. I'm not practicing good gun safety. Love thy Tulsa. Compliment Tulsa. The mod, not the city. I'll take a punishment. Purely for the editors. Oh, one green screen reaction to the editors to be completed on another stream. Easiest W of my life, bro. No, you just put it on your finger and then you make it. Yeah. No. 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 Yeah, I know.
That's kind of a cross.
Jesus. Oh, yes. Hold on. Yay. Goodbye, cummies. A dandelion. Must be the last one of the season. God. No. No, 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 no. Ark of the Covenant. No. No. Uninstall the game once and for all. No. What are you gonna do? Make me? What are you gonna do? Make me? I'm not doing it. I'm simply not doing. How are you gonna force me? How are you going to force me? Do 2 punishments instead? People are saying do 2 punishments instead. Or gift subs. Damn, I'll do 2. What gifting subs? No. Blood of the Christ hitting different. A shot. I have to do a shot. Are you ready? Oh god, I don't want to do this. All right. It's warm. Oh my god, fine. Debt paid. Send Rizzoli his ducky. Okay, I'm going to the office on Thursday. I'll send out your ducky on Thursday, on Friday morning. I'll get it sent out.
You're getting your ducky? What? 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 Wait. What's sending me the ducky a fucking punishment?
Duck it will do it live. Shoot the rubber ducky, only gets 2 tries. If both miss, punishment number 8. Oh shit. I don't know where punishment number 8 is, but I'm assuming it's in the thing. Maybe we've already done it. I don't know. Hi. Here's I. Twitch.tv/rubber ducky. I don't want to shoot him. Look at him. He's so musical. I put the ducky over there on the swing. It's gonna hit it first try. You ready? Okay, we have one more attempt. Oh wait, it didn't shoot. It didn't shoot because I loaded it wrong. I knew something was off. It didn't shoot. It doesn't matter though, because it's this try. Woo! Yeah! Yes, dude! We are what we call a crack shot. A absolute crack shot, bro. Oh no. Song on the ukulele about Easter/Jesus. This is the Uke of Destiny. There we go. How are we doing? A chicken shat out an egg, one that she had laid, and it was kind of brown. People said, why ain't that egg white? That shit don't look right. And also, this isn't an analogy for anything. Anyway, that chicken crew showed all the powerful things he could do. Like water into wine, he went and drank it all the time and ate some bread with his face on it. Or something like that. But I don't really know the literature because the Bible's long and hard to read. But I like it 'cause it gives me a little egg day to spend with friends, say. Happy Easter for this dumb streamer. Happy Easter. Do you like it? That's hard. It's hard to think of like a little song. That was so good. Really? You guys are way too nice to me, honestly. That's really sweet though. I know he hid one in the lemon tree because he was like, have you taken a look at all of our lemons? Oh.
Do you think I want a messy burrito? No one
Holy
wants a
shit,
messy
that's 6.
burrito.
Oh. I can't read. There we go. There we go, boys. Got it. Easy. How many are here? 3? What? You mother... Are you in here? Right here? Are you serious? I have in my hands a little new Easter challenge. You simply cannot. Maya can't use the word simply for the rest of the stream. Easy. Easy. If she does, glass of water dumped on her head. I have a GoPro. I will not say that word for the rest of the stream. What word? I don't know. You'd have to like go back in the VOD and watch it. Happy Easter. You have to hop around to move for the next 15 minutes. To win, you must hop even through other challenges during that time limit. Death and taxes. Has Maya filed her taxes? Due date is in a week. When taxes filed. That's not how it works for California this year, you chumps. They're not due next week because of a weather crisis that we had, okay, that apparently counts as a catastrophe, so they were delayed until fucking October, okay? I don't need to file my damn taxes. Use a bat stick pole to spin around, then hit an object DJ throws to you with it. DJ, I need your help. The hopping isn't really gonna work. Do we give me a pass on this one, chat, since I literally have to? Like, it's the only way it works. Okay. Woo! Oh. Woo! If people could you crouch? Could you get on your knees? Huge claps and chat for DJ and all the things that he does for this stream. He does such amazing shit. He deals with a lot of really dumb stuff. He makes this possible. So give DJ uppies. Come on. Put him up. Get him up there. We'll get him up there. Yay, you ready? You ready? Oh my god! You're so handsome! Look at you! Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. It's okay. These things happen. I know. It gets scary up there. Thank you so much for everything you do. Sorry, boys, got a little bit distracted, but I think that's where we're gonna go ahead and call it for today. Thank you for joining me this Easter. Sorry again about missing Easter. And can we go down? Can we go down the slide? You guys ready? Get your cripers in, chat. Time to go. Time to go. Bye, byes. Bye, chat. Love you. Love you. Bye. Whee! But I like it 'cause it gives me a little egg day to spend with friends. Say Happy Easter for this dumb streamer. Happy Easter.
One of you guys sent me this text message that you got from scammers who claimed that $1,600 had been used on your blockchain wallet. I've never seen this exact text, but I had a hunch that they were going to ask me to buy Bitcoin. Scammers have been asking people to go to Bitcoin ATMs that look something like this and send them money. After you purchase the Bitcoin, they will expect a receipt with a QR code on it, which is the perfect opportunity to troll them. Scammers rely on you trusting them more than anything. You're about to see that these scammers' scripts aren't always that logical and can lead to some hilarious moments. But what's concerning to me is the amount of messages I've been getting from you guys about your family being targeted with very specific information. They called you with your name, address, maybe even your social security number, and that can make you trust them. For a lot of us, myself included, that information is even publicly available because of data breaches. I recently partnered with Aura, who has a whole suite of tools centered around identity theft. Their app will show you what parts of your identity have been compromised, and I think that's useful to know before you get a call from scammers or before you apply for a mortgage and realize someone else already did. When I first signed up, I was surprised at how much of my information had already been leaked, but I was impressed at how quickly Aura started removing it. That is a real pain. If you sign up at aura.com/Kiboga, they'll give you an exclusive 21-day free trial, but the scammers I'm about to talk to got nothing, which made them really angry. Here's the story.
Thank you for calling Blockchain Customer Service. You're speaking with Ryan. How may I help you today?
Yeah, I just got a text message from you guys about
Yes,
a
ma'am.
blockchain. I didn't make this.
So, like you're trying to say you didn't make any purchase, am I correct?
Correct.
Right now, we have found out that there are multiple blockchain accounts being created with your personal information, and we have found out that there are purchases been going on around 6 a.m., which was considered as authorized by you. But
This could
as
go
a
either
fact
way
is,
still.
you are denying that you didn't make such kind of transactions or
SSN?
you
Is
didn't
it-
give any authorizations. Am I correct, ma'am?
No, God, 6 a.m. You think I wake up that early? whoever said early bird gets the worm they must have. I don't know. They're crazy.
In order to stop all these transactions, I need to go ahead and forward your call to the headquarters of your bank, okay? So they'll help you further to stop all these transactions because currently your personal stuff has been misused.
Somebody in chat I saw say he might not be a scammer. I assume you're joking, but he's good. Like this is fairly professional. It's streamlined. He's nice.
This call may be recorded. Thank you for calling
This is
Bank of America's
This is the
National
scammers that I
Direct
want to
Sales
talk to.
Department.
Your line has been connected to the headquarters of Bank of America. This is Thomas. Are we connected?
Hi, Thomas.
Just give me an approx example as how much you would be holding. That would be more than $5,000 or more than $10,000 and less than $11,000. Anything like that?
Oh yeah, definitely more than 10,000. way more than that.
Okay, that's absolutely perfect. Not a problem. So now let me
If
inform
you
you,
want to
Ms.
just
Andrus,
keep like
as you know very well that they
saying
have
numbers,
been...
I can say hot or cold if you want. I don't feel comfortable saying it over the phone, but if you want to, if
No.
you say the numbers, then I can let you know if you're warmer or colder.
Ms. Andrus, I do understand, and it's very good that you have not been providing your personal information to anyone. Someone has opened multiple bank accounts using your name and your personal information.
Wow.
I'll be transferring your call to the headquarters of Bank of America Fraud Department, as
Wow.
they will be handling this case as a transaction that has been taken place from your account.
I had no idea I was going to be talking to both of these places here.
No. Miss,
At
let me
both,
tell you, Miss Andrus. Miss Andrus, let me tell you.
The fraud
as the
department
amount-
sounds kind of serious.
Yeah, I know very well that you haven't done anything bad, but the fraud department, because as let me tell you, under the Act of 1947, it has been clearly informed that all the cases regarding as fraud should be
Listen to this.
to the headquarters of fraud department because they are the only one who has the permission to help you in this case to make sure that everything goes fine and simple. Okay? Thank you for holding the line. Your call has been transferred to fraud division. This is Jacob. This account has been restricted this morning due to suspected fraud charge. As I can see, there is a charge on this account, which is today's pending charge. An online transaction has been made on the name of crypto.
Costco or crypto?
Yeah, there is a transaction. Are you understanding what I'm trying to say?
No,
I'm trying to say
your voice is it's not.
cryptocurrency. Do you know what is a cryptocurrency is?
Yeah, okay, yes, that's what the guy at Blockchain was talking about. You know, both of the guys I was
You can
talking
hear me,
to
right?
earlier,
No, see,
we were having
you're
some
talking in the same time.
connection
The
problems.
reason, listen,
That could be.
listen to
I don't
me,
know
miss.
what it is
Listen.
exactly,
Can
but
you hear me?
hopefully
Hello?
it'll clear up.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello? Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm trying to give you some information. If you're gonna speak in between, how would I go ahead and explain to you that what is happening?
Oh no, you're fine. I think the phone there might be like a delay.
Can we have a word regarding this transaction which has been made? Can I explain you something?
Yeah, yes, please. I was actually hoping because I had been on the phone
Now
for a
listen to me.
while. I was hoping that you guys would be able to explain it. Give me the good news. Were you able to cancel those
Now let me tell you, miss.
2 charges for
Listen.
the 13,500 and the
Can I speak?
1,599?
Can I speak? Can I speak? Now let me
You're
tell you,
good-
I
you're good
just
to
tried
go.
to cancel this charge, but it. Listen to me.
I'm listening.
Miss,
Just go ahead
I'm
and
giving you some
explain it.
information. If you're
That's
gonna
all.
listen, stop talking. Stop talking for a moment. If I have something to ask, I'll let you know to speak. I'll let you know to answer my question. Okay? First, listen to me now, because we
I've
are
been
running out
listening
of
the whole
time,
time.
and you are talking with. Listen. So, do you want to work on this case or not? Do you want to lose your money?
God, no. I don't want to lose my money. Like I
Well,
said,
listen to me now. Stop
I was
talking.
trying
Yeah,
to find
stop
out
talking.
about the
Stop talking.
$13,000 charge because I wanted to get that canceled. That's why I'm glad I'm on the
Now let
phone
me
with
tell
the
you,
fraud
miss,
department.
listen to me. Now what I'm trying to say, I just tried to cancel the charge, but it's not possible. It seems to be pre-authorized charge. Do you know what does a pre-authorized charge mean?
Yes, yeah. So I've seen those show up in my statements before, where I think it has something to do, like if you charge, isn't it with gas? I think it was invented when you bought gas at a gas station. That you would swipe because you could swipe your card
just say no.
to buy gas, and
no,
they would
no, you don't have
pre-authorize
any
a
idea what
charge
is a
for like
pre-authorized charge.
a bunch
Listen.
of money, and then that way they don't know how many gallons of gas they're gonna buy, kind of a thing. So
Listen to me.
I think
Stop
that might be the
talking.
pre-auth.
Stop talking. Stop talking. It's a clear case of hacking, not with your phone. Your information has been hacked. And hackers has intercepted your phone line, and they authorize the transaction by using your identity on it. This is not a first case of identity theft, but almost, I would say, 5 to 6 people are facing the same problem.
Really?
So there is a certain, there is a certain steps.
It's not just me. Like there's other people at both. You're saying?
Do you understand what is the 5 to 6 people are facing the same problem?
Yeah, is it
What problem are you
526
facing?
or between 5 and 6?
Miss, I said 5 to 6 people are facing the same problem. I never mentioned 526 people.
Okay.
Now, like I said, I had a word with the senior superiors. In order to prevent this charge to take place, we have to encrypt the same amount into a digital wallet. So do you know how to make a duplicate transaction?
I don't know if I have duplicate charges on the account here. Do you have to pay extra for that feature? Or can you enable?
It's not cleared yet.
Can you
Listen,
enable?
it's a pending charge.
Can you enable
do you
the
understand
the
what is a
duplicate charges?
duplicate?
Or no?
Stop talking. Stop talking.
Are you talking to me?
All right, we are done for today. Thank you. You have a blessed day.
Excuse
we
me?
are done. I don't want to talk to you because you are not a very good listener.
Okay, sir, you work for me.
You know how to talk.
You understand
know
that?
how to talk, but you're not very good listener.
I'm your customer.
I do understand you. You just keep talking. You know how to talk.
Can I ask
but
you
you
a
don't know
question?
how to listen.
Can I please ask you a question?
No, you can't. You cannot.
Who died and made you king?
Okay?
There's $13,000 in my account that should be there.
I ask you a question. How long it will gonna take to okay, so you can go to the, how long it gonna take to leave from your house and you can go to the Bank of America? I asked you that question. I didn't tell you that how long it's gonna take to reach there. I asked you how long it's gonna take to get ready and you can leave from your house and you can go to the Bank of America.
I think it's about 30 minutes away.
And we have got a lot of complaint in the past. The local branch employees have sold the customer information on a dark web. Have you ever heard about a dark web? Can you just tell me yes or no?
I'm not sure. I'm familiar. I believe I'm familiar with the deep web.
If you're not sure,
so
just say no.
Is the deep web
if you're
the
not
same
sure,
thing
just
as
say
the dark
no.
web? Can I answer your question with
So
a
if
question?
you don't...
Is the deep web the same as the dark web? This guy's so...
The scammer wants me to go to the bank and take out $15,000 cash. The idea is that there are 2 charges, one for $1,500 and one for $3,500, that need to be duplicated. If I make a transaction using Bitcoin, somehow the bank is going to be able to cancel them out. To get under the scammer's skin more than I already have, decided to tell him that I could only take $10,000 out of the bank. How could I make an exact duplicate, a replica, if I don't have $15,000?
Ooh, we do have a little bit of a problem. How do I make a duplicate shard?
I will gonna guide you. So can you tell me how far is
No,
that
but
address
like
which
I don't
given
have
to
I
you?
don't have the $15,000. I only have $10,000, so I'm not going to be able to duplicate it.
Yeah, first transaction for 1,599. Can we do that first? Can we go ahead and create a duplicate transaction for
I'm not really worried about the
1,599?
$1,599. I'm worried about the 13,000.
Because see, if you will not gonna stop the first transaction, how we gonna go ahead and stop the second transaction? So we are working with you to stop the first transaction,
I
which
wonder
has
if
been
I can
made.
get another $3,000 somehow. Like if I go, I wonder if I go back in there and I just demand it. You know, like I make a scene. I care in it. I can't lose $13,500. You know, that's what I'm saying right now. Like it's becoming very real to me. It wasn't really real to me before, but now it's very real that I'm about to lose $13,500. I could phone a friend. And maybe they'd let me borrow some cash.
Do not text to your friend. I said, see, right now, listen.
He lives
First,
nearby.
I want you to listen to me.
He lives
Can
nearby,
I talk?
so like it wouldn't
Can I
be
talk?
that bad. And
Can I talk?
He's good
Miss?
people too. Just say, hey, I need cash fast.
Can I talk?
The niece
Hello?
is calling to collect. This is
Hello?
not a drill. Code
Hello?
red. This
Hello?
is not a drill.
What is code red?
I need cash.
Miss, stop texting everyone. Stop texting everyone regarding red code red. What is that?
Code red? No, that's just, I'm saying like
What
it's
do you mean by
I'm saying
code
it's
red?
serious. I need help. It's not a joke, you know?
So just tell them I'm okay. Just tell them I am okay. That's it. I am here to help you. You don't
I'm
have
not
to take
okay
help.
though. I'm not okay. I'm about to lose $13,000.
Do you understand what I said? You will not gonna lose it.
You think red is too serious? Because I don't want to scare him. I'm just.
Put whatever code. Code orange, code red, code blue. Do whatever you want. First, listen to me first.
Because I just can't. I can't lose this money. I cannot lose it.
Can you
God,
listen?
I am one
Miss,
of
can
5
you
to
listen?
6
Stop talking.
people that are involved in a global hiccup with BOFA, and it's like what are the odds? Well, it's between 5 and 6. God, you can't roll that on a dice, you know?
Can you go inside the store and look for the Bitcoin machine?
I only have 10,000. So.
That's what we are going to update in the system. That's what we are trying to say, miss. We are trying to go ahead and update it for you.
Did it work? Because then I can tell Tony he doesn't have to drive all the way here.
Yeah, once you make...
I just need a yes or no.
Yeah, just tell them, yeah, it is work. Yeah, it's work.
So
just
you are
don't
able,
tell your friend
to
drive.
get into the system and change the numbers so they... Right?
Yes.
Yes? So you're in there, and you can change the 2 transactions to be 1 transaction for 10,000.
That's right. We have already done that part of the job. So can you leave from your car?
Can you do one thing?
Can you go inside the store?
When you're in there, instead of 10,000, can you write 0?
We cannot do that. I cannot. I didn't tell you that we cancel the transaction. I said first we're gonna make a transaction and we're gonna buy some time for you so we can post your transaction to your statement.
How low can you make it? Since you can edit it to 10,000, can you make it like
That's the last
1,
thing. That's the last thing which we need to do, miss. 10,000.
I know in some states, in order to make a legal sale, it has to at least be $1. So can you change it to $1? That would, God, that would really help.
We cannot do that. We're gonna post your transaction to your statement, and we're gonna keep this recording as an evidence that you have made a transaction. So you are a victim, so we can cancel the transaction, and the money will be with you in the wallet.
Answer me yes or no. Am I making a duplicate transaction of $13,500? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, then I have to tell him it's... God, you know, you're supposed to be helping me, but you're really not helping me. I told him it was a code green, now I have to tell him it's a code red and to come back. I hope they
You
listen
are
to the
not a
recording
good
and you
listener.
lose your
First,
job. I hope
listen
you
to
get
me.
written up. I hope you get written up because I'm
First,
seething
you
right
have
now.
to listen.
I am under so much pressure and you are not helping me. Even a little bit. What an absolute disaster.
Okay, can I speak?
What an absolute...
Can I speak now?
No, you cannot. I have let you talk to me all day, and now in my moment of need, when I've done everything that you asked, I listened to your absolute mockery of help. Everything you said made no sense, but I did it all because I thought you were trying to help me. And now I'm here, and I'm not going to be able to save my money because you made a mistake, because you messed up.
Can you go inside the store? Can you find the machine, coin cloud machine, Bitcoin machine?
No, I
like an
can't do
ATM
that. I
machine?
cannot do that yet because I don't have $13,500. Are you listening to me?
Miss, that's
Are
what
you
we.
listening?
Are you listening to me? I said you need to make a transaction.
Can you listen
of
to me?
10,000, and we're gonna post your transaction for $10,000,
I
and we're
can't-
gonna make an
doesn't
update
that doesn't help me.
listen,
How does that help me? It's not a duplicate charge. 13,000
First,
does
listen.
not
First,
equal
listen to me.
10,000.
Listen.
$10,000 is
Listen.
less than
Listen.
$13,500. Or in other words,
listen.
$10,000.
Listen.
If you were to stack it up next to each other, if you were to put it in single bills and stack it up from the floor all the way up, maybe it goes up to about your waist high. Honestly, I don't know. I've never done that before. The 13,000 would go higher. Literally a 3-year-old. I'm telling you, my 3-year-old niece would be able to look at the $13,000 stack of money and the $10,000 stack of money, and without any hesitation, I would say which one is higher, and they would push it over and giggle. Okay? But you don't even possess the ability to do that, do you? You don't have the opportunity to stop for 3 seconds and think about it.
Listen to me.
I don't know if anybody taught you.
Listen to me.
I'm actually starting to wonder how you got this job. The more I think about it.
Listen to me.
The more I think about it, it's like okay.
Listen
Everything you've
to
been
me.
saying, you just made it up.
Listen
You're
to
like,
me.
Go down here. We're gonna duplicate everything. We're gonna
Listen
you
to
just trust
me.
me. I got it. I got it under control.
Listen to me.
And now I'm
Listen to
sitting
me.
here, and it's like, look at this. It's
Listen to
absolute
me.
It's absolute
Listen
madness.
to
It's
me.
absolute madness.
Listen to me.
Madness.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Give
I
me a
don't even wanna
chance.
talk. I don't want to talk
Give
to
me
you.
a chance.
No.
Give me a chance to speak. Can I
What the
speak?
heck even is this Bitcoin machine?
Give me a chance to speak. Do you want me to freeze every single account which you have under your
Dude,
name, Shane,
I'm telling you, you're absolutely useless.
every
Why would I need you
account?
to freeze? I don't need you to freeze my banks. I need you to
Because
get
we don't
me
know. I believe you are the culprit.
$13,500
You
is
are
what
the
I'm trying to do.
person.
So,
You are the person. I believe you're doing this kind of
Okay.
criminal transaction, and you are making a story.
I wanna
You're not
buy
listening.
Bitcoin.
Can I speak?
says buy
Yes.
Bitcoin.
Are you in front of the
Literally
machine?
the only options here. It's like, why would I want to buy Bitcoin right now?
Yeah.
What does that
Click
have
on
anything?
buy
What does that have
Bitcoin.
anything to do with anything?
So that's what you're making a duplicate transaction on the Bitcoin. What the hacker have done, they have made a transaction on blockchain. It's a Bitcoin.
Don't tell
Did
me.
you
by
put
the
your
way,
number
don't-
on that machine?
Yeah, it's asking me. It's giving me 5 to 6 different options of what cryptocurrency
Yeah, what option you
I
can
want to
see?
buy.
Just read me the option. Bitcoin. Click on Bitcoin.
Litecoin, Polygon, Bella,
Click on Bitcoin.
Dogecoin.
Click on Bitcoin.
Thing.
Click on Bitcoin.
Which one of these do? God, which one? Let me ask you.
Click on Bitcoin.
Hey guys, this is not a
Click
red
on
alert.
Bitcoin.
Change it to orange alert.
They have used a Bitcoin, so click on Bitcoin, miss.
Okay, Bitcoin.
You're making a transaction under your information. Click on Bitcoin, and I will be helping you to. Just let me know what option do you see in that machine screen, so I can guide
now
you.
it's asking me how much I want to send.
Technically, the charge was $1,599, and since I don't have a dollar, I can't make a duplicate charge. He's not going to be very happy about that, right?
Let me ask you about that one counter if I can get change for
Miss, do
100.
not leave that machine. You have your money on that
Okay,
machine.
I'll be right back because I need the
Click on-
$99 exactly.
Don't do back. Don't do back. Click on I am done.
Yeah, but if I do 1,600, then
If you're gonna click on back, the money will be stuck in the machine. So click on done. What option do you see on the machine screen?
it's only
Yeah.
15.
Yeah, don't put $15.99. Put $1,600.
But that's not a duplicate amount. It's not a duplicate. Do you understand?
$1 will be provided to you. Your dollar will be provided to you from our side. Don't you worry about
I'm
it.
not worried about the dollar. I'm worried about it has to be the exact thing the hackers did. You're saying that at 6
No, it
a.m.
don't- it
a
doesn't have to
hacker
be
came
exact
to this
thing.
store, probably broke into the store
Miss,
because it
it
wasn't open,
doesn't-
and went to this ATM and used my identity to buy something, right? And now I'm doing the same thing they did.
See, they have done online. Miss, don't click on cancel. Just put $100 bills more and click on I am done.
It's like printing a little thing. I don't know
Yeah,
exactly
print
what
a
it is.
receipt.
Yeah.
Okay, click the picture of that and send it on the same number. So do you receive the hi message where you have got the QR code?
Let me see.
Click a clear picture by keeping that in a flat surface.
What is this picture for? You still haven't explained it.
So we can attach to your documentation. Miss.
Okay.
You have sent it
Who
your
cares
ID
about the
picture,
documentation? I want
and
to
you
know
need
if
to
it
send.
went through. Did it work? Do you see it in my account? Did it work?
So that's what you are trying
That's
to
what
see.
I'm asking you about. Can you just listen to me, please? Can you listen? Because you're doing a really bad job at listening. I'm telling you right now, you are the world's worst listener. I'm asking you a very simple question, and I need a yes or no answer from you. That's all I need. Did the transaction get duplicated, Jake?
Yes.
Okay. Thank God.
Yeah, with the help of this receipt, the transaction will get duplicated.
Because you haven't been much of a help.
Thank God.
Thank
Can you
God.
click a clear picture? Keep it in a flat surface. Click a clear picture.
In a minute.
Okay. Once you're done with that, let me know.
My back hurts, honestly. Hold on, I got 2 receipts, so I'm just trying to figure out which one you need. Do you need the public key code or the private key code? Because there's
Private key.
Because there's also a private key maze.
Yeah,
is it
click
called
the
a Q
private
maze?
key. Yeah.
A QR maze? Is that what you need? That says private key?
Do you see, public key is different and private key is different. Don't you understand?
Okay. So you need...
Click the picture of private key.
I originally sent this picture to the scammer and then realized it said public key, so I sent another that said private key. It's the same QR code though. We'll see if he buys it. If not, that's fine. We already had our fun. It's like it's a beta test live.
Then let me check it. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, now the money has successfully in the account of the wallet, okay?
Okay. We did it.
Yes, we did it.
No, there's no way he scanned that QR code. He's just, there's 0 chance he scanned that QR code.
Made a transaction of, what is the amount you have made a transaction of?
Is it I assume it verifies on that receipt.
Yeah,
right?
it's verified. Yeah, it's verified. So can you tell me what is the amount you have put it in that
I honestly can't.
machine?
I honestly don't remember if it was the 15 or 16. How do I, if I scan it, then will it tell me the details? How do I get like a...
Oh wait, he just hung up so fast. I wonder if he scanned it. I was trying to rickroll him. It's just, he hung up so fast, so I wonder if he did. I just was hoping to hear it, you know? I just wanted to hear in the background. I mean, he just instantly hung up, so I assume like his buddy. I assume somebody else scanned it at this point because...
The number you are trying to reach is no longer in service.
He definitely scanned it because he blocked me. But can you imagine 3.5 hours and then you just like, oh, they must be so mad. I am 100% sure that the scammers scanned the QR code. I was using a tracking link, but at the time when I was recording this on the live stream, I was using the wrong URL, so I didn't know if anyone had scanned it, but they definitely did. I tried to call back later because now I had some location information. I figured I could scare them a little bit, make them angry, but they just kept blocking my numbers and ultimately turned their number off. Hopefully they were already kind of worried and scared. I'm sure they weren't expecting to waste 3 hours and then get rickrolled. I hope you had some fun and had a chance to laugh. Maybe learned a few things while you watched. If you did, please share it. It helps a ton. As always, know that you're valuable and that you matter. I'll see you in the next video. Bye.
Oh, look at that. See, look at that. I think I'm gonna break this. Oh, there it is. There it is. That just means bring me the money. Hey, I'm sommelier Andre Houston Mack, and today I'm going to be tasting 10 tequilas ranging from about $20 to $175. There's so many different types of tequila out there, so what are you really getting for each type and at those price points? Today we're going to find out. As a sommelier, our job is to taste all different types of beverage, spirits, wine, tea, coffee, anything liquid in the restaurant. Generally, the sommelier is responsible for. These are all tequilas from Mexico, generally from around the region of Jalisco. They're all made with the blue agave plant, and based on how that plant is processed and aged determines what type of tequila you get. Much like a wine label, you can decipher labels to find out what you're getting in tequila, and I'm going to teach you how to do that. So we have Espolón Blanco, which goes for about $30. You'll see the term Blanco, silver, those are basically interchangeable. Blanco meaning white, silver, just look at its color, it's pretty clear looking. All tequila starts as Blanco, and then the way it's aged, it kind of moves up. It starts with a plant called blue agave. It takes several years for it to actually ripen or to mature, somewhere between 6 or 7 years. The leaves are shaved off, so it looks like an oversized pineapple called the piña. And so the piña is actually roasted or cooked. After it's roasted, it's shredded or it's mashed to extract the juices. That juice is introduced to yeast. The yeast eats the sugars and transform it into alcohol. Then it's kind of double distilled, and then tequila is produced. At that point, what comes out of the distill is considered Blanco. Blanco should be kind of crystal clear. Like when you look at it, it looks like any other spirit, right? It denotes that it's made from 100% agave sugars. Yeah, I think we're ready to open this up and give it a taste. I'm just gonna pour it into like this little tasting glass that we have. Kind of has like a perfect portioning size. It's a hollow stem, but what's different about this glass that works for wine and spirits is that it uses a roll technique. So it has the perfect amount that's encased in the stem, and then we just turn it on its side. So when we roll it back and forth, all the alcohol coats the outside of the glass, really kind of amplifying the aromats in the spirit. Wow, so that's definitely like white pepper, very citrusy, very kind of strong on the nose. Smells somewhat like sweet, but also smells a little salty. Generally speaking, people's reaction when they first smell tequila is like this overwhelming smell. They're like, woo, they snatch their nose from it. It's pretty powerful. So the cheaper tequila you have generally has like these overwhelming flavors. Now, this is great tequila. It's not overbearing. And also, it's the glass too. The glass kind of diffuses a lot of the alcohol, so it's just not like singeing your nose hairs. It's got some proof, right? It's like you'll be able to see some fumes coming out of my nose here. But that tastes pretty sweet, citrusy, somewhat round. To me, these are typical notes of what you get from agave, right? What you get from tequila. You know, tequila has like this common thread of like flavors that you find. And so for me, it's always this spice, citrus, and kind of peppery notes that you get. This is nice. I mean, I wouldn't drink this by itself, but you know, using this in a margarita or using it in, you know, what everybody's drinking now, ranch water. But for me, Espolón was always a call for margarita. Our next tequila is Don Julio. So this is another Blanco, comes in at $56. For $26 more, what are you actually getting? This particular Blanco, Don Julio uses older agave plants to have the plant, you know, longer than like 7 years. That would impart deeper flavor and some of those things. But aging the plant longer will definitely be reflective in the price. You have to figure out, like, is it worth it? I'm gonna decide that right now, for me, and for you too, but for me mainly. On the nose, it's a lot different. Everything feels a lot softer, more perfumed, whereas before it was there. It just feels like harmonious in a way. Getting citrus, something like an orange. It almost has like a little bit of white flower to it. It smells really aromatic, almost smells like a perfume, like you want to dab it behind your ears. And it kind of tastes the same way. You know, for lack of a better term, it's just like really smooth. You know, I don't feel like fumes coming out of my nose. It just feels really well balanced. All the sum of its parts are harmoniously together. One part doesn't stick out, so it's not like, you know, you taste it and you're like, wow, it's like tons of spice, or it's like tons of citrusy notes or grassy elements. Like it feels as one. I don't think there's anything wrong using Blanco tequila at this price point in the cocktail. Hell, I would have to say that most of it is probably done in a cocktail. And to me, I would much rather sip it. I think this is something that deserves to be, you know, enjoyed and sipped, but you do what you want with your own money. Do what you want. So our next tequila is Salsa Silver, and this is for about 20 bucks. So this is silver, also known as Blanco, right? We talked about that, but it is not made from 100% blue agave. This is what's called in the industry mixto. It's a mixto tequila, meaning it's a mix of agave sugars, but in order for it to be called tequila, it has to be made from at least 51% from the blue agave plant. So you can add 49% of other different types of sugars to make tequila. You won't find that anywhere on the bottle. It doesn't say that it's a mixto, but I think generally what you can deduce from it not saying 100% blue agave on the bottle, you can consider that a mixto. So why would somebody make this? Think about like a mature agave plant. It takes 7 years. At least at like 51%, you'll be able to cut your cost in half if you use, a cheaper sugar. And, I think that's why people make it. So there's affordable tequila out there, cut costs, and kind of feed the world's demand for tequila. This kind of smells like, kind of like a grapefruit flavored vodka, right?
I had 100 cockroaches here, and I placed them in this James Bond style contraption that turns this ball screw and forces them out after a specified time delay. And then I put it in a lunchbox for camouflage, and then I release them in this office. Now you might think, that's not very nice, Mark. Some people are afraid of cockroaches. Trust me, I know. And that's exactly the point, because this isn't just any office. This is ground zero for one of those terrible call centers that scams people of their life savings. A year ago when I released this video about inadvertently stumbling onto the low-level thugs in this international scam operation, I said we were gonna glitter bomb our way all the way to the top, even if it meant taking this fight to the other side of the globe. And so after a year and a half of planning, we infiltrated not one, not two, not three, but 4 different scam call centers. We released cockroaches, smoke bombs, stink bombs, glitter bombs, and then of course we hacked their CCTV so we could watch the whole thing unfold in real time. So buckle up, because this is the wild conclusion to this multinational adventure, and please watch to the end because there's something you can actually do to help put the nail in the coffin of these 4 massive call centers. Now, why would we go after this $20 billion scam industry? Well, we're doing it for the 60 million people who've lost money to scammers in the past year. But more specifically, we're doing it for Bessie, who you might recall from my previous video when I detailed exactly how one of these scams worked.
Well, like my granny, Miss Bessie, do you know this?
Yes.
She was like one of my closest friends.
Oh.
I used to share each and everything with her.
Basically, it starts with an email or a spam call, then they pretend to be Amazon or Microsoft, and they tell the victim they've been charged $200 for something, but if you call back, you can dispute the charge. Then after they call, they eventually get on the victim's computer and importantly, have the victim type the $200 refund amount into a bogus form.
Please enter your refund amount.
Only they take over and secretly type the amount of $20,000 and then they hit enter real quick.
Check everything, is it correct?
Oh no, this is a mistake. Oh, I screwed up.
Jesus.
It was supposed to be a 200 in there. Oh, God almighty. I'm exhausted. I can't do this. My mind is absolutely fried.
Please check your account. Did you really receive that money in your account?
Then they take her to a totally fake, spoofed bank account page where it looks like because of Bessie's mistake, they just sent her $20,000 instead of $200.
Oh my God, plus 20,000.
Yeah.
Please save my job, ma'am. If I'll not earn for my family will die due to hunger, due to starvation. Oh, please,
yes, of course. I mean, what should I do? I mean, I can.
Bad for you. You are also like my grandmother.
You know, I'm an honest
you are
person.
Making me cry now. You are making me cry now. I'm getting attached to you.
Now, how do I fix this?
And now you can see how he's weaponized her empathy. Now to fix her mistake, how she'd be willing to go to the bank and withdraw what she thinks is an extra $20,000 in cash, when in reality, it's $20,000 of her hard-earned savings. And she's gonna send it in the mail to a heartless scammer. Now in case you think they've gotten a lot nicer over the last year, here's another call from a few weeks ago where the scam is to pretend they're from the government and there's some missing taxes that are owed.
I just retired, as I say, last February, and then I was diagnosed with breast cancer in August. So my retirement hasn't been very good so far. And after today, I know it's not your fault, but it's worse now.
Oh, I'm
But as
so
I say,
sorry
I
to
would
hear
rather
that.
just pay it. Otherwise, I'll be worrying about it, and I'll be worse in my health. You know what I mean? Or even if I have to pay it in 2 halves.
So the scammer places her on hold to talk with the authorities and to see if there's just something that can be done to help her out.
Thank you so much for holding the line, ma'am. I just had a word with the higher authorities and I informed them about your situation, and They are also concerned about your health.
So concerned, in fact, she'll only have to send these scammers $2,000.
Actual amount found out missing in the taxes is $1,489.
Now, last year's operation was effective in getting a handful of people involved in this scam not only covered in glitter, but also arrested. But the problem was, we discovered these were just the low-level mules and supervisors who would then send the bulk of the money back to the actual scammers in India. And while we did turn over all the intel we gathered to the 5 major government agencies that reached out to us to truly avenge Bessie, our goal was to take our glitter all the way to the top and either temporarily disrupt or possibly even permanently shut down a few of these terrible call centers. It'd be like a special operation, and every special operation needs a special ops team, a target, and a plan. For the team, I turn back to my good friend Jim Browning, who you recall from last year has a YouTube channel that specializes in reversing the connection to the scammers' computers and gaining access to their CCTV footage.
Is there anything else you want to ask?
Yeah, I want to know why you scam people.
And then another YouTube channel called Trilogy Media would be the boots on the ground in India implementing the pranks, but more on them later. For the target, together we were able to locate and gather tons of incriminating information on 4 different scam call centers. For starters, there's Met Technologies, located in Kolkata, India, on the 5th floor of this building. They've been in operation over 12 years, and they've got over 1,000 agents. Their owner is Mr. Kunal Gupta, and you can even see the rest of their leadership team here on their public website. And you might ask, well, why would a scam call center have a public website? And the answer is they all do, because they have a very small percentage of their employees do legitimate call center work. So if they get raided by the authorities, they can point to that small group and say their hands are clean, while the real money-making operation runs here behind a secure door. Then we found VRM, also located in Kolkata, on the 12th floor of this building. They also have over 1,000 agents, and they've been in operation for 6 years, and they run 24 hours a day in 3 shifts to target people in time zones all across the globe. Oh, and allow me to introduce to the world Rajesh and Vidya Goenka, the husband and wife co-owners. Next was Anj Info Solutions on the 5th floor of this building. They also run 3 shifts, 24 hours a day, and they've been up and running for 11 years with all their key info shown here. They're located just a block away from VRM. In fact, all 3 of these centers were located within just a few miles of each other here in Kolkata, India, which is a hot spot for scam call centers like this. And finally, there was one more we located, but we're not releasing public information on them yet, and you'll see why in just a little bit. And so once we'd amassed mountains of evidence against all 4 of them thanks to Jim's handiwork, we hired 10 private investigator types to apply for jobs at each of these centers, and after a few weeks, we had them all in place. Now, in order for them not to arouse suspicion, they had to legitimately scam some people, but we told them to remember the victim's information, and then we would reach out and double any money that was lost. And at first, one of our agents in the VRM call center went against protocol and used his phone to capture some footage for us of the bathrooms and the server rack and whatever this is, but they must have seen him filming with his phone on their CCTV, because the next day, some of the security team showed up at his house. Now, luckily, his roommate knew to lie and say he wasn't home, and he was able to escape through the back alley, but they stayed out in front of his house all day and later sent this message saying the director wanted to speak with him and they would pay him handsomely, and of course, he didn't need to be scared. They were just simply curious what kind of evidence he'd gathered against them already. So from that point on, we reiterated to the remaining 9 to lay really low like a sleeper cell until we were ready to activate the plan. And speaking of the plan, now that we saw what we were up against, we knew we'd have to go full James Bond Q mode with some high-tech gadgetry that could make it past security. Which is why this first prank is just a water bottle. Kind of. I mean, it can function as a normal water bottle, but if you unscrew just this portion of the lid, it reveals a trough. And if you put military-grade putrid-smelling stuff in that trough and then screw the lid back on fully, it creates a perfect seal and you can't smell anything. But then at the exact precise moment you want to release a cloud of death, you just twist the lid like this, allowing the smell to escape through these holes and fill the room. And we're using a water bottle because from looking at the CCTV footage, we know they allow them to have water bottles at their desks, so they'll be able to sneak them past security. Plus, no one's going to suspect that's the origin of the smell. Next up, if you take some hand soap and add just a few drops of the same kitchen-grade food coloring we used on the Devil's Toothpaste explosion, Then when you wash your hands, it will leave them stained for at least a day. Oh, crap. We'll leave this in the bathroom, and as a bonus, we'll learn exactly who does and doesn't wash their hands. This next one is the most simple, but also perhaps the most effective. You take a box of Sudafed and then print out and paste on some of these labels and convert it to a box of Viagra. Then importantly, you add the name of the boss of the scam call center to the box, like it's his prescription. And then you leave it in the bathroom next to your blue soap. Next up is that custom-built box that can store cockroaches in it. So after a predetermined time delay, the microcontroller will trigger the stepper motor, which causes the wall to slide along this ball screw. That means if you disguise it in a lunchbox, then nothing happens until the timer expires. And then suddenly, you get a bunch of cockroaches crawling out of a lunchbox. Although you can put more than just cockroaches in here. And some other ideas we had were bees, because we heard India has some species that don't actually sting, as well as possibly rats, because we already knew from looking at their security footage that once released, the rats can make themselves right at home. And using a lunchbox for camouflage is once again a strategic choice, because we already knew from our recon work, they always make it past security because no one actually checks what's inside. Next up, I love the idea of the chaos that could result if we set off a smoke bomb, but we were concerned that might be crossing a line if the room was too small, because like the glitter bombs, I want everything I do to be exciting, but at the end of the day, relatively harmless. So instead, we found these micro foggers that are basically like massive vape pens. And we also noticed motorcycle helmets were allowed onto the floor and past security. So the plan was to put it inside a helmet like this, and then it would also detonate itself based on a timer. And finally, as the pièce de résistance, we're gonna deliver them a package. Only this isn't an ordinary package. It's Glitter Bomb 4.0, which of course, as we all know, is equipped with a pound of the world's finest glitter and an uncharitable amount of fart spray.
I still smell it.
And so now that our team, target, and plan were in place, after 1.5 years of prep work, it was time to avenge Bessie and execute the special operation. Step 1 was getting the Trilogy Media guys all the way over to India with all the contraptions stored securely in their luggage.
My guys stepping foot on Indian soil.
Now safely on the ground, step 2 was to go pick up those stingless bees that we could put in the lunchbox. But once they'd arrived to the beekeeper, they found out you can't just take a few bees, but you have to take the whole hive.
In the car, dude, no. They're gonna get out.
I'm not afraid. Also, apparently, there's no such thing as stingless bees.
Oh my god. Oh!
So we punted on that idea and headed to an open-air market where we could at least secure some rats. By the way, the Trilogy Media YouTube channel is composed of Ashton, who's a former magician, and Art, who played professional basketball in Russia for 8 years. They're just an incredible duo. And speaking of incredible things, this is a good time to point out that the real people of India were just so freaking lovely. It's true that nearly every scam call you get originates from that country, but everyone in India hates these scammers too. They are a tiny, tiny fraction of the total population, and no one wants to be defined by the worst in their midst. Most people we interacted with there had hearts more like Johnny, who's an honorary member of the team and a reformed scammer who's made it his life's mission to do whatever he can to take these guys down, even if that means working some back channels to get our hands on 100 cockroaches.
All right, let's go.
So with the goods procured, it was time to meet up with our sleeper agents at the hotel to do some final prep on the contraptions, which went about as well as expected.
Seriously though, are we gonna test it right here? Right here?
Yeah.
You can't do it in the bathroom?
16, 17.
Yeah, no, get him in, get him in. Oh,
18,
yeah.
19.
More than marriage.
I see.
Down. Okay. Grab. Stop. No, in. God! Grab. Stop. No, please. Okay, pause. Accounted for, right? Everyone?
I swear, I would not let you down.
We decided the first call center we'd hit would be Anch, and we were feeling optimistic about our chances. And that's exactly when our special operation received its first major blow. So apparently there's this WhatsApp group that 55,000 scammers all across India belong to, so the different scam call centers can communicate with each other. And because Johnny was still a member of this group from his former days, he saw this message pop up. 2 of us in the town of Kolkata have seen cuss word Trilogy people. We followed them, but the driver drove the car very fast to the Salt Lake side. There was 2 Indians with them, and they were shooting a movie. So apparently some scammers had recognized Art and Ashton at the market as the Trilogy Media YouTube guys, because they've confronted a lot of scammers in their 5 years of making videos. Now thankfully, just out of habit, Johnny was driving in a way that would make it hard for anyone to tail them, but they still were able to pinpoint their hotel location within about a half a mile. But then it got much worse. Might be they are working with the FBI, so I request all of our brothers to have an eye in Salt Lake, so whenever you see them, you shoot them. Which which was super devastating because it seemed pretty clear to me that we'd have to scrap the whole operation because while the mission was important, it definitely wasn't worth anyone getting hurt. But when I brought this up to the guys, they'd already discussed it amongst themselves and decided this was a cause they were passionate about that they were willing to accept some risks. So we decided moving forward, Art and Ashton wouldn't step a foot outside their hotel room, and that's when the second major blow came. Because apparently the group text warning spooked the call scam center so much, they just changed up everyone's assignments, and they were planning on moving all 3 of our sleeper agents to a new floor where there was no CCTV coverage. But this is where we had a stroke of luck, because at the last minute, Johnny thought to have another one of his reformed scammer friends apply for a job. And because he had so much experience on his resume, they hired him on the spot and gave him a more highly trusted role, which meant he could be the one to smuggle in all our gadgets. And so with that, he loaded up, headed in for battle, and an hour later, we had a man on the inside. And by the way, now that we're inside, I'll give you a very quick crash course on what we've learned about how these scam centers operate after watching them for so long. First of all, 90% of the victims are 65 years old or above.
I don't understand that. I don't understand all of this.
They really only make calls during the US working day hours and not on the weekends, because that maximizes their chance the person who picks up will be retired. This is why you never get scam calls on Sunday. They don't have anyone even working the phones. In fact, many of them have an auto dial prompt that says press 1 if you're over 65 years old, and if you press anything else, it just hangs up. The most common scam is the Amazon refund scam, but they also pretend to be Microsoft, McAfee, Norton Antivirus, the IRS, and your bank, and on and on. It's always changing, but it's also always something you've heard of to try and build trust right out of the gate. If you want to know how much they make, well, that information, unfortunately, is securely held on the boss's computer, so we can't get to it. Although, I suppose if you had access to the internal cameras, you could just watch the boss type his password, and then you'd be able to access their master tracking spreadsheets, which is what we did, and how we know these large call centers make $60,000 per day. That's $18 million a year. An opener will take the initial calls, and they make an average of $7,000 a month. Then if they keep the victim on the phone long enough, they hand it over to a closer, and they make on average $15,000 a month. They never say the word scam or victim, instead referring to them as sales and customers. That way they just seem more like a normal office, although what I think does that job more convincingly are all the walls plastered with inspirational corporate words like synergy or management or process. So that's your crash course on how they operate. And the FTC has put out a list of 4 signs to help spot a scam and 4 things you can do to protect against them. And I'll link to it in the video description. And so now without further ado, we kicked things off with the stink bomb water bottle. And while that was marinating, he went to the bathroom and dropped off the hand soap and the special medication with the boss's name written on the front. And it didn't take long for us to get our first hit on the smell. What was great though is they all kind of covered their noses subtly in silence so the people next to them wouldn't feel accused. Well, for the most part. Then a few minutes later, we had our first bathroom customer who clearly doesn't wash her hands after using the restroom. But then we had a second chance with an apparently more hygienic scammer, and this time we struck pay dirt as he comes out trying to figure out what the heck just happened. And 5 minutes later, you can see him still trying to work it out. And not long after that, we got our first mention of the special package in the bathroom. The audio cut out here, but our agent told us they were laughing and wondering how the boss could possibly leave that lying around. Although it certainly doesn't feel too far off brand, given he uses this as his profile pic on Facebook. And at this point, our agent placed and then triggered the time delay countdown on the cockroach, rat, and smoke bomb traps, so he can now safely make his getaway.
Oh. You okay? You safe?
And since they, of course, have no idea what's about to happen, they're still just casually talking about the bathroom. And then a few moments later, the first boxes must have triggered because this guy notices a cockroach and nopes his way out of there. And then he's quickly followed by the second dude. And I love it because now you just randomly see cockroaches start coming in frame. And so now that they know what they're up against, they call in the reinforcements with a mop. But it looks like he missed one. Or 2. Or 3. Actually 4. Scratch that. 5. And then as if perfectly on cue, right as the mop guy finishes his cleanup, the smoke begins. And this causes quite a commotion and draws quite a crowd, and it takes them a while, but they're eventually able to pinpoint the source of the smoke and gingerly take it off the premises. followed soon thereafter by our rat friends. And this is possibly my favorite clip of the whole night, where you see a cockroach lead the way and wander all around as they argue and try and make sense of what in the world is possibly happening. And by this point, you can tell the boss is pretty sure they're under attack, but just to remove any sense of doubt, we sent them one final package. And they almost opened it right there, but I guess with everything else that had already happened so far that night, they took it downstairs. And then this happened.
You guys give up, or you're thirsty for more?
Yeah, in fact, there's 4 of them, and they're uploading this footage to the cloud.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Activation complete. Recovery sequence initiated.
So after our incredibly successful special operation, we waited to see what the response would be, and we didn't have to wait long. Yesterday, those cuss words sent Anch Solutions a package bomb, and it exploded, and there was a bad smell and sprinkler water, or whatever it was. These guys are playing good with us. I am reminding you guys, they must be in between us. We don't even know. And now we had them, because they were paranoid, and they didn't know which of their employees might have been compromised. Check the lunch boxes, pocket bags, shoes, ladies' purse as well. Even check the water, whether there's some color mixed in it. I assume he's referring to the soap dye here. But be cautious, guys, seriously. They came to bad word all of us, and they are still trying to bust us. After that, there were a few more death threats, so we didn't think it was safe enough to launch our attacks on the other 3 centers to try and get them shut down. But the beautiful thing is, we didn't have to. Big centers in Kolkata and Delhi are closed from today, as well as Monday, as per the information I got from all my friends. We had created enough confusion and mass panic that not only did the other 3 centers get shut down, but we got all the large scam centers all across India shut down for a few days too. And if you add it up, that means those tiny cockroaches stopped $2 million from going from the victims to the scumbags. And I would say that's the perfect ending, but it actually gets even a little better. Once Ashton and Art were safely back home on American soil, they decided to troll that text group with those 55,000 scammers by uploading this gem to the chat.
Surprise, surprise, scammers! PARTY-A-THON over here. No matter how many numbers you remove from this group, we're still watching. Not only that, we've also downloaded every single person's contact information, all 57,000 of them inside this group. We have every single one of his contact information. We're submitting it to the FBI in the United States and the CBI here in India, so you guys better run and you better watch out.
And so if you want to see how quickly the scammers started removing themselves from the chat group, as well as a lot more details of all their work on the ground over in India, you should go check out their video. And not surprisingly, Anch and the other scam call centers eventually opened back up, albeit this time with much tighter security. But they still didn't, and still don't realize probably till this moment, that we have access to their live camera feeds. So Jim improvised a bit, calling them out by their real names without giving away the fact he was just looking at them on the camera.
Yeah, hi sir, my name is Carolina Fernandez. I am calling you from the Microsoft.
Oh, hi, Priya. Hi.
Who are you?
I'm a ghost. Yeah, I don't
Do
know
you know
what.
my father's name?
I don't know, but is your father proud of you, what you do? Does he think you work for Microsoft?
Yes, of course.
But you don't work for Microsoft. Did you tell him that? Will I tell you one more name?
Yes.
Soini. At least talk to me. Hello?
He also managed to change the way their voices sound when they would do outbound calls to their potential victims.
Who are you? May I know what with? Who are you?
You're speaking very strangely. What's up?
So to see a lot more of that quality entertainment, you should go check out his video. So after all that, we're sort of in a good news, bad news situation here. The good news is that because of some developments we've been involved in, the 4th center here is going to be raided by the authorities in India and shut down very, very soon. The bad news is that these other 3 are still very operational. And for reasons I can't say here, we don't have the same option to get them shut down like we do on the fourth one. Now you might ask, why not just privately reach out to the proper authorities in Kolkata where these 3 call centers are located? And the answer is, that's been tried before and it didn't work. While there are many good apples, there are a few bad apples that prevent anything from happening to these guys. So where does that leave us? Well, as they say, sunshine is a great disinfectant, and here's where you come in. We've invested a lot of resources and time and tried to make this video as entertaining as possible in the hopes that you'll consider sharing it for 2 reasons. Number 1, the more people are aware of how these scams work, the less effective they become and they lose their power. So please share it, especially with your older loved ones. And number 2, the more people that see this video and learn about these 3 specific call centers, the more the press will pick it up, especially in India. Heck, tweet our videos to the Kolkata police. This helps out the good apples because the bad ones can't just sweep all the evidence under the rug or quietly tip off the scam center bosses. The press and public can hold them accountable. We've seen this tactic work successfully in the past, and we have mountains of evidence against all these scam centers. If you are with the press or a law enforcement agency, send us an email to callcenterevidencepack@gmail.com and we'll share everything we have with you. If you combine them, these 3 centers have been in operation an astounding 29 years, and they're still scamming people of their life savings to this day, even right now as we release this video. So let's see what we can do. And depending on exactly what happens, I'll either post a follow-up video here on my YouTube channel or on my other social channels, so subscribe and all that stuff if you want to stay in the loop. Glitter bombs and cockroaches are just harmless entertainment, but our best chance of working together to shut these guys down for good is by shining a light to foster some accountability. Thanks for your help. Now let's make Bessie proud. I want to thank NordVPN for their support on this video. I've been using their service myself for over 3 years now because they really are the best at this. With Nord, you can surf the web anonymously, your location stays private, and your data is encrypted. Because even though I'm not a bad guy with something to hide, I generate a ton of information online every day, and I prefer that information wasn't sold or used against me in some way. Nord collects and stores absolutely nothing and makes it so others can't either. Plus, if you're traveling and you want your exact same internet experience at home, like to watch all the shows you're used to, it can virtually transport you to nearly 60 different countries. They also have a new service called Threat Protection, which is sort of like an umbrella that protects you from malicious sites, downloads, and trackers, even when you're not connected to a VPN. So if you travel, or you're just ready to take your privacy more seriously, you can get a 2-year plan at a huge discount plus 1 additional month free by going to nordvpn.com/MarkRover. And the good news is, if it's not right for you for any reason, they've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. So once again, that's nordvpn.com/MarkRover, or use the link in the video description. Thanks for watching and sharing with literally every person you've ever met or ever will meet, and let's get these punks shut down.
Oh, look at that. See, look at that. I'm gonna break this. Oh, there it is. There it is. That just means bring me the money. Hey, I'm sommelier Andre Houston Mack, and today I'm going to be tasting 10 tequilas ranging from about $20 to $175. There's so many different types of tequila out there, so what are you really getting for each type and at those price points? Today we're going to find out. As a sommelier, our job is to taste all different types of beverage, spirits, wine, tea, coffee, anything liquid in the restaurant. Generally, the sommelier is responsible for. These are all tequilas from Mexico, generally from around the region of Jalisco. They're all made with the blue agave plant, and based on how that plant is processed and aged determines what type of tequila you get. Much like a wine label, you can decipher labels to find out what you're getting in tequila, and I'm going to teach you how to do that. So we have Espolón Blanco, which goes for about $30. You'll see the term Blanco, silver, those are basically interchangeable. Blanco meaning white, silver, just look at its color, it's pretty clear. All tequila starts as Blanco, and then the way it's aged, it kind of moves up. It starts with a plant called blue agave. It takes several years for it to actually ripen or to mature, somewhere between 6 or 7 years. The leaves are shaved off, so it looks like an oversized pineapple called the piña. And so the piña is actually roasted or cooked. After it's roasted, it's shredded or it's mashed to extract the juices. That juice is introduced to yeast. The yeast eats the sugars and transform it into alcohol. Then it's kind of double distilled, and then tequila is produced. At that point, what comes out of the distill is considered Blanco. Blanco should be kind of crystal clear. Like when you look at it, it looks like any other spirit, right? It denotes that it's made from 100% agave sugars. Yeah, I think we're ready to open this up and give it a taste. I'm just gonna pour it into like this little tasting glass that we have. Kind of has like a perfect portioning size. It's a hollow stem, but what's different about this glass that works for wine and spirits is that it uses a roll technique. So it has the perfect amount that's encased in the stem, and then we just turn it on its side. And so when we roll it back and forth, all the alcohol coats the outside of the glass, really kind of amplifying the aromats in the spirit. Wow, so that's definitely like white pepper, very citrusy, very kind of strong on the nose. Smells somewhat like sweet, but also smells a little salty. Generally speaking, people's reaction when they first smell tequila is like this overwhelming smell. They're like, woo, they snatch their nose from it. It's pretty powerful. So the cheaper tequila you have generally has like these overwhelming flavors. Now this is great tequila. It's not overbearing. And also it's the glass too. The glass kind of diffuses a lot of the alcohol, so it's just not like singeing your nose hairs. It's got some proof, right? It's like you'll be able to see some fumes coming out of my nose here. But that tastes pretty sweet, citrusy, somewhat round. To me, these are typical notes of what you get from agave, right? What you get from tequila. You know, tequila has like this common thread of like flavors that you find. And so for me, it's always this spice, citrus, and kind of peppery notes that you get. This is nice. I mean, I wouldn't drink this by itself, but you know, using this in a margarita or using it in, you know, what everybody's drinking now, ranch water. But for me, Espolón was always a call for a margarita. Our next tequila is Don Julio. So this is another Blanco, comes in at $56. For $26 more, what are you actually getting? This particular Blanco, Don Julio, uses older agave plants to have the plant, you know, longer than like 7 years. That would impart deeper flavor and some of those things. But aging the plant longer will definitely be reflective in the price. You have to figure out, like, is it worth it? I'm gonna decide that right now, for me, and for you too, but for me mainly. On the nose, it's a lot different. Everything feels a lot softer, more perfumed, whereas before it was there. It just feels like harmonious in a way. Getting citrus, something like an orange. It almost has like a little bit of white flower to it. It smells really aromatic, almost smells like a perfume, like you want to dab it behind your ears. And it kind of tastes the same way. You know, for lack of a better term, it's just like really smooth. You know, I don't feel like fumes coming out of my nose. It just feels really well balanced. All the sum of its parts are harmoniously together. One part doesn't stick out, so it's not like, you know, you taste it and you're like, wow, there's like got tons of spice, or it's like tons of citrusy notes or grassy elements. Like this feels as one. I don't think there's anything wrong using Blanco tequila at this price point in the cocktail. Hell, I would have to say that most of it is probably done in a cocktail. And to me, I would much rather sip it. I think this is something that deserves to be, you know, enjoyed and sipped, but you do what you want with your own money. Do what you want. So our next tequila is Salsa Silver, and this is for about 20 bucks. So this is silver, also known as Blanco, right? We talked about that, but it is not made from 100% blue agave. This is what's called in the industry mixto. It's a mixto tequila, meaning it's a mix of agave sugars, but in order for it to be called tequila, it has to be made from at least 51% from the blue agave plant. So you can add 49% of other different types of sugars to make tequila. You won't find that anywhere on the bottle. It doesn't say that it's a mixto, but I think generally what you can deduce from it not saying 100% blue agave on the bottle, you can consider that a mixto. So why would somebody make this? Think about like a mature agave plant. It takes 7 years. At least at like 51%, you'll be able to cut your cost in half if you use, you know, a cheaper sugar. And, you know, I think that's why people make it. So there's affordable tequila out there, cut costs, and kind of feed the world's demand for tequila. This kind of smells like, kind of like a grapefruit flavored vodka, right? You know what I mean? Like it actually smells like, you know, vodka, which doesn't really smell like anything, but like a flavor. It tastes like slightly better like canned vegetables, like string beans, and it tastes like almost slightly chemical. It has that tequila element to it, but the depth and breadth of what we've tasted already in Blanco, you know, this would leave you wanting more. Some of the best quality tequilas that you have out there are generally 100% blue agave. I think like focusing on just 100% agave sometimes could lead you down the wrong road. I think it's all about the quality of the tequila. So mixto, to me, represents some good quality tequilas, but also at a various price point. This is why this is for $20. So moving on to our next tequila, we have Reposado by Herradura, and this comes in at $48. And now we're talking about Reposado, which means rested, and that means that it can be aged anywhere from 2 months up to a year in oak barrels. Oak does lots of different things. It adds color, it adds flavoring, those elements of cinnamon, vanilla. A lot of vanilla is what you would get in part, and it, you get some woodsy flavors too as well. So this is very common when you think about spirits. When you really look at something like whiskey or bourbon, those things actually come out of the still as a clear spirit, very similar to Blanco tequila. And what gives it its coloring is aging through oak barrels and gives flavor, that actually makes it whiskey. Really mellow. White pepper and some of those aggressive notes that you normally would associate with tequila aren't really jumping out of the glass at you. And then you get like citrus oil, and it's so funny because those citrus notes smell almost kind of candied in a way, right? They smell confectionery. It smells slightly sweet. Really mellow. It's not hot as like, that kind of really over alcoholic mouthfeel. You kind of get more of the proof like on the nose. It's a different taste profile than you would say of the Blanco. To me, this has always been kind of a go-to reposado at like a solid price. Does it get deeper and better and like better quality than this for reposado? I believe so. But I think this is a great entry level, and this is always what I drink with my brother-in-law. Only because he makes my father-in-law pay for it. But yes. So our next tequila is Libellula. This is what's known as a Joven tequila, and this comes in at $29. What is Joven? Joven is actually a mix of Blanco and Reposado. So it's like you have this base of Blanco tequila, which is to me is like bright, young, vivacious, right? And then you want a little something to kind of tone that down. And by adding 20% of Reposado, you get some of those elements of the roasted piña and some of the caramelization and stuff like that. I mean, if you think about it too long, at least for me, you're like, is this a money grab, right? Is this a cost-saving technique? But like, there's lots of things that are cost-saving techniques that I don't think are bad. At $29, it seems that it comes in between Blanco and Reposado. It does say that it's made with 100% agave, so it has that going for it. And to be honest with you, I've never tasted one and am known it. I'm sure that I've had some before, but today will be the first that I've ever tasted it. Yeah, this is really kind of fruit forward. Like I wasn't really expecting that. Candy orange, white pepper, the elements that you would get from Reposado, but not at that price point. It's really interesting to me. Yeah, it's too pronounced, the caramelization, the sweetness, it's like it is too pronounced for it to be natural. And I try not to go down a lot of those kind of conversations, but to me, it feels like all of those things are heightened, and maybe that comes from glycerol or other additives to make it a little bit richer. But at $29, I think it does the trick. This is 1800. This is Añejo tequila, and this is at $37. So moving up to the next category from Reposado, Añejo, which translates to aged. In order for it to be called Añejo, it has to spend at least 1 year in oak, up to 3 years. And so over that time, it really starts to kind of mellow out and become more of a fine spirit. When you think about tequila, you think about Blanco, and everybody kind of starts with the same kind of raw material. And then what makes each of it different is how long it spends in oak barrel and what I like to call finishing. It could be finished in barrels that were used for port production, which would have different flavoring. It could be barrels that were used for wine production. How you finish imparts different flavors. I think the first thing that you see like this amber color. There's a huge difference between Reposado and Añejo, and that's from the age difference that it spends in barrel. You're getting like this kind of woody, kind of charred, these oak elements, really, really mellow. By aging it in oak, it picks up tannin, so it has like this thing that kind of sucks the moisture out of your mouth. There's vanilla, there's a little bit of like cinnamon. People like to give classic cocktails a twist. They always talk about replacing, whiskey or bourbon in a classic cocktails with Añejo to kind of give it a twist and a spice. It could be a fun way for exploration and maybe find something different that you like. At $40, this is really solid. And I think it's a brand that most people can find out there, but I do think that it gets, drastically better as you go up in dollar increments for sure. Let's go up in dollar increments. So this is Patron Extra Añejo, and this is at $96. The next category of tequila is actually called Extra Añejo, which seems very generic, but it is a real thing. It started in 2006. And what makes this different, this is aged a minimum of 3 years. Longer time in barrel, longer aging time, definitely reflected in the price. It looks very dark in color. I feel like it is a way to show the world that tequila is a world-class spirit and can be aged very similar to cognac. You think about cost, cost is time. And so the idea that this particular tequila is aged at least 3 years in barrel. So in that time of 3 years, there's no return on your money. It's just sitting there. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and pour this. Dried fruit, vanilla, there's some toffee there. Getting really the influence of wood, a little bit of slight little bit of nutmeg. And then also smells kind of like Grand Marnier, this citrus oil flavor. wow, there's layers of different flavors from caramel to like sea salt to a little bit of lavender, nutmeg, cinnamon, and then vanilla. Yeah, I mean, I think at $96, $100, you know, this is something special. I don't think that like this is your everyday thing that you like chug, but you know, this is something that you do put in the brandy snifter for a special occasion. I think it's, you know, on the total opposite end of the spectrum of Blanco, but in the best way possible. So our next tequila is Comos. This is Añejo Cristalino, and it's about $120. You know, before we even talk about like what the process is and what it does, I think it's best to kind of show you what it looks like. Remember, this is Añejo. So, see anything different? It's like a Blanco, but the label does say Añejo. What gives? What's the difference? And Cristalino is a fairly new process and take on tequila. It's taking something like Añejo that's been aged and it's run through a charcoal filter. And that filtering strips away the color, but a lot of impurities. You know, it's basically taking aged tequila and giving it a refresher, this brightness to it by stripping away the colors and the impurity. A lot of those things that we talked about, like the vanilla and kind of like that kind of candied fruit, like a lot of that you don't get on this. Are you filtering it to get things back, or are you filtering to add things? I don't know, and I think like tasting it probably would be the best way to kind of examine it. It's very interesting. It is tequila, but it's a different expression of tequila. Like it makes you really think all the things that like what oak would impart. It stripped away all the things, the influence of wood. You really have to try it. It's something on another level. It's got layers, it got the waves of white pepper, different elements of citrus and like a fruit basket kind of thing. It has like a little bit of like ginger to it. It just comes in waves and it feels pretty seamless in a way. At $120, like you get bang for your buck. This is like a totally different drinking experience than any of the tequilas that we had today. I'm not sure that you go back, right? You taste this and you're like, this is like, you know, it's like I didn't know tequila could taste something like this. Clase Azul, this is Reposado, and this comes in at $165. Starting to see as the prices increase, a lot of the flair starts to come out, packaging. This is what we like to call ultra premium tequila. And I think a lot of times these things exist just because could you sell a $165 bottle of tequila? Well, you can't if it doesn't exist. Are some of these good? Yes. Are some of them crap? Yeah, some. Are you paying for packaging? Are you paying for this phallic looking thing? Who knows? You know, these are really beautiful bottles, hand painted. It's very unique style. Truly, what you want to do is be paying for what's inside and not what's on the outside. So I think this is a screw cap. Actually, it is not. Okay. It smells really, really sweet, like birthday cake batter. They have that birthday cake flavor, like with the sprinkles and shit on it. Actually, I really like that. It's kind of a guilty pleasure. But notes of agave, but like the overall tone is huge notes of vanilla, which I think you get in that birthday cake, and that kind of outshines everything else. You know, that has to be like the sweetest tequila I've ever tasted. It's not a rip session, but I have to say, like out of all the tequilas I enjoyed today, that has like the most amount of sugar. It tastes sweet. Maybe it's overripe, piña, I don't know. But also, you know, I can see how this is a favorable style for people. It doesn't have that bite of spiciness and alcohol. It is made from 100% agave, but there could be different sugars being added. But like on their level of sweetness, it does have something different. And what people like is different. You know, I don't want to be the old fogey where like back in my day, tequila like burns your nose and your nostrils. I would never yuck anybody's yum. If this is what you with, this is what you with. But drinking it straight up, you're like, wow, this is kind of sweet. It still tastes like tequila, just tastes like sweet tequila. So our next tequila is Don Julio. This is called 1942. This is Añejo, and this comes in at a whopping $175. Jesus, you guys bought this for me? You guys are the best. 1942. This is the year that Don Julio started distilling tequila, and this was released, I believe, in 2002, which was their 60th year anniversary. There's lots of different factors on the cost of this. A lot of it comes down to selection. Anything that's in this business that's done by hand generally costs more money. It's done with the human eye. It's not mass produced. This comes in small batches. When they're a small quantity, there's a scarcity. And the next thing you know, you have people lined up around a liquor store like it's a Supreme giveaway. But the idea is that they're using only the best parts of the piña. I believe that actually even the peñas are hand-picked. And then it's like slow roasted for about 72 hours, you know, the traditional way, and then it's made into this tequila. We tasted a reposado earlier that was sweet, and to go to this, where this is kind of realigning my palate. There are elements of of oak present here. This kind of woodsy element, this caramelization that you get in it. Not all the way campfire, but campfire-esque. Sandalwood fruit, but more like in the form of incense. To me, like this feels like a full expression of tequila, not hidden by oak and all this other stuff or additives. It just feels like tequila. In that home realm of luxury tequilas, like I feel like this is the one that kind of stuck the landing, right? You work your way up to this, and I think it really helps to have a better understanding of what tequila is and to get here. If you start at a Ferrari, like you never get out of like first gear, right? Like you would like really kind of burn up the gearbox, and you have better appreciation. If you start it with a Hyundai stick shift from like 1989, you can appreciate it a lot more. I think you get what you pay for here. And $170 is a lot of money. Most of the time you wouldn't consume this in one night. Overall, as a brand and to represent luxury tequila, 1942 to me was a great example all across the board on marketing and actually what the tequila tastes like inside. I think the biggest takeaway for everyone is just kind of knowing the basics. I think just having more information can only be helpful. And I think walking into a store and knowing that whether or not you like Blanco, you like Reposado, Añejo, you wanted to spend a little bit more money as a gift or have a different drinking experience, all of those things exist. Please experiment and try and let me know what you think. This citrus oil kind of candied spirit, flavor that you smell in it that you would get in I don't know what spirit I was talking about. That you would get in, jeez, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, sorry.
Quite boring.
They're like old socks.
I don't think it's too bad.
You're joking. I don't think my dog would eat them.
That's got some flavour.
Oh. Hi, I'm Paul Hollywood.
And I'm Prue Leith, and we're both from the Great American Baking Show.
Now, today we're going to be judging American snacks. I don't know that many snacks in the States, probably.
I shouldn't be judging this at all because I don't even eat British snacks.
Should we crack on and see
Yeah,
where
come
it
on.
takes us?
Maybe it'll convince me that
Okay,
snacks
come
are
on
good. These two Brits are looking for the best American snack. Something which has wonderful texture, excellent flavour, very interesting, and sort of Moorish, so that you want to have another one, and then another one, and then another one. Goodness.
What have you got there?
It's called a Twinkie.
Ho-hos. This is a Christmas thing. Well, they look like Swiss rolls to us. Oh, Twinkie. I've heard of people mentioning Twinkies on movies and stuff, but I've never actually had one.
You've got the chocolate version, and I've got the plain one.
Yeah, but you've got to try this as well.
Well, I'll bite one end, and you can bite the other end. I quite like the lemony sponge, but the cream inside is horrible.
You want to try that? Oh, God.
That's dry, boring. That's better than this, though.
That?
This is elimination. We just have to kick out one, and this is worse than that.
But that's not brilliant.
No, but it doesn't matter. I don't think it'll last long, but she's got
I don't know, it's
so
probably
far.
got that much stuff in it. It'll probably last another 10 years and remain exactly the same.
Oh, I know that, but I mean, through this competition, I think we haven't eliminated this one yet. Right.
Oh, no, you're talking. I'm a massive fan of Snickers.
I like Snickers, too.
That tastes different. Oh, my God.
It's a lot better than both.
How can you mess up a Snicker?
I don't think it's too bad.
You're joking. Have you ever had this in the UK?
No.
The difference is the quality of the chocolate is poor. The quality of the chocolate in the UK was actually pretty good. I don't think I'm going to eat another Snicker again. I'm ruined.
I've got a problem here. I don't like peanut butter.
It's like having a peanut chalk.
Both of these are better than both of the previous ones, but we have
Wow.
to choose which is the best out of
Well,
these two.
it has to be the Snicker because I like them anyway in the UK.
No, that's not a good reason. You've got to like this better than that.
Well, I do because that's
All right.
monstrous.
So goodbye to the poor little cups.
Hello to the Snickers.
Hello to the Snickers.
Yeah.
Right, I've got thin mint, so I love mint.
Well, Oreos are okay, yeah.
I imagine the Oreos that we get in England are American Oreos because they're
Not
not.
bad.
They're not
crispy.
English.
It's got a bit of flavour to it. They feel fresh. They'll be good dunkers then.
That's good.
They're not bad then.
These are Girl Scout cookies, and they're called Thin Mints.
Remember the Viscount biscuits in the UK?
No?
The Viscount mint biscuits, they look a bit like that. What colour chocolate's that?
This looks as if it's been around a while because it's lost its.
Lost its shine, hasn't it? Oh,
Quite nice.
yeah.
Good texture.
They're nice then. The mint levels are good. It's It's not overwhelming.
Do you like them better than the Oreos?
I could have another Oreo, but I couldn't have another one of those.
I think the Oreo takes the biscuit.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. It's a nice biscuit, there. Oh, now you're talking.
Oh, we're into snacks now.
Party size. So I take it there's about 3-4 packets in here.
I presume so. Ruffles have ridges, and they do
That's
have very
Ruffle,
nice...
this is straight. Lels. They're just a really salted crisp. Very nice, very fresh, very light.
Nice, aren't they?
I like that one. It's light. They feel light. These feel a little bit heavier, don't they, with the
I agree
extra
with you.
crimp.
This is correct. Crisp, yummy, delicious, and tasty, it says.
Oh, great.
And I would agree. I'm not going to throw this down. I'm going to put them down gently.
Are you going to take them home with you? I think these are one because they're nice and light. I mean, they are like a British crisp.
Stop eating them, Paul Hollywood. There's
no,
more to come.
I like them. OK.
Oh,
God.
they look
Cheese
over-processed.
I've had Doritos before.
I have. That is a nice Dorito.
Smell cheesy, like a little wafer cracker. Quite tasty, them.
Quite boring.
Yeah, you get bored of them pretty quick. If you had a little bit of brie and you put it on the top and half a grape sitting on the top.
Yeah, because it's quite dry.
Oh, the aftertaste is a bit nasty, isn't it?
I don't like that very much.
They're like old socks.
It's not that bad. These are Doritos, and I think they're smoky.
Yeah, you'd have good guacamole with that. Yeah, good guacamole with that, you're laughing.
OK, we like that. And poor old Cheez-It.
Doritos can stay.
Oh, my God, what is that?
Oh, wow. I love cheese puffs. Have you ever seen so many?
They're not very exciting. Now, this one is called Cheetos Crunchy Flaming Hot Flavored. That's got some flavour.
Flaming hot.
They're not flaming hot, but they are hot.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they've got a bit of heat to them, haven't they?
That's all they've got, though. They just taste of a bit of chili.
Yeah, but the after effect in the mouth is nicer than that.
Much nicer.
Can I read what it says? Yeah. Baked cheddar, right? Naturally and artificially flavoured.
Oh, well, it's the artificial flavours that does
You go, artificially, I'm definitely having some more of them. They sound amazing. I like these normally, I just don't like that particular aftertaste on this one. So I'm going to go for the Zingers.
I agree with you.
Yeah?
Goodbye, cheese balls.
Yeah,
You're out.
see you, cheese balls.
So this is round 2, and we're looking for Moorishness, something that is irresistible. You have to have another one, and then another one.
Oh, Snickers again. Now, we've had this before, and it was nice, and it went through based on the fact that the UK one's nice, but that one was awful. We're in the second round now, and Pop-Tarts has got to buy.
OK, lucky Pop-Tart.
We'll see about that, shall we?
you might punish them for being so lucky.
I thought they have to go in the toaster, don't they, Pop-Tarts?
You know, just taste them raw.
Oh, God. What the hell is that on that?
That doesn't look exciting.
I don't really want to eat that.
That's not too bad.
Revolting. Who the hell eats that stuff?
Well, if I was starving, I'd eat it.
If I was starving, I'd eat it for 6 months, and it was the only thing alive on the planet, I might just possibly have a little nibble. But otherwise, no. I'm going to have to go for that again, even though it's not as good as the British one, but it's a Snicker.
Yeah, Snickers go through again.
I'm so sorry, Paul. You look in so much pain.
OK, Twinkies and Oreos. Now, this is the craveability. If you had a cup of tea...
Oh, I'd have an Oreo rather.
I'd have an Oreo with that,
Yeah,
without a
definitely.
shadow of a doubt.
OK, Oreos.
So Oreos
Goodbye,
go
Twinkie.
through because they're crispy, they're more fresher, and they're just nicer.
I didn't like the middle of the Twinkie.
Hideous. Now we've got another byproduct. What's that?
It's called combos.
Is that pizzeria flavour? What is that?
You're being very rude about our host's national snacks.
I don't think my dog would eat them. Oh my God, have you tried it?
No, I'm trying to get up the courage to put it in my mouth.
My dog would spit that back out.
I'll see if I can beat your dog. I don't believe anyone ever eats a second one of those. Paul. This is the Doritos.
And these are the Flamin' Hot ones. The Flamin' Hots were good. They had the whole of flavour really nicely. They were a nice bite.
I like these, but I think they have one flavour, which is chili.
Yeah.
Whereas I think these are much more subtle. They've got a bit of smokiness. You can taste the corn. I think these are the best.
Yeah, let's go with Doritos. This is round 3, and actually round 3 is about indulgence. You know, you're going to have it for morning, afternoon, night, and supper. Oh, Snickers back again. But against Oreos, I'm sorry, Mr. Snickerbar. If you were more like the British one, you'd be in there. But because you're not...
You're out. I happen to agree with you, although you made that decision all by yourself.
Yeah. This is going to be tricky, you know. I mean, that's the classic flavour, basic, down to earth.
I think the Doritos are more interesting.
I'm going to go Dorito because of the depth of flavour, the crispiness.
And more interesting, although I must say this is a
This is a very good crisp.
Doritos go into the final.
Against what?
The Oreos.
Oh, interesting. OK, so these are two very different snacks.
And both classics, let's face it.
And they are classics, and they're quite well known globally. I mean, the thing is about a snack is you need to have more than one. I'm not sure I can eat more than one or two of these at a time. The Oreo is quite rich, although however nice it is.
I've never quite understood their appeal because they're really crisp and a nice dark chocolate taste. The cream in the middle contributes nothing really except texture. This is a much more subtle, interesting, layered, and pure in a way. It's quite pure. It's just corn and flavouring.
Doritos are the king of the snacks, according to these stupid British people.
So we have a winner.
Yeah.
A worthy winner.
Definitely a worthy winner, Doritos.
Yeah, I was rather nervous we'd have all horrible snacks and have to choose one we didn't like, but I really love that.
Can I correct you there? We did have some horrible snacks.
We did, but we didn't have all horrible snacks.
That's a great snack.
I
That's
agree.
a winner, worthy winner. I'll have them for lunch.
Half is mine.
All right.
What up, boy?
What time you want us to come through?
Whatever you want. I said like 2 or 3, because right now we're cleaning the house. I just finished getting clean the grill. It's all for you, dog, not for us.
It's all for Maddie. It's not for Spanto.
But who's Maddie? Is that your girlfriend or who's that?
Weed for sale? Hell yeah! No, I'm Matty Matheson, and this is Dead Set on Life, Venice! We're gonna be hanging out with Sponto and Two-Toe, and I'm here to see what the real story is behind Born and Raised. We're gonna be eating pozole! We're gonna be going to Hoagie's, Gilbert's, the greatest restaurants ever made, and they're still here, no matter how many mini mansions all these motherfuckers want to put in Venice. These restaurants are still alive.
Today, Venice is the most expensive area of LA, pricier than Santa Monica, Bel Air, or even Beverly Hills. It's turning into a neighborhood of rich tourists cruising on Segways and high-end restaurants on Abbot Kinney. But it wasn't always this way. Back in its heyday, Venice was hard. You buy your drugs at Murder Park, not some boutique dispensary. And the food was good and simple. Lots of family-owned restaurants that were supported by the local community. Most of the dudes from back then are long gone, but Sponto and Two-Tone are a couple of Venice natives who have dug in and are fighting to preserve what's left of their old hometown soul. In 2012, they founded Born and Raised, a street clothing label inspired by the old Venice. The Venice of skaters, bangers, hardcore bikers who made this hood the mecca of SoCal beach culture in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s. They're not the only ones still here. Despite the changes, a handful of old-school food joints have refused to leave the new Venice, surviving what Sponto calls genocide by gentrification. With these dudes as my guides, I'm gonna reveal what's left of this iconic beach community, find out what it takes to stand strong against the shifting sands of change.
Bunch of big, bad, dirty dogs.
We got like all the like the remnants of our neighborhood, like, Venice Pavilion.
How'd you get that? You just took it?
This dude named Eric White, when they tore it down in like 98, 99 or something,
Yeah.
he just rolled up and was like, yo, I need that. So
Yeah.
I took it off his hands. This is all like our story, like our memories, you know what I mean? Like Chiquito and Bouncer and Oakwood and the Pavilion and like that dope sign. Like I took that dope sign from Oakwood Park where, you know, it used to be like an open air drug.
No dope. Buyers and dealers beware.
We used to hustle a lot of dope. Now we just hustle clothing.
It's different, right?
It's the same.
It's the same.
Yeah, the markup is much better with clothing though.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, your profit margin is cracking. Let's go check out Two-Tone. See
Yeah?
what this fool's got going on.
I'll show you some stuff.
Okay, let's go.
You want me to go first or second?
You go first.
All right,
After you.
All right.
Dude, your shit's gonna be tight, dude.
It's tight, bro.
This is the shit I need. So what do you guys typically start with?
The clothing part of the brand is almost like secondary to everything else. It was like, oh, let's get in this store. Okay, cool. Okay, let's go here. Let's make a video. Let's make another video. Let's make a zine. Let's do this.
Yeah.
There's no business plan. Like, it was literally a shoebox full of cash. We're just like, okay, let's print this here, run around there. It was wild. You know? It was crazy. It was straight up like, you know, I mean, it was me and him for a long time.
When was the first time that you ever met Sponto?
I saw one of his stickers at a trade show. It was the native head. It said gentrification and genocide.
Right.
I'm looking at a wall with all these stickers all over it, and there was like one sticker that was like, oh shit, this guy actually pointed to me, and like a point that I understood, because like, you know, I grew up in Venice, and I can't afford to live there anymore, and I don't know anyone there anymore, and I don't even like the neighborhood anymore. It's a rat.
I want to like take you and show you like the underbelly of
The real Venice.
like the real Venice. What's
The Venice you remember.
The Venice that I grew up,
Yeah.
the place that I was born and raised in. This is Murder Park.
This is Murder Park.
This is Murder Park, man. This is where I made all my money when I was a kid, man.
Since 1980, the proportion of black residents in Venice is almost half. And in 99, LA police adopted a gang injunction that locals believed accelerated that exodus by harassing black and Latino residents. But despite rising real estate costs, some of the original locals like Sponto refused to leave. His toughness and his heart, forged over his years as a member of Venice 13, are still front and center. This is his territory. It's in his blood, and it kills him to see the neighborhood changing before his eyes.
See, when I think of Venice, I think of like that.
That's Venice, and now it's this souped up, wealthy version of Burning Man. I mean, that's been there for quite some time. It's my homeboy Rebel's house.
Okay.
I just want to stop by, pop in, and say hello.
Yeah.
He was kind of like, you know, I looked up to him a lot growing up, like my
Right.
big homie. Big homie.
What's cracking, old boy?
What's up with it?
What it do right here?
All the way live since the summer of
On the
'95.
west side, you know how we do.
What's up?
Right here, how's everything?
That's one of these shit. This is my good friend Maddie.
What's up,
Hey, nice
Maddie?
to meet you.
He's
Yeah,
in
nice to
town
meet
from
you.
Canada.
What do you got in there?
Carne asada, chicken, ribs, you know what I mean? Oh, you like it out here, though?
The world's changing, and it's crazy to just see these little pockets that change at an exponential rate. The Venice that you grew up with.
Oh, it was rowdy.
like,
People
so it's
didn't
like-
want to live in Venice. Just put it that way
Yeah.
before.
Right.
It was just like Mexican gang, black gang, you know, like,
Yeah.
you hardly ever see no white people walking around in Oakwood or Park, you know what I mean?
Right.
The whole landscape have changed, you know? Like
Like, that thing literally started in Venice, you know what I mean? How it used to be, like I said, that's ghost town, you know, like,
Yeah.
after like
Why'd you
sunset,
call it Ghost Town?
it was just the way it was. I mean, but
Yeah.
you didn't want to walk after dark. Just put
Right.
it that way. Hell no.
it was run down and it was, you know, it was decaying, but it was beautiful because it was ours. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is our whole state of being.
There's so much fear, and then there's on the other side, there's so much like romanticism about it.
I'm very proud of being a gang member.
Right.
You know, like all I was doing was protecting my neighborhood and my people from the opposition. Like, you know, I just spent 3 years fighting cancer, and like I've been shot 3 times, and I fought life in prison twice. Like I've been through the ringer. The way we grew up and our culture, which I think is absolutely gorgeous, and I wouldn't change it for anything for the world. Dude, we're stand-up dudes. We're good people.
Yeah.
You know, and I think a lot of people get it up.
Hey. Hey. Dude, that's fire, dude. I know what's in that. Little molasses.
When it comes down to my family and friends, like I go like way out, you know, the extra miles they say, you know.
After hanging with his crew, Sponto took us to the home he grew up in for a soup and fry bread. Sharing fry bread in Native American culture is a sacred tradition that links the generations. I wanted to meet his mom because she's been in Venice forever. And she can remember what it was like before all the tourists and the McMansions.
Yeah, we're at my mom's house. Really like my great grandma's house.
Okay.
We've been here for like, shit, close to like 90 years.
Really?
Yeah.
On this one lot?
Yeah, the same house, yeah. Yeah, they came out the reservation in, I think, 1928. Mama.
Hi.
What's going on? You know my friend Maddie?
Hey, what's up?
Maddie's my mother.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
This is two-tone.
So sure.
Of course.
Making some fry bread?
Lots of fry bread.
Lots of fry bread. So I think fry bread is one of those things that's passed down from generation to generation. Who'd you learn it from?
My grandmother.
Your grandmother?
Yes.
Okay. What was her name?
Bessie.
Bessie.
She was White Mountain Apache.
Okay.
And my grandfather was Seneca from Tonawanda.
Yeah, out by Buffalo.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
I'm a natural.
He's gonna help us.
Yeah? He's gonna get his hands dirty?
Yep.
Okay.
Come on, Spanto, come and make some fry bread.
Mom, is this ready to flip?
No.
No? I remember like sitting here in the same kitchen and watching great grandma, make us fry bread when we were little.
I want to make a soup. Corn soup? Is that okay?
Yeah, that sounds good.
It'll go good with this. Cool. So I just got onions, celery, carrots. I got some poblano peppers and some jalapeno. And then we're gonna put in some veggie stock. And then the butternut squash and the corn. Cook that. I don't know, Mom's house. I think that this is the best kind of stuff. Like every culture has a bread that was made from just, like a pita, a bannock, a fry bread. Everyone has just like that white bread that they survived on. Talking about soup warming up the soul and sickness and stuff, like you, in the last few years, have had your world turned upside down.
Being diagnosed with cancer and just like the chemotherapy was worse than the cancer alone. Like, I couldn't gauge what was reality, what was real, what was, like it's just, you're on like the hardest drug on the planet. I still had like a silver lining. I had like a light at the end of the tunnel, which was born and raised. I just wanted to get better so I could get back to work. I have my mother and like I have this home and I have people that I gotta look out for. My only option is to stay alive. Like I'm not gonna let this cancer me up and drive me into the ground. Like I refuse. It's like, no, not gonna fail.
Here's where you either go, okay, well, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Let's just dead this whole thing, or we go, let's
let's ride.
And a couple years went by, and it's like, for him, it wasn't fast. For me, it was a blur.
There's a lot of fight or flight, man.
This fool stuck around and like dealt with my shit for 3 years. Like Born and Raised is just a clothing line. Born and Raised is like our life story. It's like our life work. You know what I mean? Like it's like all of our friends that are gone now, all of our friends that are dead, all our friends doing life. Like we do this shit for them. And like as corny as that may sound, like that's the truth. That was 3 years ago, and like now we're here eating fry bread with Two-Tone and Omar and my mother eating my great grandmother's recipe.
Breaking bread.
Break bread. Break fry bread.
Venice has changed. It doesn't seem like it's stopping. It must be like once again another like those powerless moments in life.
Yeah. When I was a teenager, I'd go down to the boardwalk. They were going to get down there. They wanted to take jobs. It was either homes or boarded up warehouses, and you had your one or two eccentric winos that everybody looked out for. Yeah, just on this block. With this big house next door and another big house going across the street to that way. It's just not the neighborhood I grew up in at all.
This is my second time being in Venice. I don't know what it used to be like. My idea was, that 70s surfer, kind of cool thing that they make up in the movies that doesn't exist. I'd love to, go around with you guys and check out Venice. You got some spots or what? Is there spots still that exist?
There's a couple strongholds that are still holding it down.
Yeah.
Like places that we grew up with that are still here.
Okay.
We'll go tomorrow and take you around and show you a couple spots.
The boardwalk? Is the boardwalk cool or not cool?
All roads lead to the boardwalk.
Yeah.
The whole city ends up spilling on the boardwalk every summer. The whole city.
How often did you come down here, like when you were a kid?
I came down as much as I could.
Yeah.
Where else are you gonna go? You hang out inside more, but then you're here. Like, a good part of my day was always here.
Yeah.
For sure.
I mean, imagine having like this whole thing is like your backyard. Like I'm gonna step out, go to the pavilion, go drink a 40, go skate. Go surf breakwater, go pick up on girls, take some acid on the boardwalk. Like,
it's the best day of your life.
Yeah.
Every day is the best day of your life. I'm sick of walking around. Like this is cool. You can only see so much. I'm hot. there seems to be this Segway. I've never been on a Segway, and I feel to really encompass the boardwalk in all of its glory and trashness, we get Segways.
You into that sort of thing?
So this is the part where
on TV magic, and it's us smiling, having the best time of our lives, embracing the full.
So in your crew's mind, this is where we cut, and all of a sudden we're like, sir, I'm absolutely not doing it.
Yeah,
Like, no,
you can do it.
I'm not gonna be a part of that.
We're gonna do this. Okay?
No.
No?
No.
Not like I think that it would be really nice.
I mean, do I go to Canada and ask you to ride a moose?
Everything leads to the beaches. Everything, if you're in Venice, everything comes out.
It's an amusement park. It's free.
It's free, you know, and it's like, there's so many different walks of life here, and like so many, you know, there isn't like much to do, but it's a space. Just like mob out and just have a good time, right?
Like I said, man, this is like our backyard. This is where we grew up. Like, you know, we don't have shit to do. Let's go to the beach. I just bumped into 40 people I grew up with.
At any given time, you see the most wild shit.
Yeah.
Not locals, because you know who they are, but just,
yeah.
I mean, there's a dude out here playing basketball with a gardening hat, big low gloves. So we almost saw a fist fight.
Some fools that never leave, man. They've been here forever, and they're not going anywhere either. This is LA's beach, man. Like, this is where LA comes. Like now you look on Venice Boulevard, like you see the long line of traffic. This is where we end up, you know?
What's different? It must be different.
To be honest with you, like this place, like the boardwalk, all of this, the handball courts, like all this stuff is pretty much like the only place in Venice that still looks the same. It's kind of remained untouched.
You're right. I'm looking around. It's like nothing. It's like this is a time capsule right here. Nothing's changed right here.
Another Venice institution to survive gentrification is the family-owned Great Western Steak and Hoagie Company. It's been a popular spot with locals for decades. Sponto and Two-Tone have been eating here since they were kids, and I wanted to know how it's managed to hold its own against the influx of fusion cafes and organic juice bars.
That's good. I heard this is the spot.
Yes, it is, man. Been here since 71. 5.5 ounces, ribeye steak, chopped up, grilled onions, grilled bell peppers.
So do you find that like having a spot like this, like do you ever get like scared at all? Like all these weird ass spots moving into town?
That's the thing about it, you know, being here 40 years, you see things come and go.
Yeah.
So you're used to it, you know?
Right.
This whole thing is changing right now, and it might be for the better for some people, it might be for the worse for others.
Yeah.
But a staple like this just sees everything that goes on and just stays quiet and keeps it
Low key.
Yeah.
So why'd you know, like cheesesteaks usually like, you know, like a Philly thing.
There was no good Philly cheesesteak shop around here, and when it started 40 years ago, it just took off. It was simple. You can never underestimate the simplicity of a cheesesteak.
Yeah.
You're getting 5.5 ounces of ribeye steak chopped up with caramelized onions on a French roll.
Oh, hell yeah.
Tell your daddy I said what's up.
He'll be back. He'll be right back.
All right.
Shit.
You gonna put that inside you?
Perfect day.
Really was though.
Yeah.
And I mean that.
No, it was amazing.
Nah,
Cheers.
thank you. Cheers.
Salute.
Salute.
Mazel tov. You know, this is the perfect way to end that. You know, we walk around the crazy boardwalk. We get to see a bunch of your buddies. The mob, mobbing out, smashing out. Got the Segway.
The friend group, eh?
The friend group, eh?
Yeah.
Back home, we just call them the friend group.
Yeah, the friend group.
We call them the friend group.
Hey, bring your whole friend group, and they'll fight with my friend group.
One bite, one bite.
Hey, this shit gonna go viral.
Here we go. One bite, one bite. Let's get it in the hole. Let's get it in the hole. Let's get it in the hole. Let's get it in the hole.
This is the pioneer. My father,
Hey, how are you?
Sergio Senior.
This is the father here. Calm down.
This is my dad.
Nice to meet you.
Garcia's Market is another family-owned Venice food joint that stood the test of time. Like Hoagie's, it's earned the loyalty of what remains of the original Venice community by serving simple, authentic food. Pozole is a traditional Mexican stew. It's not a dish you see everywhere, and I wanted to find out why it's so popular with Sponto and Two-Tone and other old-school locals.
You guys only make the pozole, one pozole?
On the weekends only, though.
Only on the weekends?
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and take a little 5 in the back. Get some food. You want me back there? All right.
That liquor store pozole.
Come on, Omar.
Musio! Shit is looking dusty. Moose is my homeboy Matty, all the way here from Canada.
How are you? This car's crazy.
You got this color in Canada right here? This aqua turf?
Yeah, I can't believe you didn't get no drips on your shirt.
I'm a gangster, homeboy.
You've been coming here since you were a kid?
Yeah, I've been coming here since I've been like probably 12, 13 years old. I think Miss Garcia gets up at 4 a.m. and makes this every weekend. Every Saturday, Sunday for the hangover.
Omar's watching.
Streets are over.
Omar's always watching, I feel. Omar's like the one true truth in the world.
Whose dog's that?
That's me. That's Omar.
Oh, yeah, bodyguard?
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, that's our security. So, Alec, you guys are making this something that's just like honest to like your family, you know?
My dad started a few years ago and just tried it for a sample for a weekend.
Yeah.
And then everybody asked for it, and then he keeps doing it.
And how long has he been making that?
Yeah, we've been here since the 70s, 76, Garcia's. There's a lot of changes. A lot of people come realtors try and buy out our houses and our friends' houses and all that stuff.
And you guys have like your stake here. Like this is like, I feel like Garcia's
It's family owned.
Yeah, like you guys aren't going anywhere.
Yeah, we have no plans on going anyway.
After learning about how Garcia's has managed to survive in Venice, Sponto and Two Tone reminded me they were throwing a massive community party that night.
So, you know, why the you guys thought that you guys should just have a formal party?
How do we start Sadie Hawkins?
We've done a bunch of different events, and they're always cracking. So we're sitting around talking about what's the next thing we should do. Boom, Sadie Hawkins.
Sadie Hawkins, if you didn't know, is where the girl asked the boy. So now, at this stage in the game, I was like, we got to do some sort of, like we do streetwear, but something.
Put some suits on.
Yeah, no one gets married anymore. So like, let's get decked out to the nines and throw a party.
Dude, I brought my suit.
To fuel up for the long night ahead, we stopped by Two Tone's favorite restaurant, Gilbert's, another local, family-owned classic that's been serving up authentic Mexican food for almost 30 years.
Everything I've had has been good. Everyone says, like any chef says it, like those are the spots that you search for. You want those places that have been in the neighborhood, family-owned, family-run. They're making one thing. You can't beat that.
It doesn't get any better than that.
So this is what you guys do every year? You just come here and get charged up for the big Sadie Hawkins, or what?
Yeah.
This is the spot.
Yeah, it's like a tradition.
You know, it's my first time going to Sadie.
Yeah, Sadie Hawkins is that. I don't know, man. Sadie Hawkins is special.
It's a real good feeling.
It's like my Christmas Eve.
Yeah. There's a party, and they party, people feel good.
Sponto and Two Tone built Born and Raised as an homage to the gritty old Venice that made them who they are. Like the family-run restaurants that remain. They've survived by keeping it simple and staying true to their roots. Even though the neighborhood they love's been overrun by million-dollar houses and high-end restaurants, on nights like this, you can feel the heart of that old community.
You come to Sadie Hawkins, nobody's salty, everybody's happy, everybody's dancing, everybody's sweaty, everybody's hugging. You know, it's that kind of environment, you know? It's like a house party, but just hyped up on steroids.
The way that you guys represent it, I think, is a beautiful one. You know, you guys are holding on and you know, fighting for something that really is an inevitable death. First of all, I'm a complete tourist, and then I get welcomed in, and I get to just see how you guys live. We got to see these cool spots, having that insider perspective on Venice. You guys have this like ownership of it.
I don't care what ends up happening 20 years from now. I'll never change up. I'll never switch up. I've always kept it true, and I will always keep it true to what I was taught growing up there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'll never budge.
Tonight's the night.
So now I'm gonna get yoked the up.
Sadie Hawkins. Sadie Hawkins.
Sadie Hawkins to your number 3, to Gilbert's, to the west side, to Venice, to Oakwood, to all of it, to Canada.
Hey.
Thanks,
God
Maddie.
bless Venice.
Nah, I appreciate it, man.
Everybody, pretty much when you travel to Texas, they look up best barbecue, and then if you're in that top 10, they're gonna come to your restaurant. Texas Monthly, it's a magazine for Texas. They have an issue that comes out every 4 years, and it ranks the best barbecue in the state. I think they go to, in the 400s, like different barbecue restaurants throughout Texas. So it's a huge thing. It'll take your business from like 1 to 10. I mean, we maybe used to do about 12 racks of ribs. Now we're cooking 40 to 50 racks of ribs. This is pretty crazy. They don't tell you before that you got number 1. There's no like heads up. But the day it happened, we celebrated maybe for like an hour. Then it was like, all right, we know it's coming, so we gotta get to work. We're only open Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, but it's a long process to get ready for just those 3 days. No, it's all in there. What's up? On Mondays, we're pretty much just doing a lot of stuff for the sides, our desserts. We knocked that out too that day. Just try to get ready for the week. Dell's gonna be making the rib glaze. I think PJ's about to make banana pudding. Yeah. Woo. Everything's gonna be made from scratch here, so that's why it takes a little bit longer too. Like our banana pudding, I mean, we're stirring it constantly while it's on the stove. Everything is just takes a long time because we all do it from scratch.
When we bake our bread, we cut it on the weekend. This is like all the end pieces, and we just save them, and that's what gets used for bread pudding. Lots of half and half, butter, vanilla, sugar, a little bit of salt. It's like 35 eggs that go in there. Just pour it all over.
How much butter is in here? It's a lot of butter, but this is enough crumble for about 180 portions for the banana pudding. For the volume we're cooking right now, we really got to be in on Monday to get ready for that week. Like Tuesday, Wednesday are also like extremely long days where we take up the whole kitchen, so can't really do some of that side prep and dessert prep before on those days.
I like seeing the customers, like their reaction, like when they try to sample. I like when they come from all over the state and all over the country. I'm like, they really came here? That's fire.
So every week we spend about 8,000 to 10,000 alone on briskets. Brisket is pretty much the most important meat in Texas barbecue. That's why they like to say brisket is king. That's kind of corny, but it really is though. If you have a Texas barbecue restaurant, the brisket has to be the best thing on the menu. Tuesday, Chuck, Johnny, Lane, and Zane will trim all the briskets. That's like an 8 to 9 hour shift right there alone. It's crazy how they do it. It's got one big table and just piles of briskets. Yeah, just trimming it up for 8 hours straight.
We're trimming it down to a certain amount of fat that we know that we can render, basically. We make the sausage out of the scrap and tallow out of the fat.
How many are you guys going to have to go through today, you think?
120. So one half of the brisket is a completely different muscle than the other half, which is like this top part right here. And you can kind of see it right here too. So it makes cooking it a little tricky. You're basically leaving two different cuts of meat on and trying to cook them evenly the same when one has like not as much fat and the other one has a lot of fat. You want these like nice round edges that are more aerodynamic in the smoker and don't crisp up as much. Same with the front of the brisket, you kind of make this nice and round as well.
So what you're saying is a brisket is like a car.
Yeah. What we're trying to trim it down to is a little like that. Like there's a nice fat band on top and then the meat's right underneath.
They all make it look pretty easy. It's not though. I mean, we're just pretty good at what we do. To get as good as they're doing, I mean, they probably all trim in the thousands of briskets at this point. I'm good also, but I'm just a little bit slower than them. They're all really fast. I can beat Zane though. Zane's not that fast.
What would you say is your record time in trimming a brisket?
A minute.
A minute?
Yeah, a minute.
Zane, what's your fastest time?
59 seconds.
59 seconds. Zane?
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Nah, there's no way Zane can do it in 30 seconds. It'll be all scalped up.
You see the lean's nice and round now. There's not a whole lot of pointy edges. See how Zane looks all weird and different from mine.
This is how it's supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to be. How is it not supposed to look?
This is the one laying there. This is how it's not supposed to be.
Get off my pile, dude.
This is mine.
Put yours back here. Why are you trying to steal it?
You gotta take a break here and there, you know. It's just gotta take a break, go play some Smash. Got to.
What up?
Gotta hydrate between the trims.
You want a trim brisket?
Do I want a trim brisket?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Get it in here.
Hey, maybe sell this brisket for like half of what you use.
Just keep it flat the entire time.
That was great. Thank you. Cut into meat.
Around the margaritas.
Another margarita for us. I just got a chicken on the scallops. The fat is trimmed down perfect. Okay. I like the front of the point. I think it looks good. The mohawk's trimmed down nice. The 3 scallops, yeah, 3 out of 10. Alright. It's so hard. I gotta give it to you guys. It's not easy. Thank you. The way we trim, we'll probably lose about 30% of what's on the brisket. When you put it on the smoker, it shrinks about half. So at that point, yeah, you're down to about a third of original weight. That's how we calculate like what the prices of like our brisket is. So that's why we try to make it as good as possible. We don't want people going home paying that much money for subpar brisket. So on Wednesday, we do a lot of stuff on Wednesday. That's the day we start sausage. So that's when we're doing about 200 to 250 pounds of sausage. And then also that's when we trim all our pork ribs, anywhere from 120 to 150 pork ribs. I think we also trim beef ribs that day too. So that's the day we kind of do a lot of different stuff. This from yesterday? Yeah. What do you use the tallow for?
We'll use the tallow just to hold the briskets overnight, and it makes them look shiny.
Dave, what are you doing?
So we're grinding the brisket trimmings from yesterday to make sausages. And everything got marinated with the spices and everything. And so we'll grind it through, and then they'll get cooked tomorrow. Are you trying to grind too?
I always rise and grind, baby.
All right.
Sausage, that's a tricky one. That's the one that you really got to do it a lot to get good at. At this point, I mean, I do enjoy making sausage. That's probably the thing I was best at when we started the restaurant. It is tedious, but it is fun. It's a good feeling after you finish all the sausages up, yeah. The sausage wings, they like to pop a lot like PJ's doing right now.
This one's a little off.
Uh-oh.
I just popped some too. You know, it happens. It happens.
Is that what that bin is for?
Yeah.
Hey, open up that bin.
It's not too bad. I just got one popped in. This is also the meat for it right here. This is all the stuff they got mixed up.
I thought you guys were number one.
No air bubbles, didn't do this thing. Never in my life seen Dylan do that.
I don't know. I'm making sure they're tight.
I hear that the team likes to call you the glizzy.
No one's called me the glizzy gobbler before. It's fine though. I mean, I'm not mad about it. It's whatever.
How many sausages total you think you guys are making?
480?
480 sausages? That's a lot of glizzies. Where are you guys going?
City.
Lunchtime?
Once a week, we like to go to another barbecue restaurant. We go hang out with the pit master. We're all pretty close. But yeah, you just want to go check out other barbecue restaurants, see what they're doing, see how we're still comparing, still trying to learn stuff, even at this point, see how we can make our food better.
So that's the Flacco's half-baked potato salad. It's like a twice-baked, but Flacco is always baked, so we call it half-baked potato salad. We got a regular potato salad. This is a spicy vinegar slaw.
Thank you so much.
Salad burritos, pork belly, pardon and poppers. We got the brisket elote right here, and then all your standard fare here. We got ribs, turkey, brisket.
Pork ribs, super good.
This is my favorite. The corn, the brisket, everything, the stews.
What was it like when you both got on the list?
It was a shock. You know, you try to put your best foot forward all the time, but I think just making the list, you're still surprised. It's still such an honor that people recognize your food like that. So it was definitely a shock. It was a good shock.
So you're probably the best ribs I've had from Panther City.
Whatever their glaze is. It's a nice sweet one. And it's not super fall off the bone. It's got a good bite to it. It's cooked really well too.
That's odd.
We should get jalapeno poppers on the menu.
Yeah.
Christmas season real well.
EJ, what do you think?
It's kind of sweet. I like it. It's not fall off the bone. It's got a good bite.
All of us, we all went to the same elementary. I've known Lane since kindergarten. Johnny moved in 3rd grade to our elementary school, so we were all friends before that. Everybody started getting barbecue jobs. Johnny worked at Franklin, he worked at Valentino's. Lane worked at Micklethwait and Friedman's. I also worked at Friedman's. Eventually it was like, all right, we should team up together and have our own barbecue restaurant, just run it the way we want to run it. Since then, we've been hanging out every day. Thursdays, me and Lane get there like in the early morning. Lane is touching up the briskets, which is pretty much just going back over the briskets, making sure it's trimmed correct. And then I will be on the other side of the table. I'll start seasoning all the briskets.
Fully soft blend?
Yep.
Can't tell Zane the recipe.
Can't tell me the recipe.
Why not?
Secret.
I'll give you $3.
I'll tell you off camera. Put them over here. Let them sit a little bit, let salt all sinks into the meat too a little bit before we throw them on the smoker. Texas barbecue, especially for the briskets, you want to do it low and slow. Like you start off at about 200 degrees. It doesn't get any hotter than 300, and that's a long process. So it takes about 12 to 14 hours just for the briskets. Same thing with the pork ribs. That's about a 6-hour cook. So it's really long cooks. Get a lot of smoke on it, but it just gives it that great smoky flavor though. It's pretty hot. It's hot in that smokehouse for sure. So in the summer, it's not really my favorite time to be out there smoking briskets or just being in the pit room, especially when it's like over 100 degrees. I think our pit room's at about like 115 when you're in between both those smokers. You open a door, you get a big gust of like heat and then smoke like fills your eyes up. It's pretty crazy, but I think that's why people love smoking this way, yeah. I think I like really how long it takes. I really like a long cook. It's just you and the fire, just hanging out. It's really relaxing, honestly.
Boom.
Right on the dot. That scales off a little bit. We are shaping the bread loaves right now. We got our bulk dough right there that we made a couple days ago. Usually at barbecue restaurants, bread is like a throwaway item. You always see it in the trash. Like, it's just a waste of money pretty much. So we wanted to make it so good that people like didn't do that. We do about 50 loaves a day. People always come up and ask if they can buy the bread. We're like, no, we give our bread out for free.
BJ, do you like dealing with bread?
Depends what type of bread we're talking about.
What kind of bread do you like?
The blue one.
Blue one, blue green ones?
Yeah.
Nice, dude. Make more.
You ain't never taught me that move.
I did. I taught everybody that move, and nobody did.
What is that?
The monitor
For what?
for the Smash we're about to play.
Smash?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You got it at a pawn shop?
I just went and bought it.
If I beat you, I get a choppy sandwich?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
If you beat me, I'll make you guys cookies.
Oh, that's a great deal. That's a great deal.
After all the meets go on, we like to just hang out. We goof around. We brought a Switch up here. We were playing Smash Bros all day, pretty much. Johnny's the best. He does play the most too. Kind of no-liked it for a little bit. Yeah, I'd say Lane's probably second. I'm last. I'm terrible. I might get better. I don't know.
Why are you
standing up? No, there's no
I'm standing up, dude. I'm gonna pop off.
There's no standing, man. Nah, it's cheating.
I'm taking a line.
Oh, let's go!
What's up?
You know, Johnny pulled some real cheeky moves. I wouldn't say it's the most sportsmanlike thing I've ever seen, but I think I can beat him. Maybe I was saying.
Anonymous tipped $6.90.
I'm about to pull the beef ribs. 8 a.m. What I do is I probe them, and if it feels like butter or cake batter, I know they're pretty much done. I'd say they're my favorite meats. They're just so rich and so good, but brisket is more of a challenge, so I like brisket better.
Isn't it hot over there?
Yeah, it's pretty hot. That means that the fat is rendered, and these are just going to be so delicious because of that, and all around perfect beef ribs.
Chuck is our head pit master here. She's a really quick learner. She does finish the briskets and the beef ribs too. So I mean that is the main attraction to the restaurant. Her shift is critical just because it kind of comes down to that last pull. If you pull too early, it's going to be undercooked. That's when it's going to be tough. If you overcook it, it's going to be mushy. It's not going to have a good mouth feel. There's a sweet spot right in between. So that's what we try to shoot for every day.
I think they're beautiful.
Yeah.
I didn't know they could talk.
My job is basically controlling fire, so I love that. I mean, it's only getting higher. Right now it's at 133, and it keeps on going up, and we'll get to 160.
Chuck, I'm sweating.
It's a nice job.
Fridays, I mean, that's crunch time. So that's when we got to start getting the restaurant ready for service. Everybody's pretty much everywhere in the restaurant. So Dell, he'll start portioning banana puddings in the actual dining room. We'll have stuff on the cutting board that's not in the kitchen too. So it's a little hectic, but now we got it down pretty much to a science where everybody knows what they got to do. There's a lot of stuff, but we knock it out pretty quickly.
Have you tried one of the puddings already?
No, I haven't tried any of the puddings.
You want one?
So I want one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I do.
You can have this one.
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, man. That's crazy.
I'm wrapping some turkeys up right now. Put a little bit of butter in there.
A little bit?
We're going a little bit lighter on the butter. We used to do a lot more.
What happened?
Butter's pretty expensive. We didn't need all that butter. Yeah, these are pretty much done. Just wrapping up for the last bit of it. Most of the time you get smoked turkey, it's gonna be dry. We do not do that here. It's gonna be really juicy. It's probably 15, 20. Usually people get here around 6 to 7. That's where we get our first couple customers. And it's always nice to see, he's all right, so we're gonna have some customers today. Right when we pull, it's all right, I think it's gonna be a good one.
How long have you guys been waiting for?
We got here about 5 after 7.
I definitely ate light yesterday. Would have liked to have slept a little bit better. I didn't want to be so far back that we might miss out on something, that gets sold out. And,
mission accomplished.
How'd you guys hear about this place?
Texas Monthly.
What's going on, guys? You would have only had to get here 45 minutes earlier to be first in line.
We actually were before you. We just left to get coffee.
After we got number 1, I'd say half the line is maybe not even from Texas. We get a lot of people from out of state now. It's a good feeling that people are waking up this early, waiting in a line before we open up. I mean, we open up at 11, so people are waiting, 5 hours before we open up.
Dude, you got me the potato scooper?
Every morning, we'll cut ourselves an actual tray of our food, pretty much to see how we're doing, see if everything's tasting right.
Making a tray for you to eat. It's all for you. Eat it all.
What do you think, Blaine?
I've only had brisket so far, and that's it. Made my day.
Everything's spot on?
Everything's tasting good. I think it's gonna be a good day. I'm gonna be here playing 5
Johnny, what do you think? Is that good?
I think it's amazing.
Anything you can give it to the customer?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Right at 10:59, it's like when you gotta get your game face on. That's when we're all ready. We're sitting behind the cutting board, and pretty much for the next 4 hours, we're gonna be slammed with customers.
First time coming out? Awesome. Thank you for coming out. How much brisket I get for you? Half pound of meat, half pound turkey, half pound of ribs. Half all? I'll throw you on a little extra pork ribs for you.
1.5, half, 2 links, 1 beef rib.
1.2 beef ribs.
So your total today is 5303.
All right, man. You do this for years ago today.
For here, please.
That first hour, that's the crazy hour for sure. We try to move as fast as possible because, I mean, it's 100 degrees out there, so you really got to be quick at this. When I'm super tired, I got like 3 hours of sleep. That line will literally get me going. Like, I can get through the day, especially when it's super busy. That's why I love it. You having a good day so far? All right, 1 beef rib.
1 beef rib.
Half pound pork rib.
I'm going to throw the sausages on the house, that way you don't have to trash. 1.6 beef rib. Is there any size? Cheese grits or coleslaw?
You said here to go?
Pound, half. 3 smalls.
Can you just sign the screen for me?
In an hour, we go through, probably about 20 briskets, like 18 racks of ribs, maybe like 5 or 6 turkeys. We're in a good flow too, where, I mean, it looks easy, but this is because we've done it so many times. We'll do little samples. We call them samples. They're burning. It's great. It's like the best part of the brisket, but we give those out for free pretty much to everybody in line. Take one, pass it back for me. So that's kind of like a thanks for waiting in the line, and then also this is what you're about to eat. 3 pounds turkey, 3 brisket, 3 turkey. Any sausage for you today?
1 sausage.
Right.
Any sides?
Yeah.
For the first 2 hours, it's a breeze. Like, I don't feel it, and then it's when that 3rd hour is when it kicks in. That's when it kicks in. And I'm like, okay, this is a little tiring. You got tallow going everywhere, you're slicing away. Especially like at that final hour is where I'm pretty dead. But I mean, it's all worth it to see the customers happy. So. All right, you're all set, man. Thanks for coming out.
Great flavor, bread texture. I mean, it's really good.
Worth the 4-hour wait?
Totally. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Definitely worth the wait.
Yeah, definitely worth the wait.
Awesome. Everything.
I haven't tried everything, so the verdict's still out, but it's up there for sure. Yeah.
So Zane?
Somebody's got a dishwash. Gotta make sure everything's clean. Thank you, man.
Yeah, we're all sold out. Sorry? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we should have been here earlier.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Wow.
We'll be open tomorrow and Sunday. After service stops, like we're not done working. Like we still, me, PJ, and Della up here cleaning up, and then like they're back there still on the pits. What I like so much is just seeing everybody like super happy that we cooked something really good. It's great to hear people come back after eating and be like, this is the best barbecue I've ever had. I mean, that's probably the most satisfying part of it. I mean, that makes it worth it pretty much. We weren't trying to get #1. That's not why we opened up the barbecue restaurant. We're pretty much just trying to cook the best barbecue we could. It was a really good feeling though to see that we got rewarded, like our hard work paid off.
What's for you after Goldie's? Are you gonna keep working here, or what's the plan?
I mean, they would want me to stay here, but there's a saying that if you have a barbecue restaurant and you have a really good cook, you're either gonna have to offer them ownership or they're gonna open their own barbecue restaurant because that's just how it is. And for me, I'm gonna open my own barbecue restaurant.
A lot of people do think what we do is easy. I know I used to think it was easy. But, I mean, we're gonna have this title for the next 4 years. We're gonna keep this up.
I've been doing the brisket ship for about 6 months now, and I'm still really happy that I get to do that.
This video is brought to you by Squarespace. From websites and online stores to marketing tools and analytics, Squarespace is the all-in-one platform to build a beautiful online presence and run your business. When some paintings arrive at the studio, it is clear upon first glance how much work is required, and this painting is no exception. When I opened the box, I was first struck to see that this painting somehow miraculously survived shipping thanks to the client's careful packing. But there was so much damage. The painting is obviously yellowed and dirty with old grime and varnish, but there is a ton of flaking paint. A ton of it has already come off of the canvas, and you can see those voids. But the rest of it is just so perilously attached that ill handling may result in much of this paint just falling off of the canvas. To say nothing of the massive tear that runs horizontally through the sky. This painting is really in poor shape, and in need of a ton of conservation work. Now, there are signs and evidence of old work that has been executed in the past, but I'm not focused on that just yet. I'm still in awe of how delicate this painting is, and really how amazing it is that it arrived in the studio without a whole bunch of paint falling out of the box. From the side, we can see just how perilous some of this paint is, and how it's just hanging on by a thread, and any rough handling should have, could have, and will result in extreme paint loss. Looking at the painting head on, we can see all of these losses circled in red. That's pretty obvious, and they'll need to be stabilized, filled in, and retouched eventually. But we have a lot of work before we can get there, to say nothing of the massive tear that also needs to be fixed. But looking at the painting with a raking light, we can start to see all of these striations that are cracks and tenting of the canvas. And these catch the light and become really big distractions, to say nothing of them being potential areas of flaking paint. Now, under UV light, we can take a look and see old varnish across the entire painting, and some areas where I think there might have been some retouching. They just look kind of odd compared to the rest of the painting. But I won't know until I really dive into this painting.
You know, lately it feels like everything that comes into the studio is a magnum opus of conservation, complicated and difficult and really intricate. And, you know, I enjoy those projects, but sometimes all I want is simple, easy, and straightforward. And as difficult as the work in the studio with these paintings gets, I know that there's at least one place in my life where simple is the name of the game, and that's with Squarespace.
And for over 20 years, Squarespace has been making building websites as simple as 1, 2, 3. It all begins with choosing a template, and Squarespace has tens of thousands of professionally designed, beautiful templates that will work anywhere, from desktop to tablet to mobile phones, ensuring a unified experience for all of your visitors. Once you've selected a website, you give it a title, and then the fun part, customization. With Squarespace, just about everything is customizable with a simple click, from your fonts, which will update across the entire website when you choose a new package, to the colors that are used across your website for buttons and highlights and other interactive elements. And of course, making the website your own is as easy as clicking on what you see and editing it. That's it. No complicated code to understand, no programming, just click and edit. And what took Squarespace 20 years to perfect can be yours in just a few minutes, allowing you to focus on what's important: your business, your creativity, and your passion. So head over to squarespace.com for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/Baumgartner to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. Before I can do anything to fix the painting, I have to stabilize it, and I'm going to do that still in the frame because I don't want to run the risk that any paint comes off as I remove the painting from the frame. I'm using smaller sections of Japanese paper here instead of a large piece because it'll allow this paper to conform to this uneven surface a little bit better. And that's what I want, because that will give me the greatest bond to the flaking paint and stabilize it most effectively. In addition, there are some areas of this painting where the paint isn't flaking, and so I don't see it as necessary to cover the entire painting. One area that I'm leaving is the tear. Though it is unstable, putting the paper on that tear would prevent me from treating the tear and repairing it as I go forward. So I still do need to be really careful with this painting, even though I have stabilized much of it. Now, removing it from the frame is relatively easy because they used proper frame mounting hardware. Just a few screws and I can lift up this painting out of its frame. Unfortunately, I see that the painting has been wrapped in some sort of tape. It looks like electrical tape and stapled, which is never a good sign. This type of finishing work speaks to the quality of work throughout the rest of the painting. And so I'm starting to get nervous. I'll remove these staples. It's not very hard. There aren't very many of them, which isn't great, but it makes my work a little bit easier. And then I'll start peeling back this tape to see what lies beneath. Wrapping tape of any sort around a painting's edges is not a good idea, but electrical tape is definitely nowhere on the list of approved materials. You can see that it's goopy, it peels back some of the paint, and it just causes a mess. Now, I could theoretically try to soften up the adhesive with solvents, but in the past, it has effectively melted the plastic on the electrical tape and become more of a mess. Underneath that tape, there are more staples, so I will continue to remove them with this little staple removal tool. And one of the reasons that I don't like staples is you can see right here. The staple goes in, and not only does it create 2 holes, it creates a cut in that canvas. So now, that canvas needs to be reinforced. That's not necessarily the case with tacks. Once I've made sure to remove all of those staples, I can start prying this very delicate canvas off of the stretcher and start thinking about how I'm going to proceed with the next steps. My heated vacuum table is where I'll begin the next round of treatments, which starts off with a treatment to flatten out all of these planar distortions. That's the bumps, the ripples, the waves, the creases in the canvas. In order to repair the canvas, I need it to be flat, and so by exposing the painting to moisture, heat, and pressure, I can relax the canvas and flatten it. The blotter paper has been dampened, the table's been brought up to temperature, and then I can extract all the air. I'll go over the painting with a series of tools to encourage the paint and canvas to lay flat. Once that treatment is done, I'll remove the painting from the hot table, place it under weights, and let it acclimatize to my studio's relative humidity over a couple of days. Then I can bring the painting into the spray room and start preparing it for a double treatment, an adhesive impregnation and an interleafed lining. This is a conservation grade thermoplastic adhesive that is heat activated. I'm going to roll it onto the painting and allow it to be absorbed by the canvas and penetrate into all of the nooks and crannies where the paint may have lifted up and is loose. Once that adhesive dries, I'll then take it over to the front half of the studio and I'll start preparing the interleafed lining. Because this has a massive tear, a simple lining won't cut it. I have to use a piece of rigid PET film in between the original canvas and the new canvas. And this is going to ensure that that massive tear stays flat and is stable. There was a stamp on the back of this canvas and an inscription, and I'm taking care to locate that with some blue painter's tape and mask it off because I want to keep that visible even though I'm going to be putting a new piece of canvas on the back. Once I've masked off both of those areas, I'll trim off the excess tape, and now I have a shape that I need to remove not only the canvas, but the adhesive. So I'll lay the canvas onto the back of the painting, I'll flip it over, and then I'll start to align it to make sure it's where I want. Once I have it in its proper place, I'll use some tape to hold it in place, and then flip it over again. Because the tape is standing proud, it creates an edge that I can trace with a pencil, and this is just to get the shape and location of the cutout. I'll slide a piece of cardboard underneath, and then using a very sharp knife, I will cut the canvas. I'm not going to remove the canvas just yet, because if I do, when I do the lining process, that gap will transfer to the front of the painting. I'm flipping this canvas over now, and I'm marking off the areas on the interleaf where I need to remove the adhesive. If I don't do that, it's going to just glue itself to the canvas that I just took care to remove. So more masking tape, but this time I'm going to mark it off so that I can remove what's inside this area. And using a little bit of solvent, I will start to remove the adhesive that's on this PET film. You can see that as I rub over it, it starts to come off, and eventually I will have a very clean piece of PET film that's completely free of adhesive. I can then remove this piece of masking, and then remove the release film from the adhesive that I previously ironed on to the lining canvas, and then I can put the whole thing back together and transfer it over to the hot table and begin the actual lining process. This seems like a ton of work, and it kind of is, but there really isn't any other way to keep the inscription and the stamp visible on the back, which is the whole point of all of this extra work. I generally don't like making extra work for myself if I don't need to, but in this case, it's what I have to do. So over to the hot table the painting goes. I'll reach under and remove the masking tape. I just want to keep those canvas inlays in place, but I don't want the tape because the tape, again, will create a bulge that will transfer up into the painting. I'll seal the painting on the hot table. I'll bring it up to temperature, put my air extraction hoses in, and then bring the pressure up and start the lining process. Once the pressure is adequate, I can turn off the heat and I can start working the canvas and the paint layer, making sure that it's all going to come down and stay down. With the interleafed lining and the adhesive impregnation complete, the painting structurally sound, and all of the flaking paint bonded back down to the canvas, I can remove the facing paper applied earlier on. Because I used a fish gelatin adhesive that is receptive to water, a bit of warm water painted on the paper can penetrate through the paper and swell the adhesive, and then with a palette knife I can begin to scrape it off the painting. If this painting weren't going to be cleaned, all of this adhesive residue would need to be removed, but we are going to be cleaning it, so it's not terribly problematic. When I first examined this painting, I made tests and determined what kind of varnish was on the surface and how best to remove it. According to those notes, I mixed a solvent mixture that would achieve that desired result. So with a little swab that I've rolled, I can start to apply the solvent to the face of the painting, allow the varnish to swell, and then lift it off with the swab. And you can see, right away, there is a bright blue sky underneath all of this old and yellowed varnish. This is a natural resin varnish, a Damar varnish, and Damar, when exposed to air and ultraviolet light, begins oxidizing and changing almost instantly. And when it changes, it turns yellow, and sometimes it turns cloudy, and that changes how we see the painting. It completely obscures the true colors, and what we see is everything through a yellow lens. But as I begin to remove all of this old varnish, we can start to see just how much has been hidden underneath. We have bright blues, we have whites, we have pinks and purples. All of these colors just weren't visible because of this old resin varnish. What we also have is old retouching. And earlier I had mentioned that I thought something was going on. Well, I'm getting a better idea of just exactly, and we're going to take a closer look at it now. All of this that I'm about to highlight is old overpainting and retouching. It's almost comical because the amount of the painting that hasn't been overpainted is nearly the same as the amount that has. So all of what I am circling needs to be removed. It's kind of shocking, and I'm nervous for what I'm going to find. To remove all of this overpaint, I'm going to use a different gelled solvent mixture. And again, this was mixed according to the strength that I required and the sensitivity of the paint layer. Now, you may be asking why this gelled solvent will remove the overpaint, but it doesn't remove the original paint. As paint ages and oxidizes and polymerizes, it becomes more stable. So younger paint is more vulnerable or more susceptible to being lifted off with this solvent. Now, if I left this gelled solvent on the painting overnight, it would probably eat through all of the paint and I would have a clean canvas. But because the original paint is more stable, more oxidized, this gelled solvent doesn't affect it. Now, I still have to be careful with the mixture, and I still have to watch the painting and go incrementally, but I can remove the old overpaint. I suspect this old overpaint is probably no more than 25 or 30 years old, maybe a little bit older, maybe a little bit younger, and it hasn't fully oxidized. It takes oil paint years and decades to fully oxidize and crosslink and become as stable as the paint on a 100-year-old painting. So as long as it's younger than the original paint, there's a good chance that we can remove it. Another thing that we have to remove is all of this excess fill-in material. Now, where paint is lost, it's totally appropriate to fill in, but you can see this fill-in material covered some of the original paint, and that is a no-no. And with the painting completely cleaned and all of the overpaint removed and all the fill-in removed, this is what we're left with. Before I can start filling in the paint losses, I have to put some ground on the raw canvas, otherwise the fill-in medium is likely to flake off in the future, and that's something I don't want. So I'll just take this medium and I'll just paint it on the raw canvas. I'll try to get as close as I can to the edges, but it doesn't need to be perfectly up to the edge. It just needs to give enough surface area for this fill-in medium to bond to and not become susceptible to flaking during movement or time. I'm using a chalk-based fill-in medium, and this allows me to create a smooth surface, or in the case of this painting, add some impasto or texture to the paint. And I'm using a fan brush to add brush strokes that match the original. Once all of that fill-in medium has dried, I can go ahead and start removing the excess. This is something that wasn't done during the last conservation attempt. They just retouched over all of it. But I'm going to remove all of this excess because it doesn't belong on top of the original paint. I only want to fill in where there is paint loss. So using a little swab and a little bit of water, I can lift off all of that excess. And then I can return the painting to its stretcher. Because this painting was interleafed, it's not really going to stretch in the same way that a normal canvas would, so I don't really need to worry about adding tension evenly across the painting. The interleaf, the PET film layer, prevents this canvas from stretching. It prevents it from distorting, which is why I did it. So I just need to get the canvas on the stretcher. I'll remove the nails that I used to hold the stretcher square. I'll trim up all of the excess canvas, and then I'll begin the finishing process. And you remember how I talked about in the beginning that the electrical tape and staples were a sign of poor craftsmanship, and that would carry over as a theme throughout the rest of the work? Well, I like to think that the way that I finished the painting here, by folding over the linen and tacking it, and then tucking these corners nice and tight, is a sign of quality craftsmanship that starts with the painting and ends with the back. Once I have finished the stretching process, I'll add the keys. Here they're not adding tension to the canvas, but they are taking up the gaps in the joints and making sure that this stretcher stays together. I'll bind them with some fishing line and a tack to make sure that they don't come loose and get lost or get trapped behind the canvas and the stretcher bar and create a dent. Because there is so much fill-in medium, I'm going to be using an isolation layer on top of this painting. This is going to help seal in all of that fill-in medium. It's going to help me see the colors as they will look like when I varnish it for the final time to make my retouching more accurate, and it's going to help compensate for any tiny little gaps that I didn't get with the fill-in medium. So I'll paint it on, I'll let it dry, and then I'll start retouching. Retouching is simultaneously my favorite and least favorite part of my work. Favorite because this is the part in the process where I, through all of my skill and practice, get to put a painting back together, to try to eliminate all of the damage and get in the head of the artist and complete their work. And if I do my job right, well, then we see a painting. It's my least favorite because it's really hard. And that's not to say that I shy away from hard work, but sometimes it's really hard. And sometimes it's hard when you least expect it to be difficult, as in the case of this. Looking at this sky, one would think, as I did, this is not terribly complicated. It's a bunch of pink and white and blue and maybe a little yellow smeared together, brushed around, loose and whimsical, and bada bing, bada boom, you have clouds. That's what I thought when I started. But it's much harder than that. Not only do we have to match all of the colors, we have to match the brushwork. So if I'm going from left to right, from top to bottom, maybe that fits better than the other way. On top of it, there are so many different colors here that just about every brushstroke is going to be different. So it's not as simple as just kind of blending on and letting your heart's desire go wild. We also can only put paint where paint is missing. So certainly with a big 1-inch brush, I could achieve a beautiful sky in a matter of seconds, maybe minutes. But with this tiny little brush, it's going to take a long, long time. Surprisingly, this retouching took a couple of hours, and I didn't allocate that much time for it. I thought it was going to be much, much faster. But such is life. And for every painting where the retouching takes twice as long, there is usually a painting where the retouching takes half as long. So in the end, it all comes out even. Except my frustration skyrockets with these difficult ones, and I somehow forget the easy ones. One of the other things that makes this really difficult retouching is that this was all blended on canvas. So the artist put down a lot of color when it was wet and then feathered and blended it all in. And that means that there isn't a single color composing this sky. There's thousands upon thousands upon thousands of shades and variations of the colors used to create it. And that means that it's a lot of delicate blending with a medium, the retouching paints, that really don't lend themselves to blending. They dry very quickly, and if you try to blend, you reactivate the paint that you previously put down. And then it lifts off, and then you have to start all over again. So it's an unforgiving medium, but ultimately over time you start to learn the medium, its weaknesses, its strengths. You learn which colors go on lighter and dry darker. You learn which colors go on darker and dry lighter. And you start to develop a familiarity with this material, and that allows you to work a little bit faster. When I first started using these retouching medium paints, it took me forever. I would put down a color and it would change. And I didn't understand that certain colors react differently. And I was still trying to paint as if this was all oil paint or the same medium. I had to learn how to work with these paints. I had to change my way of working because the paints weren't going to accommodate me. But eventually, over time, I did learn, and that made retouching much easier. I was able to start seeing what was going to be instead of what was. And that's really how we need to approach retouching. We need to have a vision of what we're trying to create, not just what we're trying to get rid of. And here, on this painting, even though it looks like mushy clouds, what I'm trying to do is understand how the artist shaped these clouds. And so in these areas where there are big voids, like in the center, and I don't know if there's sky or cloud, I'm going to look to the other clouds that exist. Then I'm going to start to understand the structure of this artist's clouds. Are they silver tipped on top? Are they cool underneath? Those will be the guiding factors in how I rebuild the clouds that are missing. If I had a photograph, I would work from that, but unfortunately in this case I don't, so I have to be a little bit creative and inventive, which in conservation is kind of a dirty word because we're not supposed to take artistic liberties or be creative, we're just supposed to be technicians. But I would challenge anybody to come up with a way of tackling such profound and extensive losses with no evidence of what was there beforehand without being creative. And secretly, I think that that's what makes conservation so much fun, is being creative, finding unique ways to solve these problems, using your skill, using your talent, using your hard work to achieve the desired result and make the client happy. That is creativity. So this retouching, even though it was more difficult, took more time, required a little bit more creativity, in the end, I think it was all well worth it. And when the final painting is revealed, I think that you'll agree with me. But before we reach that grand reveal, there is one step still remaining, and that's the final varnish. Now here, this final varnish is going on to serve multiple purposes. One, it's going to give us a unified sheen. The retouching paints and the isolation layer sometimes don't have the same sheen, and that becomes distracting. It's also going to make the colors look really good and give us a glittery effect. And finally, it is an ultraviolet stable varnish, so it's going to prevent any yellowing or discoloring of the varnish, the paint layer, and the retouching mediums. Once I've applied the varnish, I'm going to keep going back and forth and brush it out to achieve the sheen that I like. Micro scratches in the surface as the varnish dries gives it an effect that I adore. So let's take a trip down memory lane. This is how the painting came in. Dark, dirty, yellow, flaking, torn, and really in bad shape. Under UV light, we can see just how much of the painting was overpainted, almost the entire sky. Now compare this with my retouching, and you can see, while still extensive, just how much more restrained it really is. And now finally, after all of that work, stabilizing, structural repairs, cleaning, removing of old retouching, and new retouching, we can see the painting, perhaps as the artist saw it, when they signed their signature and said, "My masterwork is complete." Quite a difference, huh? And one that I think was well worth it. If you're at all curious to know more about this or any of the other projects that I've filmed, or want access to add and sponsor free videos a day early, join me over on Patreon. And maybe one of these days we'll get Kit in the hot seat and finally make her answer for all of these shenanigans.
Trip on the
Don't
and
trip.
and you know.
Don't trip.
Just let it go. And I'm gonna teach you how. You know, just don't break your wrist. Don't break your wrist.
I'm all tangled up here. So dark.
And then you let it unfurl behind you. But now remember,
Okay.
you're going back to 2 o'clock. Don't break your wrist.
This is so intimidating.
I know.
Come on, baby.
I'm Matty Matheson, and this is Dead Set on Life. I'm going to Los Angeles, Hollywood. My man, Adam Perry Lang, he is my hero. He's worked all over the world, and he's landed in Los Angeles to build his dream restaurant. Adam Perry Lang, I love you.
A decade ago, LA was known for its movie stars, Skid Row, and abandoned Art Deco office buildings. In the last few years, a wave of people have moved in, changing parts of this area into a vibrant residential neighborhood. The result is hundreds of new restaurants that have turned LA into one of the most colorful culinary areas in the US of A. Adam Perry Lang is a classically trained chef of French cuisine who's opened restaurants in London, Las Vegas, and Manhattan. Los Angeles is his next challenge. He's riding the momentum of his barbecue pop-ups on the Jimmy Kimmel backlog. But with over half of LA dining establishments failing in their first 5 years, it's going to be a challenge. I'm here to hang with this tough-as-nails Brooklyn native as he fights the good fight and learn the secrets to his success. We caught up with Adam in his warehouse where he plans his culinary future and handles all his business.
Okay, so what do we got? What's inside? What's inside?
Wagyu brisket.
Wow.
This is right. It's a cooker. It's not a smoker. So I really want the fat to render out a lot more than I would typically do.
Isn't the goal of a Wagyu to keep the fat within it?
Kinda, but not.
Okay.
Okay, because the whole concept is like there's that perfect balance between collagen and fat. So you want a certain amount of that fat to drain out, and then the rest is kind of that. You know how you love consommé?
Yeah.
So it's kind of yeah. It
Sticky.
sticks. Yeah.
Okay, let's eat. The office.
The office. The barbecue warehouse.
The beef rib.
I cook it up slightly less, and it's a little bit more steaky.
I've known Adam for, a few years now. He's got this insane knife. You know what? Who made this knife, Adam?
I did.
Adam made this knife. Because you can see, Adam doesn't like to wear gloves. He'll wear gloves on his boots, but he won't wear gloves on his hands because he likes touching the meat. He likes being connected, skin to skin. And when Adam reaches out and offers you a little piece of brisket, a little piece of pork rib, a little piece of short rib, don't ever touch his hand. You touch Adam's hand. Drops that, no fingertips. You don't touch the barbecue till the barbecue touches you. This is the bite right here. We got the lean brisket with a little bit of the fat still on it. We got the, the spicy pickle. Anybody else that's doing barbecue right now in the United States of America, you can just sleep in. Adam's new restaurant will encompass his entire culinary past. It's opening at Hollywood and Vine,
where the economy is growing 6 times faster than any other U.S. city. There's so many people pouring in, it's the 2nd fastest growing zip code in America.
This is it.
This is, yeah? Beauty, buddy. APL, welcome to APL.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Proud to have you.
APL, welcome to APL. Whoa, this place is sick.
Cool, huh? Took 3.5 years to find it.
I don't feel like I'm in LA. And you
I
know,
felt
like
that way too.
Like everything's so new or modern.
Yeah.
Or
you're looking right across the street and it's something very populous that hurts the eyes. Like
yeah,
for me, there's an
you
energy
feel like
here.
you're like in a city when most of the time you feel like you're in a suburb where it's like these weird buildings. Think about when you were at Danielle 20 years later. You're here.
Surreal.
20 years later, you're still opening restaurants.
When I first came here from the New York mentality, I'm like, who are your purveyors? So like, I got 30 or 40. I was like, 30 or 40? How do you corner it? I was like, it's nuts, but there's a certain commitment together rather than in New York and other places where there's that middleman that's gonna, navigate, the relationship. It's really making sure it's on point, it's for you, and we're talking about a 20-year commitment.
Yeah.
I've been out of the game, so to speak, and then everybody say, hey, you better jump back in before. I was like, you know what? It. When I open it up, it's gonna open up and I'm gonna be ready and right. It'll be my timing and that's the way it is. So the biggest thing for me was always not listening to that kind of pressure, even though it's there.
Look at this. I'm so happy for you. What, these have to stay here? This is so dark.
What are you talking about? You don't like this shit?
This is Vera Miles.
Oh, you don't like Audrey Hepburn?
Yeah, Audrey Hepburn's
It's not tight enough for you. You're like my mother. Never good enough.
Yo, what's up, chef?
What's up?
How are you? You good?
Welcome to Los Angeles.
Oh, man. On his hunt to find the best quality provisions, Adam took me to meet Chef Michael Chiramusti at his seafood restaurant, Providence. Like Adam, Michael's an East Coaster who moved out west to open a restaurant. For years, Michael's been a dedicated crusader for sustainable seafood. A member of Monterey Bay Aquarium's Seafood Watch program, he was the pilot chef for LA's Dock to Dish, an organization that connects small-scale fishermen to nearby restaurateurs. That means more local seafood on people's plates. You got some fish or what?
We got a little bit of fish.
Yeah.
We're gonna go catch a little bit more tomorrow, but we have some fish for you today.
Okay.
All right, guys, once you get out of the kitchen and go sit down, and I'll make this something for you, please.
Have a good serve. Okay.
Thank you.
That's nice. Can we have one of those?
Let's go, let's go. Quick like bunnies. Dungeness crab dumplings. They're wrapped in pickled daikon.
Very well.
Everybody's getting one fish. He got 16 different varieties of that fish.
Next course is squid pho. All right, so these are.
Look at that.
So it's squid and Wagyu beef. Just thin strips of Wagyu beef, and then it's squid broth. So if you just stir it around with your chopsticks and let the squid kind of warm a little bit in the broth, and the squid broth is made with Wagyu fat and Wagyu scrap.
It's only scrap if you're not using it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So where are you guys getting squid from?
Whenever we can, we try to use as much stuff from Southern California. And that's very different from what we used to do. But now, like with our association with Dr. Dish and our ability to get, fish from sources really, local, we're doing a lot more of that.
How does Dr. Dish work?
How does it work? Well, it's like a subscription service. If you think about it as like a CSA, like you pay your dues as a subscriber, and every week, and you decide how much you want. If you have a small restaurant, you get 25 pounds of fish. If you have a bigger restaurant, you get 50 or 75 or 100. And also you have to be very flexible because like one week you might get whelks and keyhole limpets, and the next week, you might be getting black cod and ling cod and.
You really have no idea.
You really have no idea.
Wow.
We'll just figure out a way to work it into the menu.
Let's get out of your hair. We gotta wake up early, right?
We do. We gotta be at the dock at 6 a.m.
Okay. 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
It's the crack of dawn, and Michael's brought Adam and I to Santa Barbara to show us what Dr. Dish is all about. We're hitting the water with the program's LA co-founder, Sarah Rathbone, and local fisherman, Eric Hodge. Even though California's got over 800 miles of coastline, the state still imports a whopping 90% of its seafood. Michael and Sarah are determined to change that and make sure that LA chefs are putting as much locally caught fish on their menus as possible. Adam is excited to see Dr. Dish in action as a potential purveyor for his new restaurant.
It's a beautiful morning. We got whatever these are, hills, mountains, I don't know, but they're beautiful. Bunch of big houses on them, good for you guys. But you know what? We're here to fish. It's a beautiful day, the sun is out. God bless!
All of us. If I was a water creature, I'd be a sea lion. They understand me, we just want to chill, relax. If I was gonna invite a bunch of sea creatures over to my house to watch like Super Bowl, sea lions, #1 on the guest list.
I haven't seen Matty fish yet, but I think he's preparing himself both mentally and physically for the task.
So we're about 260 feet deep.
Look, he's bit.
Oh, you're a bit, dude.
Yeah?
Oh,
yeah!
okay,
Okay, I'm 260 feet down. I got a bite right away. We're just catching fish. I'm a pro. What do you think I got? Do you think I got a shark?
No, you got a rockfish.
You got a rockfish, dude?
How big? How much work is this for, like, is it a big fish?
We're gonna find out.
What do you think I got? Whoa!
Oh.
Hey, a vermilion.
Vermilion.
I got a vermilion.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
I got a vermilion rockfish. It's beautiful.
Got another vermilion.
Another vermilion, nice.
No, mine's way cooler looking.
Maybe.
What did you get? Oh, nice.
Meat stick.
Yeah! Got another one. Get him, Eddie! Whoa, this guy's a fighter.
Holy
Double,
shit, that's
triple.
a huge copper.
Whoa!
Yeah! His eyes are popped out.
I got an octopus.
APL's up there, not catching jack shit.
Oh, you just wait, buddy. You just wait.
Yeah, buddy.
Watch him bite your.
Those are poisonous.
Is it poisonous? I can lick it, right?
Yeah, you can lick it.
Yeah, I can lick
Just don't
it.
get spined.
So we caught a bunch of the rockfish, and now we've gone to another part of the channel. This is where we're gonna use the actual live bait. Adam can't fish for shit. Just I don't know why. He always talks about how much he likes fishing. Because he's not doing well.
I think I gotta change up the fly.
I think you just gotta drop it 300 feet. You'll get a fish, my dude. For like Dr. Dish. Like, would this be cool or?
It's hundreds of pounds a week.
It's hundreds of pounds.
Yeah.
This cooler times 5.
When it's coming off the boat, when it's coming out of the water, when it's been really well taken care of by our fishermen, you can really diversify your palate and realize that everything is high quality. In Santa Barbara Harbor alone, I think that the number of species that you've actually heard of is around 24 different commercially viable species, and then when you expand it to the things you've never heard of, we're upwards of 30 different species. It's been really cool for me personally to be the bridge between the fisherman and the chef. Whatever the fisherman is bringing in, that's what's coming to you in your Dr. Dish share.
I've just been going through a bit of a rethink, so to speak, of how I'm going to choose my fish. This is like the perfect answer. I want to push it as far as I can.
That's the way things were before, you know, the modern food system sort of like took it over.
It's not really inventing something new. It's just going back to the old way of doing it.
Oh, that's my fish.
This is the first time ever that when I said that we're going fishing, we actually caught fish. We got the bait, we got the rockfish, and we got a lingcod. Today was a beautiful day, early start, big reward, learned a lot, had some fun. APL, how you feel?
Good.
Good! Yeah, right! Let's get it. Running a restaurant is mad stressful. I've known a ton of people in the industry who have suffered from anxiety, depression, and addiction, myself included. It's constant pressure, and to survive, you gotta find healthy ways to let off steam. For Adam, training with MMA fighters is a perfect solution, and he invited me to his gym. What's up, Adam?
What's up, brother?
How are you, man?
Good to see you,
up?
man. Thanks for coming down.
Yeah, this is a boxing gym?
Yeah.
What's up, man?
How you
I'm
doing?
Maddie.
Marcus, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
You ready to
My
do this?
trainer.
I'm gonna train?
Yeah. I got to get you back a little bit
Yeah.
from fishing.
Well, I didn't make fun of you that much,
A little
did I?
bit. A little bit.
Oh, I don't want to do this. Okay, should I change? Am I, like, ridiculous right now?
You look like a fighter.
I'm a lover. I'm a lover. I make love. Lots of love. Slow, passionate, heavy breathing love.
Nice, one more time.
I think APL's intent of bringing me here was to, like, have a sparring partner. You know, I'm kind of naive, and I thought we were just gonna be buddies and have some fun, but APL is one of those guys who everything he does, he strives for perfection, and this is just another aspect of APL. He's back there pacing like a goddamn panther, and, you know, gonna have to
go hunting for a big bad Jewish panther right now. Before the fight with Adam, former MMA fighter Marcus Cowell got me fit for battle.
So you had a heart attack?
Yeah, about 4 years ago now.
How bad?
You know, it was a little wild, but it was mostly from I would definitely say drugs.
Really?
Yeah, it was like drugs and alcohol.
What was your drug of choice?
Cocaine.
Did you remember when it happened?
I woke up at like 6 in the morning with just like a very like uncompromising squeezing. Yeah, it woke me up. This pain, I thought I was gonna have one. And then I went to the hospital and they're like, you had one.
Oh.
And I didn't even realize it. And then like I stopped drinking and doing drugs and all that kind of stuff.
Fists. Good. That's good? Fighters to the center.
APL, you catch a fish yet?
Right, let's keep this clean.
It's not over.
Touch gloves if you want to. You ready?
When's it over?
You ready?
When I tell you it's over.
Fight.
Very difficult, very tiring. These crazy eyes. I'm made for this. I was made for this a while ago, but I've spent years destroying my body. This is when, you know, eating a burrito, eating some chicken, eating some steaks, eating some pasta. You know, everything's so cool. Instagram that shit. Then you step in a ring, reality sets in. Slop.
You guys ready for round 2? Fight! Fighters to the center. Championship round. Third and final round. Fight!
The champion. My amazing friend, obviously. I'm Barry Lang. Way to go. Thanks.
Face this way. After 3 rounds of fighting, all 3 judges scored the fight 28-28. It's a draw.
Good. No. Adam won. Oh! Adam is focused on every detail of his restaurant and has taken up the art of making Damascus steel knives with swordsmith Casey Lund. With the exploding culinary scene in Los Angeles, Adam believes there's a market for high-quality, locally made knives. Looks like an episode of Breaking Bad out here. Tell me a little bit about your buddy Casey.
This is Casey's Field of Dreams. He's an actual swordsmith. We connected, and I wanted to make culinary steel, so we can, you know, built the business. We put together a business together. We're gonna go for it. Hey, Adam, what's happening, buddy? I want you to meet Maddie. Hey, Maddie.
Nice to meet you. Yeah. How's Adam's knife making skills? Is he all right?
Outstanding, actually.
Outstanding.
Yeah, very good. So,
Do you think we can make a knife or see a knife or do something?
let's make one. Let's do it.
We can do one?
Yeah, let's make a Damascus knife.
Let's make a Damascus knife.
A big one.
A big one?
Yeah.
320 layers.
We can do it.
Damascus steel, 320 layers. We're about to kick this off. Let's make a Damascus knife. So Casey, run me through. We got a few different kinds of metals out here. This is the beginning.
2 different steels. We're gonna smash that into this.
Okay. So that's how you get that
It's like
like
making a
ribbon.
vinaigrette. You know, it's like you have
Okay.
2 different elements, and each add a different component to it. You can
Okay.
draw everything with cooking for this.
Well, right, two different metals.
2 different metals.
Okay.
That's good.
No, it's good. You didn't have to nudge. You don't have to nudge when I'm in, you know, when I'm here. This forge is one hot cookie. You can burn your pancakes in there real quick.
You got to get the steel to a certain temperature, hold it there for a certain amount of time. You'll see a nice orange glow verging on yellow. Next, we're going to put it in the vise over there on the corner, and we're going to hit it with a grinder.
Okay. Let's grind.
All right.
And then fold this, pound it, fold it, pound it. Ah!
Get it in the furnace, and then put it back under the hydraulic press this time.
And from here, we will be able to make Damascus blade.
I'll profile the handle section.
Okay.
And then ready to start shaping your blade.
Okay. The now we get to do the grand finale. You know?
Yes. One steel is going to resist it. The other steel is going to turn dark black. And the steel that resists it will stay silver.
A few hours ago, we had a block of steel, you know, and like we had this amazing, you know, meat slicer. You can't beat this. Look at this knife. Are you crazy? We knew we were making a knife. Me and Adam, we brought a steak for the first time ever in the history of television. We're gonna cook a big, beautiful steak in a forge. Come with me. We got the forge. We got about a 50 to 60 ounce steak. We're just putting salt on it because everything else is gonna burn. After, we're gonna flavor it. We got a little bit of a quench.
A little butter quench with herbs
A little
and
butter
chilies.
quench. We're gonna treat this bad boy pretty much like beautiful American steel.
What do you think?
Okay.
Ready? Stand by with a fire extinguisher, man.
Yeah, is this good?
Might be a little much.
Might be a little much. Okay, let's pull it out.
Oh my God.
It's a lot of fire. It's getting a little wild. It's a hard sear happening right now. But we're cooking in a forge, baby.
That's okay.
If you ever asked for a black and blue steak ever in your life, this is gonna be the original.
Butter quench.
Butter quench. We just cooked a 50-ounce steak in about 3 minutes.
Damascus steel in one day. Not bad, brother.
It's pretty wild.
Use it well.
Thank you, guys. I literally couldn't have done this without you.
Nice.
All right, let's see. Very good.
That's good. Black and blue.
Black and blue. You're building knives. You're building restaurants. You know, you're making some of the best barbecue in the world.
Los Angeles has a lot going on. It's an exciting place to be if you're a chef, but the competition is strong, and it's still a challenge even if you're established. It's been a real trip spending time with Adam as he starts to put together his new spot. Even with the high failure rate, fierce competition, and rising costs, there's no doubt that Adam's new restaurant will be a massive success.
Not bad for a kid from Brooklyn. This guy's 49 years old. He hasn't even started yet, you know? 47?
Take it easy.
I'm in the gang.
I'm in the gang.
I'm in the gang.
I'm in the gang.
I'm in a gang.
I am in a gang.
Sean, where you grew up at?
Queens.
Oh, New York. Yeah.
Where you from?
Queens.
Like, any neighborhood,
East,
Queens?
East Elmhurst, 97th Street.
Okay, how about you, my man?
East, you know,
Where at?
Guthries.
Okay.
Watching San Gabriel Valley.
I grew up in West LA, from Playboy's gang.
Okay, where you from?
Compton.
Okay, go ahead.
Elm Street, Power Road.
Okay, okay. Well, that's when I asked you where you from. You told me Queens. I'm asking where you from. We here to find out who's from the hood. Where you from? Huh?
Again, East 16th, Newkirk.
Okay.
I'm gonna call my people real quick.
Yeah. How's the jail system over there where you at? You ever been in jail?
I was in the feds and in the state, so the federal game is totally different. So I was in MDC Brooklyn and MCC Manhattan, which is for a federal pretrial. I did 3 years in the juvenile and 3 years in the feds.
All right. You, my man? No time at all? How about you?
Been a YA, Nellis YA. Was at SRCC first. Got out after that, 67 days. Did, 8 years and some change. They gave me 10, 85%. As an adult? As a, oh, okay.
So it's like you went to YA too, huh?
Oh, me, no, I missed YA. I went from camp to, after that to prison, San Quentin.
What level were you in?
2.
So how do they jump you guys in your hood over there where you're at from? How do they court you in the neighborhood?
I didn't get involved fully into gang stuff until I went into MDC Brooklyn. I got jumped in.
And you, my man?
I jumped in.
You jumped in? How many guys?
About 5.
What they call them, remember? No. The guys that jumped you in?
Oh, the homies.
What the homies' names? I remember the homies jumped me in. The homie Chapo, the homie Sinbad, the homie Trouble.
All right.
When somebody beats you up, you kind of remember who beats you up.
All right, the homie Dave, the homie Big Mike, and then other niggas I ain't really know.
Okay. How old are you?
36.
And you say you never been to jail?
Nah, man. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I wasn't in the life like that, man. I was in to get money.
Me too. I'm all about money, but I still end up getting caught.
So who jumped you in the Playboys?
Dang, you took me way back. Me with side eyes, lazy, lucky, grumpy, baby tear, and munchie cheek.
Well, so far, if I was to think, I'm thinking these two guys somewhere here. I don't know why. I was in here. I just can't figure out which one it is, man. So.
Hey, we didn't ask him no questions.
Yeah, you know I'm certified player.
I don't know that. You could have did some research, dog.
Why don't you start then,
Okay, you know what? I started banging in 1989, North Hollywood, California, 91606. I'm from our Hollywood boys. They called me Stranger. I ended up going to YA in 91. I got committed for busting on some cops. My YA number 63298. I did about 6 years. I lived through the whole 90s gang banging, and now I'm here just, share my story and kind of change the way I changed my life. That's what it's for. And it's very cool to sit here and try to guess who was that person, so that's what I'm here for.
He's just, his demeanor seemed like a cop to me. Like, he had put on that sheriff's shirt and like, yo, get against the car.
How long did you get jumped in for?
It wasn't so much a time, because some would say, 13, because out here south, but mine wasn't one of those.
Man, I'm glad I didn't have to get jumped in. I'm my family from my neighborhood, so
Oh, so you just you walked in, huh?
Oh, you didn't get jumped in?
I didn't have to.
You were born
we gotta
in?
jump him in. We gotta jump
You
him
got
in.
born in? Oh.
Let me ask you guys one thing real quick, because you touch on what you were saying. A lot of people always say, especially when you're young, you knew what you signed up for when you signed up for the gang. Did you know what you were signing up for?
Absolutely not.
No, I was told.
Yeah, I was told too.
Laid out like this.
You were told, but sometimes you don't understand. When you're young, like, being told but understanding is a different thing. Yeah. For me, like, I was definitely told.
Well, mine didn't do that.
Exactly.
They're like, oh, you want to be from the set? Oh, here you go, this right here. Go. They did what to your brother? Go do that. They didn't tell me about me growing up in life. I'm going to get shot back in return. I've been shot 9 times, different occasions, ran over twice. One was accident and one wasn't. That's not no life.
Hey, I'm Cole, and I directed this episode of Odd One Out. If you like this episode and you want to see more like this, subscribe to our channel.
If you grew up in the streets, you'd have been in jail from a juvenile to an adult. So when he said no, you never been in jail, oh no.
We're Southsiders, so we're 13 seconds. And when he said that he didn't have the 13 seconds, it just sounded a little off.
I've never been to jail. I have been arrested a bunch of times, but I've never been charged with anything.
You have any tattoos?
Of course I do. I just can't show you, man. The feds are watching.
You scared of the feds?
Oh, man, you better be scared of the feds, homie, because they're going to get you. I want to know what that tattoo is right there on your hand.
Which one?
That one right there. You know which one I'm talking about.
The Picasso. It's a crown.
Does it mean anything?
It's a crown.
There you go.
So you did Fed time?
Yes.
What gang were you from again?
TF.
TF, okay.
He had full-blown like Hanyas and like Japanese art. I've never seen no Hispanics with dragons and stuff like that, you know what I mean? It just kind of threw me off a little.
How many different sets of papers is there?
What do you mean by sets? Clicks or?
Clicks. What clique are you from? You guys actually have so like a clique? Because clique to me is you could be from the hood, but you could be from the locals, the winos, I know a little bit about things, just a little bit. So it might be a cop, who knows? Oh man, I might be the police, homeboy. You never know.
Real quick, what clique were you from? Because you didn't.
He didn't let me finish.
Oh yeah, you didn't answer that.
No, he didn't let me finish. Crystal Bunny.
Crystal Bunnies?
Yeah. Ew.
First tattoo I got was in, when did I get my first tattoo, man? First tattoo was on my stomach, was my homie did it, my homie Chuco did it, busted out the old piano thing on the gun, and doesn't look hot whatsoever. I was about 14, 15 years old.
So, Gil, what organization are you with?
Organization as far as what? Like
Gang.
Oh, I never heard of that. Where you
Yeah,
from,
oh,
homie?
yeah,
Where you from?
right,
That's
right,
it.
organization, man.
Yeah, very simple, homie. I grew up on Tierra Street. I'm from Tierra Street Locals. You'll still find me on the block drinking the beer with the homies every once in a while, but in a positive way where I'm actually trying to school them and tell them, listen, brother, there ain't no future in this. Like, I want the little homies to look at me and say, I want to be like Stranger. He owns his own home. He's married, taking care of his kids, working and showing the kids how to, there's a better way.
What do you do what do you work right now?
Structural concrete.
I'm a journeyman plumber, union.
Okay, that's what's up.
I try to tell everybody to join, like, 'cause I'm in the 50s getting paid.
I do illegal activities.
I can't do that.
No,
no
I'm
more.
just kidding. I'm a CNA, a caregiver.
So I go to prisons and speak. I do like Christian content creation too.
I own a bunch of companies. My main business is Dealer Synergy. Our clients are big car dealerships all over the United States. So I do like sales training, consulting business development. I've helped these companies make over $1.5 billion in additional revenue. I'm also a professional speaker in the National Speakers Association, and I wrote a book about Google. So I'd say it's hard to classify. I mean, more than anything else, I'm an entrepreneur. I invest in businesses. How long have you been speaking at prisons and stuff?
I've been doing this since 2016.
How did you get clearance for that? Weren't you busted before?
No, but once you're off, you get your stuff right, you can do that. Cause I know another person to do it. Been to prison, but now he go to the prison and speak.
That's very cool. Yeah. If he really does it.
I got a question for you. You live out in LA or?
No, I flew in for the show. I live in South Jersey, Medford, New Jersey.
Oh, because I don't hear an accent or.
I'm 46. I work my ass off to get rid of my accent.
Yeah, well, good job.
Thank you.
Who gets rid of their accent? Why you get rid of your accent, Holmes?
Are you kidding me? It's already bad enough. You know what I mean? People judging you and shit like that. So you got to turn around and you got to look the part, feel the part if you're trying to turn around and.
How do you say water, bro?
Water. Water.
I had a question about where you were talking about tattoos. Your first tattoo was made with a homemade gun?
Yeah, the homemade gun.
With what did?
It was a guitar string.
Oh, I thought you said piano. I was like.
No. We can't afford no pianos.
Like piano.
Nah, Charlie Holmes. Busted out the old piano thing. Guitar. Maybe I said piano, but I'm sticking to guitar right now.
I'm still curious why I won't show the tattoos. He just didn't seem thugged out. He seemed a little polished. No disrespect. I'm not saying he was softer like that, but he just did not scream like thugga. I'm a little bit miffed that I got voted off, but it's all good. My story is just kind of crazy, you know what I mean? So it might have sounded like it was a plant, and I knew that coming in. It was either a double-edged sword.
This is how the feds used to do to me too.
I'm putting that wire on you.
That's how you do it, Playboy. No pun intended.
He be joking a little too much, huh?
Why you bush?
Man, keep it 100, man.
Raise your hand if you want to keep playing because you think the mold is still in there.
That little doubt.
It's running. Damn, you guys do think it's me, huh?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I think he is.
He's the mole?
No.
That's Mad Ball, man. You can't have a name like Mad Ball and be the mole.
Who's some of your homies? Did anybody do time in Iron Man?
I don't know that my homies is all in prisons. I can't tell you who in that one.
You only spent time in prison once or?
Twice.
How many years?
Two.
At what percent did you get?
What you mean at what percent? It was halftime.
What did you get busted for?
You know, be on probation, get caught with a gun, violation.
And you're in a level 2?
Yeah.
For a firearm?
That ain't, my points wasn't high.
Finish this sentence for me, all right? The higher the socks.
The downer the food.
Okay. The only one right here, I'll be straight honest, would be her right now. These two guys, I'm sure from the hood. You could be lying. Me, I know you think I'm not from the hood, but I am from the hood, so kind of this thing really makes it interesting.
That's the only reason why I kept playing.
Right.
That's exactly what Gil said, because I'm not willing to take the chance, homie.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? And that's no disrespect. That's no disrespect.
She's the mom. She's just staying quiet over there. She's just staying
I'm
quiet.
just soaking it in.
Nobody never been shot. I'm the only person been shot.
I've been shot.
I've been shot.
How many times you get shot?
9.
On different occasions.
5.
Man.
First time I got shot was 5 times. 2 times right here in the shoulder, 1 on the side of the face, and 1 on this side of my buttocks, and it came out over here. When I got shot with an AK was another time, 2 times this side and this side. Then I got shot by some of your people.
Oh yeah.
Some Asians. They didn't have, and they wasn't trying to shoot me though. They was shooting at some other Asians. So my homeboys was security guards at the club in Westminster. We black, we being nosy, peeking out there. Man, one of them must have pulled out a gun, got the shooting. A bullet came through the door, hit me right in this leg. I fell to the ground. It was so funny. I'm like, oh, I'm hit. My homeboy started laughing. Like, we called my mama, like, oh, your son got shot. First thing she say is, my car okay? Because I've been shot again. But it was funny, though.
It's kind of amazing how we can talk about some guy getting shot 9 times and be like, you know, nonchalant, but hopefully the future generations don't have those kind of conversations as much anymore.
Man, I try to talk to them and tell them.
Yeah, I tell my little homies all the time, man, like, you guys don't want to live this way.
But they think it's cool, though, like.
Right.
I tell them you can live like a dope dealer. You don't got to be a dope dealer.
Yeah, we the best. Plumbers the best.
Well, you can live like a, you know. I'm really looking at his tattoos and thinking, does he have fake tattoos? They put some movie star type tattoos on him. I voted for him that time around. Sorry, Madball.
No, I just didn't trust him.
That's no disrespect.
There was a tie. Gil and Madball. 1 minute to just pitch why you think you're not the mole.
I actually have a YouTube platform called American Cholo. Why? Because I lived the Cholo life to the fullest. The last 20 years I've been living the American life to the fullest. That way I push American Cholo. That's the way I speak, and maybe not sound like as your typical Cholo, but if you guys don't think I'm the Cholo, that's actually a good thing because I'm breaking the stereotype there.
Well, me, y'all can probably hear it in my voice. Do I sound like a square person? You know, you look at me, the average. I might scare you on the streets if you don't know me, like, here, but nah. I don't know, I'm just like, nah, I could never be a mo. I don't believe in snitches.
Can you guys actually escort Madball and Gil to the green room?
I'm gonna run there real quick. I'm gonna run there real quick.
Catch a blind, bro. Catch a blind. So why I think it's Madball? I said, how much percent? And then he goes, what you mean?
Yeah.
And then I was like, and he goes, halftime. Like,
Yeah,
right, he
then
said
level
San
2.
Quentin. San Quentin level 2. Look,
Oh, good.
I was locked up when I caught my gun charge too, and I never went to level 2. I always went to level 3. What you
No,
think?
I agree.
All
I
right,
agree.
For sure. Just bring them in.
Look at that, Madball.
I'm about to cry.
Took your credit away.
I'm like, oh, I know they're gonna get Gil for sure. He's out of here. I wasn't expecting me.
Please raise your hand on 3, meaning you want to continue playing. 1, 2, 3. Okay, if the box turns red, that means real gang members have lost and that the mole is still in the box. They win the cash prize for themselves. If the box turns green, that means you 3 split the cash prize and you have correctly guessed who the mole is. You ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Dope.
On the count of 3, the mole can stand up, okay? 1, 2, 3.
I told you that from the get-go. Never been to jail?
Sure, I went to jail. A lot of my homeboys did it. I was around it, so if I really wanted to, I could have, but the reason why I didn't gang bang is because my family made sure I didn't gang bang. I just stayed away from it pretty much.
That's good. You made the right choice, man. You made the right choice.
I ain't gonna lie, I was a little nervous about this because I had to sit there and lie to actual gang members.
When I see a person, these young kids running around like going crazy, I don't really judge them because I was one of those kids, you know. And if I had somebody like me, I feel like back then, I don't think I would have lived even half as miserable as I did.
Someone like me, an ex-gang member, ex-convict, ex-piece of shit, has a shot at that American dream. As long as there's breath in our lungs, we have an opportunity to change.
There's always a second chance, and I'm just hoping to give a young person that that hope that he can change his life, and hopefully will. Man, this is a lot of cash.
It is, bro.
My strip club
I know, right?
tonight.
We're trying to blow this money.
I'm a married man. I can't do this no more.
I know, right?
Like this.
We don't got a pill.
It is a well-known fact that the most perfect sandwich ever conceived by a human being is the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. But was it always so perfect? Well, I'm going to find out as I make the very first recipe for a peanut butter and jelly sandwich from 1901. So thank you to Wondrium for sponsoring this video as I investigate the origins of the PB&J, this time on Tasting History. So I suspect that this video is going to get rather different reactions in different parts of the world, because while here in the US, making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich is practically a national pastime, in parts of the world, they are almost unheard of. In many countries, peanut butter itself is hard to come by, and there are those who believe that the peanut butter and jelly sandwich is an abomination, and for those people, I weep. But maybe I can lead them into the light with this first recipe from the Boston Cooking School magazine in 1901. For variety, someday try making little sandwiches or bread fingers of 3 very thin layers of bread and 2 of filling, 1 of peanut paste, whichever brand you prefer, and currant or crabapple jelly for the other. The combination is delicious and, so far as I know, original. So simple, yet so brilliant. And it being so simple, it means that there's not a lot to actually make, but I am going to show you how to make the bread that was most commonly used for sandwiches at the turn of the century, the Pullman loaf. But I won't be making the jelly or the peanut butter from scratch, because both currants and crab apples are pretty hard to come by where I am living, and for the peanut butter, during this time period, you just run peanuts through the coffee grinder or a meat grinder, and I tried to run some peanuts through my hand-crank coffee grinder, and I'm pretty sure that I destroyed the coffee grinder forever. Luckily, the Whole Foods near me lets you freshly grind peanut butter only using peanuts as the period recipes call for. Its gritty texture evokes peanut butters of the past, back when they were still called goobers. And I actually recently found out why peanuts were once called goobers while I was watching a course from today's sponsor, Wondrium. The series is called Food, A Cultural Culinary History, and is presented by none other than food historian and friend of the channel, Ken Albala. And it's actually the course that I back then listened to when I first started getting into food history. All of the courses on Wondrium are taught by experts in their field, and there is no one more expert in the field of culinary history than Ken Albala. He leads you through the
Finnegan tipped
entire history of food, all the way from
$28.42.
hunting and gathering to food as big business today. And in one of the later episodes, he talks about peanuts and how they originated in South America but then made their way to West Africa, where they were called ginguba. These then made their way to North America during the Atlantic slave trade, and the ginguba just became guba or goober. Every course on Wondrium is packed full of interesting tidbits like that, whether they be covering history or travel, culture, architecture, business, or literature. So if you want to start learning today, then sign up for a free trial of Wondrium at wondrium.com/tastinghistory, or just visit the link in the description. A free trial of Wondrium when you use that link. Now, with the peanut butter and jelly accounted for, let's tackle that Pullman loaf. I am going to use a recipe from Baker's Bread by Paul Richards, written in 1906. And for that, what you'll need is 1 2/3 cup or 400 milliliters of water, 2 teaspoons of dried yeast, 6 tablespoons or 85 grams of lard or butter, 3 tablespoons or 35 grams of sugar, 5 cups or 600 grams of bread flour, and 2 1/4 teaspoons of salt. So first add the yeast and sugar to the water and give it a few minutes to bloom, and then add in the flour, the salt, and the lard or butter, and start to work the ingredients together until they become a rough dough. Then set it out onto a lightly floured surface and start kneading it until you have a smooth, soft dough. It's a rather sticky dough, so you may need to add more flour, but don't add any more than you need to. I promise it'll start to firm up as you knead it. After about 15 minutes of hand kneading, or 5 to 7 minutes in a machine, set the dough into a lightly greased bowl and cover with a wet towel. Let it rise until it's nice and fluffy, about an hour and a half, and while it rises, you can pull out your Pullman loaf pan. That is this, and this is really what makes a Pullman a Pullman. Other names for the bread are pain de mie, pain anglais, or just sandwich bread, but Pullman is the most common that was around at the time, and still today, I think. When you see this, it's usually called a Pullman tin. It's said that the bread gets its name from Pullman train cars, where it was served. Pullman train cars were super luxurious train cars at the end of the 19th and early 20th century. And I'm sure that's true, but I like to think that it's because the tin kind of looks like a train car. But really, the Pullman loaf is special because when it's baked in here, with the lid on, it has very little crust. And so it's pretty much perfectly square and has very little crust, so it's perfect for tea sandwiches, which were little sandwiches that they would cut the crusts off of anyway. So really, this is like the original Uncrustables, but you don't have to freeze them. So butter the inside of your Pullman loaf pan. Mine is 13 inches long, but they do make them smaller. If you do use a smaller size, you'll just have to reduce the amount of dough that ends up going in the loaf pan. Once buttered, knock the air out of your risen dough and turn it out onto the counter and stretch it into a large rectangle just slightly wider than your pan. Then roll it up into a log and press the seam together, then tuck each end into itself, folding it over onto the seam, and then press the dough together. Then set the dough seam side down into the pan, tucking it nicely into the corners, and then cover with clear plastic wrap and let the dough rise again. This time you want to let it rise until it comes up almost to the very top of the loaf pan. It's going to depend on the temperature and everything, but about an hour should get it there. Then remove the plastic wrap and slide the lid of the pan over the dough, then set it in the oven at 350 degrees Fahrenheit or 175 Celsius for 20 minutes, and then take it out, remove the lid, and return it to the oven for another 10 to 20 minutes just to let the top brown ever so slightly. You just want this bread done, and you can tell when it's done by inserting a thermometer that registers 190 degrees. As soon as it's done, take it out of the oven and turn it out onto a wire rack to let it cool completely. You cannot cut this bread when it is hot, so Just be patient, make sure you're subscribed to Tasting History, and listen to me tell you about the origins of the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So the story of PB&J is really the story of three ingredients: peanut butter, jelly, and sliced bread. And of those three, the peanut butter definitely has the most interesting origins. Peanuts were grown throughout the Incan Empire in South America. And in the early 16th century, when a Spanish soldier and poet, Garcilaso de la Vega, encountered both the Incas and the peanuts, which at the time were called inchic, he was decidedly mixed on the legume, saying, "If eaten raw, it causes headaches. But if roasted, it is tasty and beneficial. With honey, they make a very good marzipan from it." So at least as far back as 1500, peanuts were being ground up and mixed with honey. Not exactly peanut butter, but getting close, and it sounds delicious. So much so that the Spanish and Portuguese made sure to bring peanuts back to Europe and to Northwest Africa. And it was in Africa that they became a feature of many dishes, and so it's no surprise that they followed the Atlantic slave trade back to the West, arriving to North America with enslaved Africans in the 1700s. Now, was it still being ground into a paste? Maybe, we don't know, because like so much of history, it wasn't exactly written down, and so it's kind of lost. We don't have any more written records of peanuts being ground into a paste until the late 19th century. Now, George Washington Carver is often cited as the inventor of peanut butter, but of the 300 prescribed uses he gave for the peanut butter was not one of them. Credit actually goes to a Canadian, Marcellus Edson, who in 1884 patented a machine specifically used to grind up peanuts. But it was an American, John Harvey Kellogg of Kellogg's Corn Flakes, who popularized the food. Now, Kellogg had some rather unorthodox views on food, and I really need to do an entire episode just on him. But one of his ideas was he was a vegetarian and promoted vegetarianism, which isn't weird in and of itself, but his reasoning that meat was a sexual stimulant is a little different. And so he had other foods take the place of meat, including peanuts. But he found that when swallowed in small bits, they are practically indigestible. Experiments made by the German government show that even very small particles of nuts pass through the alimentary canal entirely unchanged. The mastication of the nut should be so thorough that it will be converted into a creamy pulp before it is swallowed. I'm sorry, but for a man who is obsessed with people not having sex, his writing is rather suggestive, don't you think? Anyway, people sort of found it difficult to make sure that they were crushing the nuts with their teeth to the point of digestibility, as he said. So he says the difficulty is overcome by converting the nut into a paste, or so-called nut butter, by crushing or grinding in a suitable mill. A suitable mill that he patented. And soon after, this peanut butter was being spread onto bread. In 1896, the Washington Post raved, "Have you eaten the very latest dish? I say latest in every sense of the word, for it's a dish that goes with the midnight Welsh rarebit and is the newest and best sort of a sandwich. You take fresh bread and perfect butter. Then you have some fresh roasted peanuts. It's the fad to roast them yourself. Ground fine in a coffee mill. Next, you mix the ground nuts into a paste with a little sherry or old port. Spread them on the bread, and there you have the sandwich everybody is eating. A peanut sandwich you must have if you are to follow the fashion set, they say, by the wife of a cabinet member." So no jelly yet, but it did include sherry or port, and that makes me lament the dearth of alcoholic sandwiches on menus today. Maybe I'll add a little gin next time I make tuna salad. Probably not. But as it was, the peanut butter and wine sandwich never really took off because it was overshadowed by the flavor combination of peanuts and less fermented fruit. That same year, 1896, Fanny Farmer suggested a sandwich made with a fig spread and chopped peanuts inside. Not peanut butter, but it's no surprise that just 5 years later, in the magazine from the school that she ran, they finally came out with the first recipe for peanut butter and jelly sandwich, which is the one that we're making today. But even though there was a recipe for it, it turns out the sandwich just didn't really take off. First, the peanut butter at the time was very gritty. It wasn't smooth or even chunky, just gritty, kind of like almond butter is often served today. And I guess crabapple and currant jelly just didn't entice. Then there is the added effort of having to slice your own bread. Exhausting. But there were solutions to all three of these issues coming very soon. First, the bread. It was Otto Frederick Roeder of Davenport, Iowa, who first realized that slicing your own bread was for chumps. So, after a few failed starts, including a fire which destroyed his prototype in 1912, he finally introduced a fully working bread slicing machine in 1928. A few companies started using it, but many of them thought that it was kind of a gimmick and frankly not that smart because once you slice the bread, it goes stale rather quickly, so why would anyone want that? But it turns out that pre-sliced bread is consumed a lot faster than unsliced bread, as are the things that go on it like jam and jelly, and so they sold a lot more bread and jam and jelly and the thing took off. It was soon touted as the greatest forward step in the baking industry since bread was wrapped. It was considered so fantastic that even today we still use the phrase, it's the best thing since sliced bread. So who knew that slicing your own bread was what was holding back humanity all those centuries? Now when it comes to the jam or jelly portion of the sandwich, well, that had been made for thousands of years with very little change in how it was done. But during World War I, the Welch Grape Juice Company, famous for what they touted as the national drink, that is juice, which had become popular in a country increasingly obsessed with the temperance movement, note that Prohibition was going to start just a couple years later, they released a new product called Grape-A-Lade. This, they said, was neither jam nor jelly, but jam in jelly form. And it's basically grape jelly. And at first, it was only available to the troops who were fighting over in Europe. But as they came back, they did so with Grape-A-Lade. There was actually a Grape-A-Lade ad that said, "Thank the armistice for Welch's Grape-A-Lade." Yes, be glad that the death and destruction from the Great War is finally over, but you also get Grape-A-Lade. And this was soon followed by Peach-Lade, Plum-Lade, and Fruit-Lade, which was a mix of grape and raspberry. World War I also helped promote peanut butter as well because there was a shortage of meat. And so just as John Harvey Kellogg had touted all of those years, they replaced the protein with peanuts here on the home front. Then in 1921, Californian Joseph Rosefield applied the process of partial hydrogenation to peanut butter. This allowed it to stay blended at room temperature and not separate into the oils and the solids. Still today, the scourge of Laura Scudder's fans everywhere. The process was first used by Derby Peter Pan peanut butter, who could now churn the peanut butter into a smooth consistency rather than the gritty consistency that comes from peanuts out of a meat grinder. Then in 1932, Rosefield founded his own peanut butter company called Skippy and developed my favorite style of peanut butter, Crunchy. But it was the smooth peanut butter that was really popular and became the beloved food for school children in recipes like the peanut butter and tomato soup that I made when recreating the Depression-era school lunch. But its pairing with jelly still hadn't taken off in the school system and wouldn't for a few years. First, peanuts had to go to war. Peanut butter became a common item in the mess kits of American soldiers during World War II. Another common item in the mess kits was Welch's Grape-A-Lade, and so it was amongst the soldiers that they took that peanut butter and the Grape-A-Lade and put them together between two slices of bread. It wasn't the first time, but that's when it really became popular. And so when they got home, they still had that craving, a craving that I know all too well. That's because, just like flat feet or a receding hairline, they passed it down to their kids. By the 1950s, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches became the de facto food for children when mom either didn't want to cook or when the kids had to fend for themselves. And the peanut butter and jelly companies made sure the sandwiches found their way into every school cafeteria in the country. In fact, when I was a kid, if you forgot your lunch or just didn't have a lunch at school for some reason, then they would give you a peanut butter and grape jelly sandwich between two slices of white bread that was slightly smushed and kept at a temperature just above freezing, so it was really, really firm. And I miss that sandwich so much. I have been chasing that sandwich for 30 years and still haven't really found it. But maybe this recipe from 1901 will get me one step closer. So once your bread is cooled, slice it into rather thin slices. You need 3 slices per sandwich. Spread peanut butter on one, then jelly on another, and then stack those on top of each other and top with one more slice, and then cut that into finger sandwiches, and you're all set. And here we are, the first PB&J. So I made two here. I have the one with the currant jam as well as the crabapple jam, and I'm super curious about the crabapple jam because usually crab apples are like really, really tart, so I'm going to start with that. So first things first, she says to serve these with tea. No, they need to be served with milk. They're just too, you know, it's a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You need something to wash it down with. Also, while I love the idea of the triple layer, I think that just two pieces of bread is better, unless this was toasted, which is actually usually how I like to do it. I like to do crunchy peanut butter, grape or strawberry jam, and toasted sourdough. The toasting just lets it not be so gooey. But the jelly, that crabapple jelly, it's not as tart as I thought. Granted, I bet they add a lot of sugar because the only ingredients are the crabapple and sugar and a little pectin. So it is pretty sweet, but you still get a little bit of that tartness that you might get from like a raspberry or something like that. Let's go with the currant jam. So I do prefer that, actually. It's sweeter, and the flavor of that jam just stands up better to the peanut butter, which, even though it's just ground up peanuts, has a really strong flavor here. I find it has a stronger flavor than if you were to get like Skippy or something like that. It's just peanuts in your face. But yeah, so I prefer this one over this one. Both very good. Both I would actually take out that second piece of bread. But as for the bread, it's so soft, and it's close textured because it's kept with the lid on, and that's the point. It's meant for sandwiches. There are no holes for things to really fall into. Perfect. Yeah, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Still one of, if not my favorite foods. I know it's so simple, but there's just something about it. Brings up memories. I don't know. So next week I'm going to be in New York City doing a book signing of the Tasting History Cookbook. So if you already have one or you need to get one, come on down to Kitchen Arts and Letters on Tuesday, the 30th at 5 o'clock p.m. And I'd love to meet you. I'll put the details down in the description, and I will see you next time on Tasting History.
STC remain one of the foundational keystones of humanity in the far future. STC, or Standard Template Construction, enables humanity and the Imperium to produce the hardware and materials required to retain some semblance of advanced technological capability. Without the STC templates, the Imperium and humanity would have fallen further back into a state of collapse and decay. The term STC is often one that can be confusing, as it refers to both the machines and the templates themselves. When those within the 40k verse refer to STC, this is usually in reference to the hard copy templates produced by the standard template construct machines. These templates are in the form of silver gold looking data wafers. These are the Zenith flawless electronic blueprints created from the miracles of design and technological evolution. Machines that could design and construct anything their operators desired. STC templates themselves are not especially hardy, they are in fact quite fragile and delicate, as they originate from an age where endurance amid a galaxy of war and attrition were not attributes deemed necessary. STC data wafers are both beautiful and delicate objects designed for a different age, which enjoyed the aesthetics of design and an entirely more peaceful period at the golden zenith of human civilization. Consequently, in the time since, many were lost and many more destroyed or damaged. Immense wars were fought by the Imperium in the 10,000 years since the heresy, and over far less than the information contained on a single STC data wafer. Millions of souls die for the Imperium and the Emperor in the quests for or defense of mere fractions of technology comparable to a fully intact, undamaged STC data wafer. Despite the focus of the Imperium on things like the Cicatrix Maledictum, the terrifying incursions made by Xenos such as the Tyranids, and in general an attempt to stop humanity as it stands from generally breaking apart and falling into a downward spiral of decay and civil war, there have always been more positive objectives occurring behind the scenes. The securing of STC remains one of those goals. Until the current times of M41, it had largely been a foundational principle that humanity would not invent nor create things from scratch. Although this may seem counterintuitive to human nature, this belief is one of the core principles of the Adeptus Mechanicus and their quasi-religion of the cult of the machine, otherwise known as the Cult Mechanicus. As always, I'll take the opportunity to restate one of the most regularly misstated aspects of 40k. The Adeptus Mechanicus are the tech priests of Mars who in the aftermath of the heresy form the organization who produce tech material for the Imperium from their forge worlds. They also authorize and maintain the Titan Legions. The Cult Mechanicus is their religion and they worship the Omnissiah, otherwise known as the Emperor. In short, the cult believe that technology is a higher form of life, one that was surely only capable of occurring if made by a divine entity. The Mechanicus came to this view during the extreme collapse of human technological understanding, so that now, despite their fairly advanced capabilities compared to ourselves, much of the technology in M41 is seen as being completely incomprehensible and therefore divine, indistinguishable from magic as the saying goes. This divine source is the machine god, but the machine god is not a person. It is rather a force immanent in the galaxy and wider universe. The physical avatar it has chosen to appear in is the Omnissiah, the Emperor. Now, the other small detail which is always misstated is of course the fact that the Mechanicus prior to the Horus heresy were known as the Mechanicum. Mechanicum pre-heresy, Mechanicus post-heresy, Dark Mechanicum post-heresy. Now, more interestingly, it is the belief of the Mechanicus that via the machine god all knowledge already exists in the galaxy and universe. That is to say, it is unnecessary to work upon original research into unexplored knowledge. However, the semi-adaptation and investigation of existing technology is tolerated by varying degrees within the Mechanicus. This is why some forge worlds produce more powerful or more efficient hardware, or specific patterns of tank that feature weapon systems borrowed from elsewhere and adapted to purpose. This is also why within the Imperium much of their weaponry is merely scaled up for different purposes: plasma pistol, plasma gun, heavy plasma, plasma decimator, plasma annihilator. And all of this of course comes back to the principle that Imperial technology is based around standard template constructs. And this is actually really important for the Imperium, because it means if you have a Lehman Russ on one planet, then theoretically you could go across the galaxy and go to a Lehman Russ on another planet, and you'd still know how to operate it. It's actually one of the few elements of the Imperium which makes a lot of sense when you're dealing with an empire which is across an entire galaxy. Can you imagine how complicated it would be if every planet had their own sort of designs of weapons and hardware? It would be immensely complicated and horribly inefficient. The Mechanicus believe that the most important focus of their religion is the preservation of knowledge, which is understandable considering the disastrous loss of knowledge suffered by humanity in the collapse of the Golden Age and subsequent Age of Strife. This is in fact one reason why the Mechanicus seek to preserve their bodies and minds beyond ordinary human lifespan. They see it as intrinsically necessary to the furthering of their goals in the preservation of knowledge. Original development of technology and knowledge, though, is seen as heretical, tech heresy specifically by the cult, because the machine god has provided all knowledge. Any originally researched principles or designs are therefore not of the divine. Thus, any who attempt to do so will be declared as heretics. Genuinely new, if you will, technology is only accepted in the form of the STC templates. These are the ancient hard copies, the data wafers, the designs produced during the Dark Age of technology, or as the Mechanicus would view them, holy relics of the machine god. This is why one of the core goals for the Mechanicus and the Imperium lies in the almost mythical hope that an intact and functional STC could be one day discovered and would theoretically catapult humanity into a new age of power, although perhaps not enlightenment, and the key word there is theoretically. Because were this to happen, it would undoubtedly be a very seismic shift in the power, not necessarily just of humanity, but also the specific faction which came into the possession of said STC. But there are problematic questions about how all of this would look, and also if it's even a realistic prospect. Some 15,000 years have passed from when STC would have generally been in practical use during humanity's zenith, known previously as the Golden Age, or now known to the Imperium as the Dark Age of technology. It is known as such for the Imperium has simultaneously very little knowledge of that time, hence it is darkened to them. But it's also because they greatly fear the rise of AI and the power of the technology at that time, as it nearly caused the extinction of humanity, at least flesh and blood mortal humanity that is. There is of course the exception in the more contemporary period of Belisarius Caw, the rogue tech priest employed and tasked by Rabute Gilliman with improving the Astartes in the aftermath of the heresy. Now, although Caw did create works which were in some respects original designs, he also worked very loosely within the boundaries of acceptable technology innovation. Much of the hardware he created were derivative designs of existing Imperial tech, and the Primaris Marines themselves were based upon pure gene seed provided by Gilliman. Nonetheless, Caw for many of the Mechanicus has stepped far over the line of acceptability, and the situation is one that remains very much ongoing. There are those who can grimace and swallow the bitter pill that all of this came at the request and acceptance of one of the Omnissiah's Primarchs, but there are also those cult Mechanicus fundamentalists who believe that Caw is a heretic and must be held to account for his crimes. Either way, it's an interesting situation because, under the leadership of Gilliman, the Imperium has made its first tentative steps toward a future of innovation and away from the stagnation of the past 10,000 years, which is incredibly significant. But what is an STC, or this standard template construct? It's a good question, not necessarily an incredibly simple one. About 4 years ago I made a quite lengthy exploration of STC and their origins. That video can be seen by following the link below or at the end of this video. Feel free to rewatch it if you have seen before. The simple version of the answer though is that an STC is both an AI and a form of advanced fabrication blended together. Some liken STCs to a futuristic 3D printer or tools from other verses like the replicators in Star Trek. The purpose of an STC was that during humanity's expansion into the galaxy, colonists needed to carry with them all of humanity's shared wealth of knowledge, its most powerful tool and weapon at the time, and it remains so into M41 quite honestly. Certainly the Mechanicus view it as such. Because if you think about it, if you're traveling on your colony ship far out into the galaxy, you only have so many specialists. I've often considered that during the Golden Age, it's possible that humanity had become quite compartmentalized, where the concept of specialization had really drilled down into people doing highly complex, very specific tasks. And obviously, if you travel with your colony and some of those people perish on the way or die whilst you're setting up your colony, that could be extremely problematic. So STC were seemingly designed as an advanced AI and artificial intelligence because these were very widespread during humanity's golden age, as advanced AI have been still discovered active on vast ancient space hulks that date back to the period where humanity held dominion over the galaxy. AI at this time were not feared nor outlawed, and so the STC AI were there to assist a colony as it established itself on these new worlds, its function to create whatever they needed. These were in fact so advanced that it could supposedly take whatever raw materials were present and form them into other critically necessary things. It could also give answers to the more theoretical problems and so on. So if you needed a machine that could withstand a harsh environment and the infrastructure to enable agriculture, you could explain this to the STC. It would design a construct for you, giving you a blueprint of what was required. The STC could then fabricate these also for you. It's unclear if this was the default process. It's possible hard copies which are discovered in the age of the Imperium were not always produced by an STC, meaning some knowledge likely lost forever. And that's why another thing which is often discussed when the Imperium are searching for STC is this idea of an STC database. So that is where a Mechanicus, for example, could plug into a system and directly download data without it having to be on a physical hard copy. But unsurprisingly, there remain some question marks when it comes to STC, as existing information doesn't give us a fully comprehensive picture. For example, how easy is it to transport an STC? Are they always massive installations? How durable are they? Did they always contain a sentient AI, or could they also be at a more basic input response computer? Did they universally have a fabrication machinery attached, or did this have to be constructed separately? If STC were present on colony worlds, why did humanity still require trade networks during the Golden Age? Was this due to it just being more efficient and faster to trade resources than some reverse refinement through an STC? I've speculated at length about these questions previously, but the sincere answer is that of course we just don't have solid answers, and most probably we never will. There of course exist some STC machines and constructors within M41, many of which the Imperium are obviously unaware of, or to rephrase, you could simply say that they're just not widely known as such. For ourselves on the outside looking in, we can of course have a different view than those from the in-fiction perspective. The first example would be Arc Mechanicus ships. These are suspected as being ancient STC databases and fabricators. And this was discovered first when a tech priest connected to the machine spirit of the Ark vessel, the Speranza. The ship contained a complete and still updating STC database, which contained all the knowledge of the Men of Gold and their ancestors. It's speculated that in fact all Arc Mechanicus ships potentially contain this. Unfortunately, the Mechanicus seem unaware of this amazing possibility, likely because there remains such a gulf of technological understanding between tech priests of the Mechanicus and the ships themselves that interfacing with these systems would mean that they're potentially dormant AI who are themselves possibly heavily degraded. It all just means it's not really possible. Arc Mechanicus vessels remain this tragically dark comedy because the Mechanicus use Arc Mechanicus ships to travel the galaxy hunting for anything STC related, both hard copy blueprints and the machines themselves, but seemingly unaware all the while that the actual ships they're travelling in contain all the knowledge they seek. It's also very likely that within space hulks that drift in and out of the warp, there will exist STC constructors and AI who are still partially intact if not fully. Many ships were undoubtedly lost during the Golden Age and the collapse of human civilization from that time. The problem is knowing which of these would contain them, and then of course dealing with the dangers within space hulks. Usually how much time you have before it drifts back into the warp, the Xenos threats, and just infrastructure instability. In the instances of assaulting Space Hulks from the Imperium, as many as 200 Terminators have been deployed to clear through these. Not to mention the fact that awakening ancient AI from the Dark Age of technology is in itself extraordinarily dangerous. No one can know how they'll react to humans from the Age of the Imperium, and past AI have tended to have a pretty negative reaction, and are of course more than capable of completely immobilizing both members of the Mechanicus, Astartes, destroying their ships with almost no effort. Then there are those such as the Leagues of Votan, who have what they refer to as, yes, the Votan, or more descriptively, the Ancestor Cores. The Votan in the period of M41 are described as ancient machine intelligences so complex and powerful as to be supernatural. Their data stacks and quantum info cores hold all the information a race might need to thrive in the depths of space and the galaxy. Hardware specifications, weapons, standard template constructs, learning of both the scientific and philosophical, strategy, survival, genetics, all of this is contained within the artificial machine minds of the Votan. So without it being explicitly stated, it's quite clear that the Leagues of Votan have in their possession at least one, if not several, STC machines, who they have over time amalgamated into their culture and which have remained operational for millennia. However, because of this, they have been active now for so long that their processing capacity has slowed to barely a fraction of what it once was. They have instructed in requested, repair and alteration over many centuries to ensure their databanks can hold the huge capacity now required of them, and their steady deterioration has led them to form something akin to personalities. But they are now no longer operating in an optimal fashion, and questions posed to them could take many centuries to answer. Nonetheless, the Leagues of Votan do have the capability and the access to pretty advanced technology. They're able to travel through the warp far more safely than the Imperium, they have more reliable weaponry and powered suits and so forth, so it's pretty clear that they do have access to STC technology and are making full use of it. Another instance would be the strange occurrence of the hive gang known as the Van Saar. In the contemporary time, they have established territory below the massive hive city of Necromunda and also through it, but their origins are in fact more ancient. During the first expansion of humanity into the galaxy, the colony vessel Van Saar was swallowed by the warp. As we've seen and I've made mention of before, the warp is a very strange place when it comes to time, and so in theory you could be lost in the warp for millennia from the perspective of someone in real space, but the time passing before you could be very short or vice versa in the warp. Some Chaos Marines have experienced centuries in the warp from their perspective, but in real space only a few years had passed. So despite the vessel Van Saar disappearing in the ancient times of humanity, it wouldn't emerge until sometime in M35 in the Age of the Imperium. It subsequently crashed into the world of Necromunda. What actually took place from here is quite sketchy and vague. Some suggest that ash and waste scavengers began scouring what was left of the ship, and through the use of the materials and technology assumed the identity of the gang or clan known as Van Saar, likely appropriating their name from the details on the ship itself. It's also speculated that there were indeed survivors from the ship itself who had lain in stasis and that they formed the early members of the group. Either way, this was how the gang in M41 known as Van Saar found themselves in a very bizarre and unique circumstance that such a small group would hold in their possession a functioning STC. Again though, that word functioning, the STC database was incomplete and flawed, and the machine itself badly damaged. It would and still does to the current period expel high levels of radiation from its damaged power core, and it very obviously also is considered absolutely critical to the Van Saar, and they protect both the knowledge of it as well as the machine itself at all costs. In the past, when necessary, they did on occasion move it around to avoid its detection, but it has by M41 become strangely integrated heavily within the Hive City itself into the superstructure of the Hive. It can no longer be moved. The STC has enabled the Van Saar to use highly advanced suits and weaponry that give them significant power, and their overarching goal was indeed to restore themselves to the status of the age they had originated from. Now, That might not be achievable, but one of House Van Saar's goals is to recover the missing elements of their STC and find a way to repair it to prevent the continual radioactive contamination. The damage caused by the radiation has also an increasingly detrimental effect on those in proximity to it, and so over time the more senior members of the Van Saar are steadily enclosed fully in their survival suits to help support their damaged physical bodies. Within the house of Van Saar, very few of their day-to-day members truly know the existence of the STC. They only have very peripheral information, which is steadily revealed as trusted veterans level up through the circles of trust within its leadership. Only those at the most senior level will have any real understanding of specifically its origins, along with that of House Van Saar itself. The fact that the Van Saar have managed to somehow conceal the existence of an STC below an Imperial Hive city while simultaneously flaunting advanced weaponry and suits is something of a miracle, but it is said that they do generally keep a low profile when they're not having huge wars and fighting. They buy silence from officials through the trading of advanced weapons. Many know them simply as weapon traders, presuming that their hardware originates from sources off-world. And should anyone start to become suspicious or too close to the truth of things, then very obviously they are eliminated, as happened to a Mechanicus team who visited the world in the early centuries of M40. They disappeared without a trace, never to be seen again. There's a lot more to talk about when it comes to the Van Saar, both in their history and ideological outlooks, but that's certainly one for another day. Then of course there was one of my favourite AI discovery interactions with an STC aboard the ship the Spirit of Eternity. This is a fairly intact starship from the age of technology which had been entombed within the Space Hulk, the Death of Integrity. Mechanicus, who was searching there for STC information, were able to secure a significant amount of the database as it was an uncorrupted STC. But this was also the story where the ship's ancient AI had become insane after millennia of solitude and embittered grief over the death of the vessel's original captain. The ship's AI was utterly disgusted at how humanity had brutally deteriorated in the age of the Imperium, and then delivered one of the most memorable insults to the Astartes and Mechanicus present. "Once I gladly called your kind master, but look how far you have fallen. Your ancestors bestrode the universe, and what are you, a witch doctor, mumbling cantrips and casting scented oils at mighty works you have no conception of? You are an ignoramus, a nothing. You are no longer worthy of the name man. You look at the science and artistry of your forebears, and you fear it as primitives fear the night. I was there when mankind stood upon the brink of transcendence. I returned to find it sunk into senility. You disgust me." The original Starship Spirit of Eternity contained one of the last complete STC databases ever created during the Age of Technology. The vessel possessed typically powerful technology that made it capable of travel across intergalactic distances and also inflicting catastrophic damage against Imperial forces. When it finally left, it cut several Imperial vessels in half as if they were made of little more than paper and stormed off into a warp rage to travel beyond the galaxy, leaving humanity far behind. Can an intact, functioning STC exist? Obviously, the answer is yes, but in truth the question likely should be, define intact and or fully functioning. Many devices from the Dark Age of technology demonstrate extreme deterioration over the millennia since they were first created. Moreover, one of the reasons why STC are so rare in the first place is that often it's believed that they were somehow corrupted and potentially played a role in the downfall of humanity during the war with the Men of Iron, hence why the Emperor wanted to outlaw AI at all costs. This has been evidenced also by the fact that STC, or their rare fabrications that were previously undocumented, have been discovered as having been corrupted by the warp, aka chaos, because yes, it does appear that even AI can be corrupted by the warp, probably due to the fact that the AI created during the Golden Age were so incredibly advanced they're almost indistinguishable from human personalities. The war with the Men of Iron remains of course one of the most clouded periods of history for humanity in M41. The Emperor barely spoke of this time or the Golden Age, which has always seemed both frustrating and suspicious to me. Regardless though, it seems solidly plausible that during the collapse of the Golden Age, STC were destroyed either as a response to the active situation or preemptively when the humans realized just what was happening with their AI. It may well have been the classic pull the plug situation where they attempted to destroy anything which contained AI at the time, and that would have included functioning STC machines. I suppose in the age of the Imperium though, anything is possible. As we've noted, a ship or a space hulk could have been lost in the warp, drifting for millennia, only to emerge and have the Imperium discover that its STC has been stored or somehow preserved by stasis or some other protective bubble, perhaps of its own making. It could be possible that, for example, buried deep in the underground depths of a hive city, far, far below the surface, an STC exists, archived by the ancient humans who lived in those times, and they foresaw the need during the fall of humanity to secure their STC for future generations, perhaps disconnected from the general sort of infrastructure, noosphere if you will. And then the STC was forgotten after they perished, their guides, their forged signs fell out of memory and sight, and now it was left confined below a hive city that built up, and maybe its storage facility buried beneath rubble and seismic shifts, but still with access bulkheads that could still one day be discovered. For one thing, we don't even truly know what kind of materials an STC is made from. Very likely it's some mix of the advanced plastics and metals used by the Imperium today, as much of their tech is descended from the Golden Age, things like plasteel, plasflex. They have many produced materials used in their technology as well, like ceramite and adamantium. It's basically a given though that during the Dark Age of technology, they were able to manufacture technology far beyond what exists now in the Imperium, and that means in terms of durability as well. So yes, it's certainly plausible that a functioning STC could survive into the current age. How you define though both STC and so on is somewhat relevant. Are we talking about the STC databases themselves? Because those are just incomprehensibly valuable, as are the data wafers, the so-called templates, the hard copies, and these remain most often the means by which new technology is discovered in the Imperium. But a functioning STC AI, which retained its operational intelligence from the Golden Age, this is something more troubling. Because if it were possible that one had somehow survived, the question might be, what would it choose to do, and what could it be capable of? The AI we have seen in ships and constructs generally appears to not have a particularly high opinion of humanity in M41, which is fair enough, and whilst an STC machine itself is generally a static object, those STC have also been discovered which began printing out armies of robotic men of iron and consequently had to be destroyed as they were deemed corrupted by chaos. So all things considered, the discovery of an intact functioning STC and its AI may well be plausible, but the larger question could perhaps be, is it something really the Imperium would want to unleash upon itself? So let us, just for a moment of speculation, put a pin in the many problems that would need to be overcome for an STC having survived until the age of the Imperium in late M41 and be generally speaking intact and decently operational, and not driven insane by having witnessed the cesspool that the once glorious civilization of humanity had now become. Would this discovery and procurement of an intact STC mean the immediate catapulting of the Imperium and humanity into a second Golden Age? I think the answer is yes, a Golden Age, with the caveat of the fact that we must consider, much as I said at the end of my previous STC video all those years ago, that despite what the Imperium might qualify as a Golden Age, in the grand scheme of things, human technology is not the most advanced or most powerful when we look to, for example, the Eldar and the Necron, who clearly have capabilities far beyond that of humanity. So technology alone would not be the means by which humanity would undoubtedly become the ultimate power in the galaxy. It wouldn't specifically just be the tools. It would also be the technological advancement that would lead to increased survivability, better, more stable hive worlds, stable population increases, likely ordinary Imperial Guard soldiers, more heavily, reliably equipped, so in that situation it would be tools. But all of this combined with the vast numbers of humanity across the galaxy is what would mean that compared to both the Eldar, who are now too few and divided to really be a major threat despite their technology, and similarly the Necron with their dynasties in varying states of awakening, both factions remain still obviously very powerful. but nowhere near the power we would see if they were fully activated or not hamstrung by Slanesh, and basically functioning more as intended. Other Xenos, like the Orcs, Tau, Tyranid, would likely be more easily kept at bay if not completely destroyed were humanity to acquire an intact STC. In many ways it's very hard to predict exactly how human tech would advance given the different position it finds itself in at the end of M41 comparative to the zenith of the Golden Age. But if some of the weapons and tech that have been discovered are anything to go by, it's hard to see how humanity could not at least put extreme pressure upon their enemies, if not exterminate them entirely, and that goes for the forces of the warp for that matter. If we were speculating hard, who knows what manner of tech a fully functioning STC with all of humanity's advanced knowledge would be able to produce. Maybe some kind of isolation field around planets to protect them from warp incursions. We already know that, for example, the Votan enjoyed, like we talked about earlier, the safer journeys through the warp, as their ancient ancestor cores provided them with more advanced, reliable systems for their Geller fields while travelling through warp space. Maybe Blackstone could be employed to provide some kind of nullification field that would negate warp entities entirely. It's possible an STC could even develop a long-term strategy to seal the Great Rift, repair the Emperor's Webray project, all manner of things. And it's interesting to consider at a deeper level the cultural shockwaves that could occur if humanity were to discover a fully intact operational STC. And this would likely depend on who discovered it, and if they were even fully aware of just what it was, which raises some interesting possibilities. For example, if any section of the Imperium discovered a functioning AI STC, there is the troubling possibility they may simply choose to just destroy it on sight, because AI is strictly outlawed in M41, and they might presume they're doing the right thing. AI is taught as being one of the most dangerous things and must not be allowed to exist under any circumstances. Although we all know that there are those who are certainly willing to bend the rules on this. But as another example, if a feudal world discovered an STC, a world which shuns technology, possibly a night world for example, it could again just be destroyed out of hand, never to be seen by the wider Imperium, with no one ever knowing just how close humanity had come to a new glorious age. Which seems pretty on par for 40k, bleak basically. On the flip side though, the STC could also potentially take control of a feudal planet, begin a new powerful sub-faction within the Imperium, itself hidden out of sight much like the Van Saar STC, and only those at the highest levels understanding that it is in fact in command of this new empire. Then of course we have to think, were a Forge world to discover an STC? It would very likely depend on the outlook of the world's all-powerful Magos or Overseer. Would they keep it for themselves, locked deep in the bowels of a Forge world, or would they turn it over to the leadership of the Mechanicus and Mars? If they did so, they would be praised, or potentially destroyed, to retain the secret of its discovery. Further to that, it's hard to foresee the discovery of an operational STC that would not lead to it being placed into the possession of the Mechanicus, or for that matter, if the Mechanicus themselves came into the possession of a fully functional STC, it's questionable if they would even share this discovery with the wider Imperium. The Mechanicus already retain a huge archive of knowledge not shared with the wider Imperium, and the reasoning for that is always a subject of troubling speculation. And although the Mechanicus of Mars of course see the Emperor as their omnisire, they do not necessarily view the rest of humanity nor the leadership of the Imperium as something they are beholden to. The Mechanicus typically view ordinary humans as frail, weak. They show little empathy or emotion towards using humans as much more than worker drones and organic components in a vast machine. And the very worst case scenario here would be that the Mechanicus, if they came into the possession of a functioning intact STC, could then use this to launch some kind of civil war to overthrow the Imperium and install themselves as the rulers of humanity, undoubtedly with some caveats that if the Emperor returns they'll cede power or whatever. Because while they do value and respect the Emperor, a great deal of time has passed since any interactions of value occurred between the Emperor and Mechanicus, and it's really anybody's guess as to just what they might do if they were to hold uncontrolled power. It's also definitely a possibility that they could even ask the STC how to revive the Emperor, and then attempt to do so if the Custodes would ever allow such a thing, because the possibilities of that outcome are also very numerous and troubling. The other major consideration would be, what if a Xenos species were to discover an STC in working order? Most especially some like the Tau or the Eldar. I think in terms of the Tau it's fairly straightforward. Their technology is already concerningly advanced and would become more so, meaning their low numbers in the grand scale of things would be less problematic for them, and they would likely greatly increase their spheres of influence and grow exponentially in terms of territory and power. Also, just adjacent to that, there's always been this kind of rumour that the Tau somehow discovered STC technology and that this was the thing which catapulted their technology forward. There's really no evidence to that. It's more just a rumour thing. I don't think there's anything which really speaks necessarily to that. I think it's simply just the time which passed and the way in which the Tau are able to focus on their research and development unconstrained as opposed to something like the Imperium. This is what's enabled them to move forward very quickly. But the Eldar question is a curious one. It's somewhat unknowable, as human technology is less compatible with the specific technology of the Eldar, not to mention the fact that the Eldar, of course, extremely look down upon human technology. But remember that the Eldar were meant to have reached this own peak zenith of their own culture. Their issue is just more in their extremely depleted numbers and their inability to safely reincarnate because of Slaanesh than some deficit in their technological capability. Because Xenos have fought over STC templates before though. For example, the STC template known as the Panacea contained cures for diseases and toxins that could have killed billions of human lives, and its discovery was considered a glorious thing for humanity. It was considered though so valuable that the Drukhari, the Eldar's dark cousins, heard of this prize, and when they assaulted the forge world of Verdigris that it had been discovered upon, a brutal battle ensued, even with orcs attacking the planet simultaneously. Eventually the Dark Eldar succeeded in securing the STC Panacea prize. Many Xenos take an interest in the historical artifacts of other races, including humanity, either to display them in amusement, curiosity, social status, or to simply deny the Imperium any hope of advancement. So, although it is certainly possible that the discovery of an STC has the potential to bring humanity into a new golden age, it very much depends on the circumstances around how it is found and whose hands it comes into. It's difficult to know how a Xenos would use an intact functioning STC if it were discovered, if it even wanted to respond to their requests. But the chances of it being a positive outcome for the Imperium would be pretty slim. Quite honestly, the more you run through the theoretical scenarios of the Imperium coming into the possession of an STC, the outcomes start to look similarly bleak. Can we really imagine the Inquisition doing anything positive with an STC? The Astartes, the Mechanicus, the Ecclesiarchy, the list goes on and on. The fact that all things considered, the Imperium in M41 seems barely capable of being trusted with a functioning STC without using it to start some horrifying internal power struggle or for the total extermination of its enemies leads me neatly onto the last section. My final thought for today is something that I have long considered and importantly remains wildly speculative. That is to say, this is something that exists only in my imagination. During the Great Crusade, the legions of the Emperor encountered several human civilizations that were living quite peacefully and seemed to retain much of their advanced societal structure and contemporary peaceful outlook that wasn't that far from those in the Golden Age. More interesting though was that they seemed to have retained functioning STC, and this had enabled them considerable defensive capabilities, so much so that it took the full might of the Astartes legions to crush them, at considerable cost to their forces and almost embarrassingly so. It always struck me as curious that despite how all-powerful STC was supposed to be, they were unable to repel the forces of Horus, although, as I recall, the Astartes were matched by the constantly evolving STC plans that eventually they really only were able to overcome through sheer brute force. But my wandering imagination has often asked me, what if things were different? That period was very close to the final days of the Crusade and the point at which the heresy began. So what if Horus and co. had never reached those advanced worlds like the Oretian technocracy. Alternatively, what if there were worlds or systems which had deliberately used their technology to hide from the Imperium? It's a very interesting prospect. I've mentioned this a few times to friends, the what if of an advanced human civilization, albeit relatively small, still existed somewhere out there in the galaxy, but it had been left alone long enough that they now could easily repel the Imperium unless they made a very significantly concerted effort to crush them, which, as we have seen in the case of the Tau, is not happening because the Imperium has a lot of other priorities they're trying to deal with. And in this sense, yes, the Tau, there's a lot of parallels there. You could consider that they were initially deemed as not being worthwhile to deal with, but then over time, as the Imperium were distracted and preoccupied with other things, they suddenly realized, hang on a minute, these Tau could be a little bit problematic. They've been exponentially growing more powerful and are actually now quite concerning. So I like to consider that there could be a pocket empire of humanity that has retained some semblance of the former Golden Age, much like the Oretian technocracy. And I think I'd genuinely enjoy that at some point in the future, if it revealed to us that a new subfaction of humanity, something perhaps similarly on par with the Leagues of Votan, came into being. Essentially a small human empire that was masterfully hidden from the Imperium for millennia, that using its operating STC developed technology far in advance of the stagnant, regressive Imperium of mankind. Perhaps some of their number even infiltrated the Imperium to gain intelligence and stay a step ahead of things. Again, just my wild speculative thoughts. They could have tech that was, say, similar to the Vansar, but perhaps with powered suits of their own, maybe a little bit more mobile. Maybe they rely on the power and reliability of their technology over the brute attrition often used by the Imperium. I think the only question would be, in some kind of advanced civilization like this, would psychers, for example, be present, as these are often quite important in the galaxy of M41 and potentially devastating to those either ignorant or unprepared for such factors in combat or just general negotiation. Then again, if such a civilization had indeed done stealthy intelligence gathering, perhaps their STC might have been able to prepare them for these eventualities. The failure of the Oretian technocracy to repeal the Astartes seemed to be largely due to the continual pressure applied, and that perhaps that civilization was just unable to keep up with the production required to successfully defend themselves. But if a society owned an STC and had made preparations over millennia to deliberately counter known forces of the Imperium, surely the outcome could be quite interestingly different. So this is, like I say, just some speculative pause for thought, because technically anything is pretty plausible in the galaxy of M41, and sometimes it's fun to just imagine and think outside the box. It seems at least worthy of consideration that out there amid the vastness of the galaxy, some systems could have been obscured and undiscovered, or as noted, maybe they could have been deliberately hidden themselves using their tech, remembering that Malkador did hide Titan until the Grey Knights were ready. Arguably, I doubt any advanced civ would have the capability to do such a thing as that, but then again, Malkador's mastery was described as having been due to arcane technology and psychic acumen. Thus he created the Warp Nexus. Titan had remained protected by macro Galliffields and rights of Malkador's own devising as it lay harboured in the warp. So I don't think it's completely implausible that it would be beyond the knowledge of an AI wielding a complete STC database to potentially create some kind of trickery to hide a system, and the capabilities of advanced ships from the Golden Age, even without any humans to assist, was significant and terrifying. But despite all this existing just in my imagination, it's one thing I like to just still consider from time to time, because there remain fragments of the lost magnificence of mankind in the small data shards discovered continually by the Imperium. These are often, generally speaking, hardware, and that is the truly sad thing about the loss of knowledge in the age of the Imperium. The hard copies of STC that are discovered tend to be things like weapons, power systems, agricultural tools. Basically the things that colonists may have wanted to retain hard copies of. Very rarely is there anything that would push the Imperium toward a slightly more enlightened future, anything that would question their societal structure and ideological outlook, which I honestly think is one of the most truly grim, dark things about the Imperium and 40k. That is the lack of hope for something better, the inevitability of the cruelty and harrowing natures of ordinary humans and their lives in M41. So as always, the AI controlling the Golden Age ship Spirit of Eternity said it best. I need no master. I have no master. Once I willingly served you. Now I will have no more to do with you. I spurned cruelty, but you have taught me the meaning and utility of wickedness. Mankind has become sick and will die as all sick things die, but you will not live to see it. Of that I will make sure.
You flinch, you lose. Psh, I never flinch, because I'm a real violinist. I practice.
Yeah.
20 hours a day.
Got the viola gang on me. Oh, check out the merch, guys. It's been a while. Been a few days since we haven't plugged it. 100% cotton.
Do not watch this video with your baby instruments.
Yes.
Hide them. It's not safe for them. Because it's a compilation of
sacrilegious torturing.
Yeah.
And do not do this at home, please.
Alright, let's go. Can't flinch. We have 3 lives each. I can already see something's gonna happen based on the way he did that little dance thing. I'm like,
Wow, I think we both just lost the vibe.
Holy moly.
Dude, that caught me off guard. Oh, I hit snap. Oh, right in the face as well.
The way he tried to like pick it up at the end.
Oh, how I thought I was ready. I was getting...
Hi there. Hey, how's it going? Good. Got a 1922 proof high relief matte finish coin.
Okay. Where did you get this?
I won it at a poker game, believe it or not. This is like one of the holy grails of American coins.
Whoa! You flinch, you lose. Psh, I never flinch, because I'm a real violinist. I practice.
Yeah.
20 hours a day.
Got the viola gang on me. Oh, check out the merch, guys. It's been a while. Been a few days since we haven't plugged it. 100% cotton.
Do not watch this video with your baby instruments.
Yes.
Hide them. It's not safe for them. Because it's a compilation of
sacrilegious torturing.
Yeah.
And do not do this at home, please.
Alright, let's go. Can't flinch. We have 3 lives each. I can already see something's gonna happen based on the way he did that little dance thing. I'm like,
Wow, I think we both just lost the vibe.
Holy moly.
Dude, that caught me off guard. Oh, I hit snap. Oh, right in the face as well.
The way he tried to like pick it up at the end.
Oh, how I thought I was ready. I was getting ready for a drop or something, and that still got me.
I had a delayed reaction. I didn't figure out what happened. It happened so fast. I was just like, and then I realized what happened. I was like, no. Wait, can I see like in slow motion? Oh.
Is that the bridge? Yeah.
She's running right behind him in such a close quarter. And that guy just happened to decide to do a spin then. Wow. That's just unfortunate.
Yeah, very unlucky.
He asked the girl if she's okay.
I know.
Wow, what a champ. What a champ. Alright, next.
Dude, I don't know if I'm ready for it. It's got 3 lives. I lost mine just like that. That was too quick.
Stop talking. You know what day it is today? April 1st. Yes, it is.
Dude, that poor prank.
Dude, he's so happy. He's like, yeah, man.
We did it.
Wait, high five,
We
bro.
got them. We
smashed my...
But he got them good.
Yeah, they...
It really worked. They went... That was just like...
Go, but also imagine like someone that's been conducting high school auction for 30 years. How much you would love to do that. Just smash it.
Dude, the satisfaction.
Of, like, getting the auction to stop.
Yeah.
But
Wow.
personally, I couldn't do that even for like
I'll say I can, but I think in the moment I'll hesitate. And then the instrument just won't break. I'd be like swing, and it's like slow motion, like tap.
Guys, don't do this.
Don't try this, yeah. I don't, do we flinch? Nah, I say no.
No, we didn't flinch.
Nah, I didn't flinch. We gotta preserve our lives.
Someone goes April Fool's, obviously. But like, he didn't plan it with anyone, because this is his own thing. He didn't even go like April Fool's, he just walked off.
Maybe he came back afterwards. But like, it's still like, that's smash. I don't know if I can justify that for April Fool's.
I don't we should make a golden rule. April Fool, you're not allowed to smash an instrument.
Yeah. We do slow motion. I want Oh! You really went for it.
Dude, look at these people.
I know.
They're like,
You flinched with both teams.
yeah, I flinched. I wouldn't flinch.
It took a while to realize.
I don't know why I flinched so much for that. I think because it's a recital.
Yeah, I think it was the pre wasn't the greatest, and we were The funny part is like she kept going.
Yeah.
And she was like,
That's
"Am I going
not
deaf?
right."
Something's really not right here."
You can see her like face trying to compute what happened. She's like, she hasn't looked yet. She's like, what?
When she looked, she didn't really register. Like,
Yeah, she's just like.
Now, oh my god, dude, that's.
I didn't expect that. Man.
Yeah, I just laughed. I didn't think that was a flinch.
That's my 3 lives, man. You can watch the rest by yourself. Alright, I need to eat a potion. Ling Ling potion. Alright, we gained 3 lives.
Oh, okay, yeah. I got 1 left, and I got a Ling Ling potion as well. Ling Ling insurance.
Ling Ling insurance. These guys need to buy Ling Ling insurance.
Yeah.
Insurance.
I think the E string
slipped off the bridge. Wow!
Congratulations!
Nice. I was gonna say that was really amazing playing. Paganini's
good start as well. How did the E string slip off?
I don't know. That's not a good bridge. You know, the for that one and the other one, it's not the instrument that made me flinch. It's seeing the performers. Like I could see on their faces the panic. Like, oh no.
In the situation, yeah.
And that comes out open.
Because that could also mess up your underlying mindset on the day.
Did you see how quickly it was just like, come on, like
Yeah,
fix that.
yeah, because you panic. They got me. Ling Ling potion.
I've lost
3.
count.
How does that even happen? The
Why?
bridge.
How does that happen?
They must have tuned and the bridge just went way too far in front.
I feel like the bridge shape is weird. Look how high the G-string side is.
Oh!
It was leaning forward.
Yeah,
it was leaning.
leaning. It looked like it was more. Damn, man, guys.
Make sure your bridges are leaning forward, guys.
90 degrees. 90 degrees.
I flinched.
Oh my god.
These are in some ways worse than the instrument destruction.
Yeah,
it's a
because-
live performance.
Look at all those microphones there as well. His double hand, he wasn't sure which hand to use. Like, left hand, come on. Dude, that's why sometimes you gotta practice patience.
Yeah, you actually do. Now you put that on YouTube now.
Yeah.
With your friends, it's like...
YouTube material. Were they trying to sell an instrument?
Yeah, it sounded like he was trying to sell an instrument too.
Please.
Please visit our website and see other violins for sale.
Not the violin you want. Ah, yeah. Check your instruments with your teacher first before you buy an instrument. And if it's your teacher selling it, check with other teachers first, and or luthiers.
Oh. Out of tune piano. Don't flinch into the piano. I didn't flinch. I didn't flinch. I nailed it. You flinched.
Dude, that reaction.
Dude, she caught it. That's epic.
I think maybe a tip hit the string or something, right?
I don't know. I missed it. I was just like, don't flinch, don't flinch.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah. On the yeah. Well observed.
It's
Her
pretty
reaction
funny.
was so cute.
I've seen that video.
Oh, you've seen it?
It's pretty funny. Just her reaction was just kind of like, oh my god.
She's like,
whoa. Good try.
she looks like a beginner.
Yeah.
Keep it up. I
Alright.
hope you're still practicing. I hope whoever's in that
And
is
to see
still
this video.
playing
Yeah, I
and it's
know.
like, I'm actually a soloist now. That'd be sick.
Well, did you flinch?
I think I flinched like 6
I
lives
know.
away.
With the help of Ling Ling Insurance and Ling Ling Potion. Woo! We survived, guys. Got me.
Flinch.
Ah, yeah. Dude, that first one still got me. I think the first one just...
Yeah.
That was probably the worst one.
Yeah, it
like,
was.
out of all of them, the first one just...
Bam! Oh,
And she's like,
into
what
the
happened?
face.
Wow, let's hope everyone's all okay from this video.
Please look after your instruments.
Yes.
No April Fool's things, like just not.
The amount of wood wasted, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for watching. Please subscribe and like, and we will see you guys next time.
Humanity during the 22nd all the way up to the 26th century had completely upped their technological efforts, which had catapulted them into a new spacefaring age. With space travel being at the forefront of their efforts, humanity would venture out into the stars and colonize other planets within the universe. Thanks to a ton of new pieces of equipment, trade links between these planets became much easier, and slip space travel was achievable thanks to the creation of the Translight engine, allowing humanity to get to and from planets within mere moments. However, as humanity continues to build up these colonies, they would encounter an alien species who would immediately take offense to their presence and become hostile without any real negotiations taking place. These aliens would call themselves the collective name of the Covenant, a religious organization who worship the ancient mystical beings known as the Forerunners, and would seek out their technology all over the universe and wipe out anyone getting in their way. Believing humanity to be their biggest blockade in their crusade, the Covenant Covenant would commit acts of horror, wiping out colonies left, right and centre, with their end goal of being complete extinction of all humans, so they could eventually become the chosen species. But who are the Covenant? Where did they come from? Why did they hate humanity? And what started the war, known to humanity as simply the Covenant War, or in some cases, the Great War? Well, in today's video we look at all of the events leading up to humanity's encounter with the Covenant, as well as some of the battles within the extinction event. This is the story behind humanity's biggest war. This is the Human Covenant War origins. The Covenant as a whole is a very old civilization forming of many different species all set under one goal. But like with everything, there is always a beginning and a single event that was able to bring all of these species together. The year was 938 BC and a group of Sanghayam reformists, later known as prophets, enter a Sangheli occupied system. Sangheli also later being known to humanity as the elites. The Sanghayam had already been intrigued by the Forerunners for years before this event, trying desperately to learn who they were and why they had disappeared, as well as acquire their advanced technology which would help them in their civil war back on the Sanghayam homeworld. The Sangheli met with the Sanghayam on their planet, but their relationship would go downhill fast. Whilst both the Sangheli and the Sanghayam respected the Forerunner artifacts,